Jasper Beats.
Okay, much love, people. How's it going today on this Wednesday afternoon? Much love. For anyone that doesn't know, I am, hold on, in Central California. And check out the weather, people. Look at this. So much to talk about today. We'll see how it goes. A lot of things that I haven't got to on this topic, and more things I've learned. Some recent content posted on this very important topic. But check out the weather forecast, and I've never seen this in my life, people. Look at this. 112 today, 111 tomorrow, 114, 116. That just said 118, now it says 116. And last week it said like 105, 99. So every day it's been progressively increasing. Look at these temperatures, people. Wowzers. Yep, I'm right in the middle of that. Welcome to the Matrix, my friends. You aren't where you think you or you want to be, where you think you are, people. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about parasites. Read the ticker on the bottom. This is entertainment purposes only. I'm not a medical professional. If you want medical advice, seek a physician, whatever. And this is entertainment. So, big disclaimer. I'm not monetized. I don't make money here. So the content we will be reviewing is for criticism and whatever. I have the right to do that. So, anyways. So, where to begin, people? Well, we have a lot to talk about. And I know this is an extremely important topic we need to be discussing. It's the most important topic, and I want to keep throwing out there that at this juncture on this topic, and where I'm at, I definitely want to go on other platforms and other communities and spread awareness of this topic. So any channel you may have or you may know, definitely let them know. I will go on anybody's platform to discuss this topic. And I'll provide a presentation, and I would love to do it anybody's platform. So that's kind of where I want to go with this topic. So please, if anybody knows anybody or has a channel and wants to bring me on, please contact me in the email address in the description, censortruth@gmail.com. And I am checking my emails regularly these days for many reasons, but especially this. So with that, people, much to get into, much to discuss on this topic. And we're going to begin with, we're going to begin today on what's been posted recently on YouTube about this topic. There's an interview by a pretty big channel. We're going to begin with that to get our feet wet. And we're going to be talking about many things on this topic, especially with mythology and scripture on the serpent, the worm, the parasite. The worm dieth not. So we're going to be going into there, and also we're going to be talking about asthma and food allergies directly linked to parasites. We're going to get deep on that. That's kind of a new one for me. I knew that all along, but I got a little bit deeper last night. And especially people that just have food allergies all of a sudden and asthma allergies. This is a parasite, my friends, just so you guys know. And so we're going to spread that awareness. We're going to talk about this parasite here, strongyloiditis. This one's the parasite one that ends up in the lungs and causes asthma symptoms, abdominal pain, things like that. And what else we got here today? A lot of things. Bible verses, Moses. Okay. So to begin, we are going to go to YouTube. Give me a second. And I'm going to say what's up to everybody. Let me pull up my playlist for today. I have a playlist on the channel called Parasites, and there's now 83 videos there. And I added a few more onto the playlist today, and that's where we're going to begin. Let me pull it up. There we go. Okay, so this is where we're going to begin. This is a big channel, so I have gotten a very troubling copyright strike playing what's his name's content, but I think we're good on this interview. We're going to begin here, but what I do is usually before I do these streams, I'll look up parasites and I'll filter out this week or this month. And so I like to see what kind of content's being posted about it. And look at this real quick. Let's start here. Look at this lady's eye from the parasite infection. This cyborg-like eye, people. Look at that. We're not in Kansas, my friends. So, yeah, people. Let's begin there, actually. Let's begin with that. It's only a couple minutes. Shout out to Bex. Musical's The Secret. Inner Healing Through Shadow Inner Work. Dan Beck. Much love, bro. Mermaid A and Sunkissed. Shout out to Dom. Very strange that you're here, dude. Very strange, because I swear before this stream I was thinking, I wonder where Dom is. I haven't seen him in a while. And there he is, people. Look at that. Very interesting. Our pool. And tomorrow's 4th of July. I'm off of work. And I still have some time before I'm like really busy again. So the plan is either later today or tomorrow we'll be streaming again. And we're going to be doing a stream on mental health, my friends. So I have big plans for that. So hopefully we can get that in tomorrow. By tomorrow. So you're definitely going to want to tune in for that. And then we're going to be able to sneak in the parasite thing into the mental health thing a little bit, you know? Shout out to Heather. Just a little bit. We're not going to be going crazy like this, but Level Plane Productions. Alicia, much love. I've been alternating between ivermectin and fenbendazole with turpentine. And today, by the way, I took my first turpentine. Well, it's the second time I've done it, but I'm starting my regimen that's recommended by Dr. Daniels. And I did the first round this morning. So as I go forward in that, I'll be sharing my experience. And like I said, I'm going to save that comment you wrote here because we're going to also be doing open research into these chemical medications that they recommend, like if you're to get prescribed like these. And we're going to be open researching into the ingredients. Hopefully we get to that as well. Because remember, there's always one natural ingredient that we really want in these. And then they flood it with a bunch of weird chemicals and things, and then label it and patent it. But there's always one ingredient, and there's a very interesting ingredient into ivermectin, not medical advice at all. That's a big no-no word, but hey, it seems like they're not caring as much. I'm not saying do, anyways. What's up, Frank? Just Frank's here. Three Fingers, much love, bro. Pine Needle. Okay, so let's begin, my friends. Much love. Thanks for tuning in. And we're going to talk about parasites, people. We'll see where it goes. You know, I don't have any big plans right now, but I kind of have an idea of things I definitely want to get to. And there's still an abundance of things I haven't got to on this topic. So hopefully we can bang as much as we can out today. So I have all day, whatever it takes. Before we get started, let's check this video out. And we're going to get started, people. Parasite infection. Hold on.
You may have seen a shocking post making the rounds on social media.
Okay, if you're eating breakfast right now, you might want to look away for the next 30 seconds.
The internet's a little bit slow. Hopefully it's fine on your guys' end. But I'm using my Brave browser. We should be good. Okay, we have our Ethernet cable in. Alright, guys. Let's turn off this. Texas woman with cyborg leaves Texas woman with cyborg looking eyes. Okay, let's check this out.
Post making the rounds on social media.
Okay, if you're eating breakfast right now, you might want to look away for the next 30 seconds. Rachel Prochnow is an influencer based in Austin. She posted this photo of herself with a very nasty looking eye infection that permanently damaged her eye. In her caption, she wrote, "Do not shower, swim, or use the hot tub in your contacts." That hits home to millions of people who wear contacts and swim in these hot summer months. So we spoke with a local eye doctor about what this condition is and how to prevent it.
That post is showing an 𝐏𝐀𝐑𝐀𝐒 infection. So 𝐏𝐀𝐑𝐒 is a parasite, specifically an amoeba that lives in the soil and in the water. Although it's rare, it can infect your eye. And when it does, it's very serious, it's vision threatening, and it can be difficult to treat.
What is the component with the contact lenses that makes it easier to get this infection?
80% of 𝐏𝐀𝐑𝐒 infections in the eye are with contact lens wearers. And the contact lens just kind of can harbor a lot of bacteria and, like this one, a parasite.
Dr. May said these symptoms can include light sensitivity, redness, extreme pain, and a decrease in vision. As for that cyborg look, she said it's caused by a ring infiltrate, but there are ways to prevent it.
To truly be the safest, it's going to be to take your contacts out before swimming, hot tubbing, even showering, since 𝐏𝐀𝐑𝐒 can be in your tap water. Never rinse your contact lens cases with water. And then always for people, if you ever feel like your eye is painful, red, something's going on, calling your eye doctor as soon as possible.
So scary. Dr. May says treating that can take anywhere from 6 months to a year, and then your eye never goes back to normal if it gets that bad as that influencer's.
Yeah, you go.
It's hard to know who to trust with that. Very weird. Very weird. Cyborg-like eye. Very interesting. This is the plan of the parasites. This is a hive mind system trying to infect us all, people. I'm extremely disappointed. Putting this video to the side, this whole thing, whatever. I am beyond disappointed into just the so-called truther landscape that's going on. And so I'm definitely separated myself, and I'm going to continue to be separated from these communities, because the awareness of these parasites is the most important thing that we can discuss. So if you don't discuss this, I don't trust you. Get out of here, please. Thank you. So with that, people, let's really get started. So let's back up here. So let's see what else kind of videos to see what's been posted in the last week on this topic. Zombie worms. Parasite found. We're going to be getting to this interview in a second. Parasite found in a piece of fish from Whole Foods. Check this out.
Ahu Man says he went to cook his fish this morning and found something unexpected.
Yeah, this is video shot by Ju Jin Park. He says that he went to Whole Foods in Kaka'ako on Monday and bought a sablefish fillet. He planned on cooking it later in the week. Now, he explains what he saw this morning when he went to prepare it.
So Monday afternoon, I purchased this sablefish fillet, and it says sell by 28th, which is today, Friday. And today, the 28th in the morning, I opened up the wrapper, and then I unfortunately, saw the red parasite moving, crawling out. I even offered for them to give me like a phone number or like an email so I can send them the video or the picture that I took of them so I can prove myself, sort of. But they weren't willing to do that. They just wanted me to bring it there. And then I thought that was a hazardous situation, so I didn't want to touch it at all.
Ju says it's not so much the money, because it was less than $8. Now, we reached out to Whole Foods and have not heard back. We also showed the video and picture to the Department of Health and hope to get a response from them next week.
Well, it's
That is fucking scary right there, people. And you see it alive in there moving. Well, he's lucky, because most of the times it depends on what stage the parasite's at. You don't know how much larvae and different eggs that's not even visible. So you got lucky you're able to see that. That is absolutely disgusting. And this is what we're dealing with. And just think about different red meat with those type of parasites involved, especially when we're eating blood and stuff like that, loaded with parasites, people. We're gonna be talking about it. Okay, these mosquitoes are vectors for parasites. Okay, we're gonna be talking more about it. And so when you're dealing with cows and things like that, and these mosquitoes, these things work in mysterious ways. So anyways, let's get to our playlist here. You can see, oh, here it goes right here. We're going to start with this one. We're going to start here, and we're going to be kind of easing into a lot of things.
Logo is the mushroom.
Yep.
Let me see here. Full screen. So this is, hopefully we're cool to play this. Again, fair use. We're providing commentary for this. The shocking truth about parasites: are you infected? Kim Rogers, the Worm Queen. Let's check this out. It's only 30 minutes. Let's speed it up to 1.25. And much to get into. Okay.
All right, guys, we're going to talk parasites today. We got Kim Rogers, aka the Worm Queen. What a nickname. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Crazy story you have.
Crazy.
So, what's up, Sarah, Breslin, Undoctrinated, Carrie Skates, Mr. Super Sidewinder? They can only put parasite eggs in our food. No way to tell. They don't test for them. People just trust the supermarket food. Yes, sir. Mandela Mile. Sushi is a very, yeah, it's, you don't know what to eat. You know what I mean? It's crazy. This is a big problem for all of us, people. We have to face the facts. This is a huge thing. And anyways, let's begin here. And we're really going to get deep on a lot of different things I pulled up here as we're going through. But let's start here with this video.
It's
I mean,
crazy.
I was looking up photos of your first parasite cleanse. That was gnarly.
Yeah, I was really sick.
And so let's drop one for this guy. I don't know who this guy is, but he's got 1 million subscribers. It's called the Digital Social Hour Podcast. Okay, so 1 million subscribers, 15,000 views. So, but at least he's talking about it and he brought it on. Big shout out to that. I mean, it's very rare for anyone to bring this up. So let's continue. Let's get into it.
I was really sick, and it was nice to get down to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
To figure it out, and then to kind of have all of this come about, because this is my purpose.
So what were the parasites doing to your body, basically?
Well, in 2018, they slowly started to kind of shut my body down. So I became overweight. I was grinding my teeth. I had really bad skin. And so my husband and I decided to kind of go out into the woods where we had some property and kind of figure out what was going on with me. And that's kind of how this whole thing started.
Yeah. And there was a doctor that was able to pinpoint that it was parasites?
No,
Oh, there
I
wasn't?
actually figured it out on my own.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a process. But so in 2019, when we went out to our property, it was for me to heal.
Stay tuned, people. We're going to get in the zone here, okay? Let's watch this, and we're really going to get in the zone. And we're going to revisit on the last stream where we went with the bacteriophages, okay? And they're actually talking about it when you go to the parasite Wikipedia page. And we are going to show you the core of the matrix system, the machine, on a microscopic level, okay? It's very bizarre. These are machines. Just remember, these aren't just worms and bugs. This is a technology from the matrix system. Okay? This is the snake biting its own tail. It's the serpent, the worm. So we bite our own tail, and this is about us looping and looping and looping. We're in a looping system. And the goal of the system is for us to bite our own tail. Okay? The snake, the serpent is the parasite, is the worm. The serpent and the staff is the parasite controlling our minds, making us bite our own tail. Okay? The medical system is the culprit as well. They're all in on it together, and most don't even realize it. So, let's keep going here. We're going to get in the zone, and we're going to talk about it. Let's go.
Heal. He quit his job, and we just went out to build a log home.
Holy crap.
Here we go with
Yeah,
this.
You were really sick.
I was really sick. Yeah.
He
I
had to
was
quit
really
his
sick.
job. Wow.
Yep. He became my caretaker, and I just ended up needing to figure out what was going on.
Okay.
And so I got off all of my big pharma meds, and I started to kind of dig deep, and
Okay, hold on a minute, guys. We're going to try something here. I figured I haven't been on the Brave browser in a long time, and I realized that that's probably the problem. But let me pull up my other browser and see if this plays better. I have an idea here. Stay tuned. Yeah, it should play better. One second. Let's see if this is it. Actually, let's do this.
I started getting on some mushrooms, functional as well as active, just to kind of see where I was mental health wise. And then I was not getting any better. And so I started to kind of figure some things out with gut health. And I watched a TikTok in 2021. And the girl said, I can't believe I almost unalived myself because of worms. And I stopped and I was like, oh my gosh, I thought I had worms a few years ago. My doctor said, no, there's no way. And so I did the cleanse that she was talking about. And after I did the cleanse, within 3 days, I felt better.
Wow.
So I did a 60-second video that within 2 hours had 1 million viewers.
Dang.
And it shut my phone off. It shut TikTok off. Like, it was wild because there were so many. My phone couldn't keep up with all the likes and the comments.
Yeah.
It was a pretty funny video, though. It was like, because I come from a Western medicine background. So I've been in Western medicine since 2004, and I've never dewormed myself. And I did. And I saw flukes and roundworm. And I decided to get my stool tested. And I sent it to a lab in Arizona. And then they sent it to a lab in Mexico, and then it came back that I had cryptosporidium parvium, which is really what was shutting my body down. And then I had roundworm and pinworms, and my husband had D. fragilis.
Okay, we might have to reboot my internet, but let's keep going here. Give me a second. What is this? Get that out of here. Nice, bro. A great place to start, like I said, is buying the Oxy powder on Amazon. It's a great place to start. And you take 4 pills 3 nights a week before you go to bed, 2 hours after a meal. Read the directions. That's a great place to start. We'll be getting into that type of stuff too. We'll be getting into different solutions as well, but let's get this video done first. So something's going on here with the internet.
And it was all from our water.
Oh, from tap water?
From the water, yeah.
Wow. That is crazy. So that means everyone in that area probably has worms.
For sure.
People don't even know.
No, we tried to say something, but...
Oh, you tried to speak out on it?
We did, yeah. And, you know, the thing is I want to help people that want to be helped. So I ended up doing this. This whole thing.
What percentage of people you think have worms right now?
Right now, they say approximately between 85 and 90% of people.
That's insane.
Around 1.5 billion are documented around the world.
Gosh.
Yeah, billions, not millions, billions.
Chris, I've been wanting to try some wormwood tea for the extract purpose. It's a great place to start as well. Don't just buy the wormwood extract, blackwood that everyone buys on Amazon. Buy the dry herb. Make some tea with it. It's very bitter, but that's a great place too. You want to be switching things up with every full moon. You want to try different things. You have to trick these things. Remember, once you even think about it, once these things touch your lip, once you're about to do one of these things, the parasites immediately become aware and alert to hive mind, and they go with the whole war plan to keep thriving within your body and your mind, people. So these things are very tricky. Let's continue this.
And is water the main source?
Not always. Water's a big one. Lakes, if you go swimming, fish.
Eating fish.
salmon, sushi,
Oh, I love sushi.
raw meats, pork. They provide tapeworms. Pork is really a well-known source for tapeworms. Raw produce, because if you're not washing your produce, you know, it's just coming from the ground, walking barefoot, and I'm going to probably get some hate from that because you should ground, but
Yep.
then you should cleanse as well.
I ground every morning. So are you supposed to just wash your feet off after, basically?
Yeah, I usually say to like put some diatomaceous earth in the area that you're going to ground, and just make sure no pets go around there because your pets also have parasites. Like we deworm our dogs. Why aren't
Wow.
we deworming ourselves? Right? They lick us. We lay with them. They go to the bathroom. They have microscopic, you know, parasites in their stool, and then you're walking on that ground. So you want to just keep an area that's just yours to ground in.
Right.
And you can put diatomaceous earth on that, and it'll like rid any physical worms in the ground. And just know that that's like your spot for grounding.
That's good to know. Because
Yeah.
I'd definitely be dodging my dog's poop when I'm grounding.
Right? Yeah. And do you deworm your dog?
I don't. I need to start doing that.
You
That's
should.
not even talked about.
Right? You should. At least, you know, they say 2 times a year, but they're out there drinking in a puddle, they're eating other dogs' poop, they're eating their own poop, like, and then they're licking you, and they're microscopic and they can transfer.
Right. And they're also inhaling a lot. I don't know if that's a way I could get
It
in.
is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, they're
a way.
smelling everything on those walks.
Yep.
Wow, I need to look into that. What's the process? Because if it tastes bad, some dogs are picky, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a liquid form?
They have like a powder you can put it on, or you can get
Again, I'm not a doctor, people. Let's continue.
a liquid. I'm not 100% because I'm not on that side of the deworming world, but I just know that, like, you know, you're deworming your animals, you should be deworming yourself.
And how often are you doing cleanses?
I do them monthly, especially when I travel.
Monthly?
I do over the full moon. I'll do 3 days before the full moon, over the full moon, and then 2 to 3 days after the full moon.
Wow.
And then I do them 3 to 4 times a year. A main cleanse is what we talk about, like
Okay.
30 days. That's a main cleanse.
This box?
Yeah. So there's like the 3 tinctures and then the binder, and that's your main cleanse. And it gets easier as you're doing it. But we eat questionably, right? Like I don't eat salmon anymore, but I do eat something that's steamed. And so I make sure that if I eat something questionable, that I utilize my kit in order to not ever get back to where I was before.
I've cut back on a lot of seafood just because of also the microplastics.
Yeah.
It's in every single wild seafood. So
Well, and you just don't know what's on them because you can't see it. You know, a lot of people that take our kit actually do see things, but not everything is sight, right? So like cryptosporidium parvium, which is parvo, which kills puppies, unfortunately.
Wow.
I had that.
holy crap.
Yay, that's exactly what I wanted in my life, right?
That is crazy.
It's microscopic. You can't see it. So it was just really
The crypto parasite, it's cryptosporidium, sometimes called crypto, are parasites that cause respiratory gastrointestinal illness. So we're going to be getting deep, people. That primarily involves watery diarrhea, intestinal crypto, sometimes with a persistent cough, respiratory cryptoporous, whatever. Okay? Now we're talking about respiratory things, bowel movement problems, things like that, which a lot of people have, and almost everyone that has these symptoms from this parasite. When have you ever heard a story of someone having these symptoms and actually being diagnosed with a parasite? Persistent as a cough and immunocompetent hosts. Pathogens of humans include malaria parasite, Plasmodium, and the Toxoplasmosis parasite, Toxoplasma. So these are all the same family. When you deal with these different parasites, they'll have 50 different kinds within each parasite, or sometimes hundreds, sometimes thousands, different ones. Does not use a vector and is capable of completing its life cycle within a single host. It results in cyst stages that are excreted in feces or through the inhalation of coughed and formites, and are capable of transmission to a new host. Cyst stages. All right, people. It's typically a short-term infection, but can recur through reinfection in immunocompromised hosts or become severe or life-threatening in immunocompromised individuals. In humans, it remains in the lower intestine and may remain up there for 5 weeks. The parasite is transmitted by environmentally hardy cysts that once ingested exist in the small intestine and result in an infection of intestinal whatever tissue. Transmission by ingestion or inhalation of coughed or fomites is a second less likely routine of infection. Can survive for lengthy periods outside of a host. It can also resist many common disinfectants, including chlorine-based disinfectants. This is one that as well other common filtration process and membranes will remove 99% of crypto. Highly resistant to chlorine. Anyways, so here's another one. This thing right here. Microscopic, we can't see it. Let's get back to this video though.
Like messing with me. And it can shut organs down.
Scary.
It is.
Have you seen any tapeworms? Are you interested in coming on the Digital Social Hour podcast as a guest? Holy crap.
Yeah.
I used to think I had one growing up because I was so skinny. And I probably did. If 3 out of 5 had a 60% chance.
And they can lay like 1 million eggs a day.
Ooh.
I mean, it's pretty wild.
That is gross.
And they're segmented and they can break off. And yeah, I see a lot of them because everyone sends us their pictures.
Yeah. I've seen some of those on like Instagram pop up.
Yeah.
It's so gross, but it's like, oh my gosh, he had like a foot-long worm inside his body.
Foot long. We have an entire ebook, 600 pages of all of the parasites that have been sent to me in the last 3 years.
Wow.
We put it in an ebook.
You are saving lives. That
Feels
must be
like
a great
it, yeah.
feeling because these take away people's life force.
They do. They do. Energetically, physically, it took mine away. Like all of these environmental toxins were like trying to ruin my body. And I have a lot. Like I have a lot to give. I don't want to be, you know.
Yeah, because you were young when you dealt with it, right?
Yeah. Well, I've been chronically ill most of my life. And now I know a lot of the reasons why I was chronically ill.
Wow. So most of your life you were feeling sick.
Yeah, most of my life.
And it was because of parasites.
Pretty sure.
That is crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, and a Western doctor wouldn't even be able to test you for that, right?
No, and I came from Western medicine. I've been in Western medicine since 2004. I have 2 different healthcare degrees, an associate's and a bachelor's. My associate's is in medical specialties and my bachelor's is in healthcare management. And then I was a professor and I ran 25 healthcare colleges.
Wow.
I've authored books as well as written books. Well, that's the same thing. And I was like a subject matter expert. I served on medical advisory boards and then I got sick.
Crazy.
Yep. And my colleagues really didn't help me.
Yeah.
TikTok did, surprisingly, right? Well, and Instagram, because Dr. Jess is my friend and like they really like talk a lot about all of the different type of environmental toxins that want to like constantly be unaliving us. So
that is crazy. So did they even teach you about parasites when you were in school?
we had about 3 minutes. About 3 minutes. Yeah.
That's in 90% of people and they spend 3 minutes on
Yep.
it.
Even lab techs, like you were allowed to spend like 3 minutes on someone's stool. And if you didn't see anything, you would just mark it as negative. But then we had like an asterisk that said this does not verify that it's a parasitic infection, that we cannot like state that. But they just move it along as a negative because they didn't see anything within those few minutes, which means there's a cycle that they didn't see in the stool. And so it doesn't mean you didn't have them. Your blood work with the stool should be like something that you get together. There are times and there's types of tests that you can actually take to see what type of parasite you have in your blood.
Yeah.
So because they're in our blood, our tissue, and our muscle, they're not just in our guts.
Wow.
They're actually all over.
That's disgusting. I thought it was just in your gut.
No, everyone thinks it's just like right here. But really, you've got your mitochondria is affected because they're in our cells. Yeah, you have to like, it's more than just in your gut. And that's what's great about tinctures because it gets right into your bloodstream and then moves all over. Our kit is a whole body kit, not just like a gut cleanse.
Yeah. Now I'm wondering if I had them growing up because I had a low white blood cell count my whole life. So they may have been just fighting parasites. That's why I was low.
Maybe because your body doesn't know any different. It just sees this invader, right? It just sees this toxin and it starts to fight and then lowers your immune system so that you are weakened to everything else. And that's why chronically ill people are way more prone to getting parasites, mold, Lyme, because our bodies are already weakened. So we just don't have a lot of mitochondria to fight off.
Right. I used to get sick like once a month in my 20s. which is definitely not normal.
No,
for that
that's
young.
not normal at all.
Yeah, and mold exposure seems to be pretty
Huge.
prevalent these days too.
We also had mold poisoning while we were building our log home.
Wow.
We lived in a travel trailer on our property while we were building our home ourselves. That was in 2022. So we had to move ourselves out. I finished my parasite cleanse. Everything came back negative. My eye started to swell shut. Bam.
Holy crap.
I had Aspergillus niger poisoning.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Never
I'm all
even
trying to
heard
make
of that.
videos. Like you can see some of my old videos. My eyes are all red. I look like I have like hot pink eye makeup
eye.
on. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, nope, that's just my eye swelling shut from the mold.
Holy crap.
Yeah. So I created a mold kit. We have a mold kit called Moldies.
Nice.
From all of my research from when I had mold poisoning.
Mold poisoning. I did
Yeah.
not know that was a thing.
It is. It's
Wow.
a thing. Environmental toxins are a real thing. It's a root cause. And it's just not something that, because we're in a Western medicine countries, right? All of these Western medicine countries, they don't recognize this as an issue. And it's a huge issue. Huge. And you can actually watch my journey literally from start to finish from 2021 until up till today.
Yeah, they never address it. Whenever I've gone to the doctor for any sort of sickness, they never asked about what caused it or is this a parasite thing?
Never.
Not once.
Nope, they don't know enough, and that's not always their fault, right? Because at some point in the process, we've lost this training type of indoctrination versus like 100 years ago, this was a thing. Like all of the way we've created Parify and all of our tinctures are all the way our ancestors used to do it. So the kind of like looking at the bigger picture of it all. Herbs are really awesome, but they can't be patented.
Patented. Oh, so they can't make money off.
The medical system is an absolute sham. It's so disgusting. I don't care. They're not innocent to me, these people. If you're going to make that your career, you know what I mean? Or it's just a job and a paycheck to you, then whatever. If you're going to get involved with people's health and you don't know about this topic and you laugh at people that come in there, it's disgusting. These are absolute failures, people. They failed all of us. So we can't rely on these clowns anymore, not medical advice. You know what I mean? But hey, if you want medical advice, go see one of those, but they're failures. You know what I mean? Okay, come on, let's go. I don't have time
Right.
for the...
Right. They go where the money is, which is prescriptions.
Right, synthetically driven medications.
And the margins on those are insane.
Exactly.
On Ozempic and stuff like that.
Yep,
Yeah, a lot of people are on Ozempic right now.
there are a lot
When
of
they
people.
could just be taking cleanses instead and then fixing their lifestyle.
Yep. It's a lifestyle change. You can go into this like your first cleanse and not want to change your lifestyle, but it's going to make you change it because your taste buds change. They're in our mouth, they're in our tissue. So it's going to make you want to eat better. It's going to make you realize that you need to cleanse your system out because we're overloaded with toxins.
Right. Is it true if you have a big drive for sugar, it could be a parasite thing?
100%. Yep. Especially Candida, because Candida is sugar driven, but they thrive off of sugar. So you're feeding them instead of feeding yourself. That's
Right.
really ultimately what it ends up being. And we all have yeast in our body. So an overgrowth of yeast ends up being Candida, which ends up being a parasite as well. So it's very easy to get Candida.
Wow. Yeah, because they call that a sweet tooth, right? But it's
Yep.
most likely a parasite infection.
For real, it is. Because you can get systematic Candida. So everyone stems what we're saying is in our gut, but really it's in our cells. That's what we're trying to clean up is our cells.
Yeah. Are there ways to identify if you have parasites?
Really how you feel, grinding of the teeth, skin issues, a lot of skin issues.
Really?
Because this is our biggest organ. And so when toxins are trying to run out, right, like push them out, they push out our skin. So IBS, gut issues, bathroom issues. I was constipated for almost a month.
Wow.
That's kind of what started leading me to like figure out what was wrong with me is that I couldn't go to the bathroom. That's not healthy. It's like sitting in your colon, like the toxins are then just going back in and creating, more issues.
And stool tests can probably identify it too, right?
Yeah, a lot of stool tests. We have a couple of people that we use that have some good reputation for stool tests and that can tell you exactly what's going on. That's how I found out I had Candida.
Wow. Will it show up on a blood test?
If you get specific testing, yes. And especially if you do it over the full moon.
Full moon.
Because the full moon is a thing. They're the most active during a full moon. And then, why everyone's kind of crazy during a full moon is because they're eating your serotonin. They live off of it. That's why they make you feel sad.
Interesting. Yeah, some people are weird during full moons. I
They
noticed.
are. You never want to work in an ER during a full moon.
Oh, yeah?
Oh,
People
yeah,
go
it's
nuts.
wild.
Wow. So they're just all infected with parasites.
That's what I think.
Crazy. Yeah, they never talk about that.
No, and it makes them wild. Like it makes you wild. You don't actually. It's not your personality. It's they're telling you what to do.
How common?
They're telling you what to do. So good advice there. I haven't gotten this far in the interview. About the full moon. Eating your serotonin. Changing your reward system and your endorphins in your whole reward system in your mind. So you feel rewarded, like when you eat junk food or whatever it might be, all the way down to becoming hypersexualized in multiple partners. So the parasite spreads. I mean, the list goes on and on and on, and it affects everyone differently. It gets to know you really well, better than you know yourself. That's the goal of the parasitic system, is for it to know you and you not to know yourself. So you become the parasite, the Ouroboros, biting your own tail. This is the soul recycling center at its finest right here. This is the core of the system. The phages and the parasites. But we're only seeing the physical manifestation, people. It's much deeper than what we see or what we're talking about. You have to remember, it's just a physical manifestation. But this is the matrix system we're seeing here, operating on many levels, coming in many forms. Continue this.
How common is it to get parasites from your pets?
Very common. It's probably the number one way to get them.
Wow. That is crazy, actually.
Well,
people
so
kiss their dogs on the lips
all the time. All the time.
Yeah.
All the time. We had dogs, and we didn't know we should be cleansing, and our dogs had worms. I never really thought about when our dogs had worms that I could be also getting them microscopically and then ingesting them. I always washed my hands. I was always very careful on what I did. But that doesn't mean that, something doesn't slip and it just happens.
I got to give up those cheek kisses for my dog.
Oh, no, please don't. You know about toxoplasmosis, right?
No, what is that?
You don't? The cat parasite?
I don't have cats.
Okay, so they say to women, don't scoop cat poop when you're pregnant.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, when you have a cat, you have to scoop their poop. But toxoplasmosis is actually found in a mouse or a rat, which then they go and snuggle up to the cat, because the next part of toxo, for it to regenerate, it has to be done in the cat's gut. And then the cat goes to the bathroom, and then you scoop the poop, and you get toxoplasmosis. And it can control your mind.
What?
So part of toxoplasmosis, they have found people tested positive for toxoplasmosis in their blood that were like riding crotch rockets. They were being sexually promiscuous because it can control your mind. And if you think about how the mouse ran to the cat, which they're enemies, but it went snuggled up to the cat, it controlled that mouse.
Holy crap.
So think about it in like how the bigger picture with parasites is, right? There's one little mouse snuggled to the cat, and then the cat ate the mouse. It regenerated, and that's how parasites work.
That is fascinating. My cat used to bring home mouses and rats, and it was disgusting. He was like an outdoor cat. And my mom wasn't pregnant at the time, but wow, that's crazy.
Well, they say that you shouldn't scoop the poop when you're pregnant, but no, I mean, the thing is that everybody can get it, not just a pregnant woman. They just specifically don't want you to scoop cat poop when you're pregnant so you don't pass it to your child.
Right.
Specifically.
So if you have parasites and you're pregnant, that's probably really damaging to the kid too.
The root cause of everything, my friends.
Yeah, it can be transferred.
Wow, that is nuts. Yeah, this whole thing is crazy. I can't believe 90% of people have parasites and they're just walking around like they don't even know.
Yep. And some people believe that they can live symbiotically with us, but I am just not one of those people. I do not believe it. I just don't. I prove.
There's probably some good parasites, but
I don't think there are.
Really?
I do not. I do not think that there are good parasites.
Oh, wow. Let's drop a big one for her. Thank you. Finally, someone speaks out, dude.
Like they don't even know.
Yep. And some people believe that they can live symbiotically with us, but I am just not one of those people. I do not believe it. I just don't. I prove.
There's probably some good parasites, but
I don't think there are.
Really?
I do not. I do not think that there are good parasites.
Okay.
I am not one of those people. But some people really do believe it, and that's cool. Like there is a 50-50 split at times, but I'm just not one of them.
Yeah. Well, there's definitely, it's obvious that certain ones are bad. So if they're defending those like tapeworms and stuff.
Oh,
that doesn't make sense.
They believe that, I don't believe anything that eats off the host is going to be good for you. Because that's what a parasite does. It just eats off your host. It steals your nutrients. 90% of your nutrients goes to them. They're able to be stealthy. They have a biofilm that covers them, but the biofilm absorbs your nutrients and goes directly into feeding the parasite. So it feeds them, and then they kind of give you what's left over. And that's why a lot of people that have parasites are so ill.
Wow. Do you take probiotics too?
I do.
Okay.
I take them usually with food. Like I take food as my probiotic now. I'll do like coconut cult, and then I'll do like blueberries. So I'll do a pre and a pro.
Got it.
And then I do sauerkraut. just because it's hard to digest pills. And that's kind of what like brought us into the tincture world, is because everybody's exhausted with all the pills you have to take.
So many.
So many.
Brian Johnson's taking 150 a day.
Oh my gosh. I think I saw that.
Yeah, and Dave Asprey too.
Oh, wow. That's a lot. I was at like 26 and I'm exhausted from it.
Yeah, I'm at like 12, but even that's just kind of annoying.
And a good thing to do, which actually I need to do, is when, like they're saying, the tinctures are a good thing. Because it goes directly to your bloodstream. That's where you really want to fight these things. I mean, when these things are going to your different organs, to the blood-brain barrier and stuff, you definitely want the blood to have these different tinctures and these different herbs and extracts flowing in your bloodstream, garlic, things like that. A good thing to do is buy the empty pills, the empty capsules on Amazon. Get your tincture or whatever it is and put the drops into the pill and take the pill. You know what I mean? Some of these things like this wormwood extract, that shit's hard to drink, people. You put 30 drops in some orange juice or something, that shit's almost impossible to drink. It's very tough. So buy the empty capsules and put the tincture or the extracts in those things. Some good advice there. What's up, question everything and everybody in the chat. Much love. I have a synthetic nanotech parasite in my eye. I can see it like I'm seeing through under a microscope. So frustrating. Whoa. And a lot of us do. Much love, everyone. Let's continue this. Pharmaceuticals are made from people's blood they donate. Whoa. Whoa.
It is.
And now they're finding heavy metals in some of these.
They are.
So you got to third-party test your pills.
We do. We third-party test. We did pesticides, heavy metals, and microbes, and we're negative for everything.
Wow.
And then we're also, because we're finishing up our 10,000 square foot manufacturing facility, since we make everything ourselves by hand in big batches, we'll have a machine that you'll actually be able to, when we get the herbs themselves, we'll be able to test the herbs before we put them in and soak them.
Wow. That is cool.
We're taking it very serious.
You need to these days because there's a lot of brands that don't take that extra step, and then there's toxins in the actual pill, which is kind of ironic because people are taking it thinking it's good for them.
Yep. That's why I started the kit. I wanted to know what was going to be in me, right? What I'm ingesting. I want to know exactly where it came from, how it was processed, what herbs were used, were they ethical, were they organic? I needed to know for myself.
Yeah.
And I definitely don't want to have other people take it if they don't know either. It's why we put exactly what's on our kit on our labels.
It's cool to see your change because you dedicated most of your life to Western medicine.
I did.
So that must have been a weird kind of...
Little bit, yeah.
Like you found out it wasn't exactly what you thought, right?
And I had invested like 20 years of my life and taught people, and I was a professor. I loved it. It's kind of why I'm so good at what I'm doing right now, because it's just, I'm an educator. Like it's my passion. I love teaching people about the body. Like we have one of these, right? We should know how they work.
Yeah.
We should know what's good for us. We should know what we're doing with them. And so it was a switch for me, for sure. I think I went through a few dark moments where I felt really let down by Western medicine, especially when I found out what was wrong with me and how easily this could be fixed,
right,
and how much I went through to get to that point. I had stage 4 endometriosis, and I had 13 surgeries.
Holy crap. That is crazy.
I was really sick.
And all you needed was a cleanse.
Possibly. That's
so
all I needed.
You spent all that money, all that time, all that stress.
Yep.
And you just needed a $100 pair of
It feels like it, yes.
That is nuts. And there's probably people dealing with that right now, too.
Yep. It's why I get on every day. This is why I do this every single day. It's why everyone around me has to have the same mission, because it's just about educating. Knowledge is power, making sure people understand what they're doing, and making sure that people really grasp like the concept of what, it's not just parasite cleansing, candida, heavy metals, it's these things all weight our bodies down and really do make us not live the life we're supposed to be living. Our bodies are not supposed to be sick. They're made to heal themselves. You get a cut on your arm and it heals itself. That's what your body wants to do for you.
Right.
Doesn't want to sit around and be sick all day.
Yeah, and there's a huge spike in autoimmune diseases.
Yes.
I had a guy on yesterday who had MS, and now they're finding out some of these could be parasite related.
Tapeworms. So they did a study, 100% of the cadavers came back with a tapeworm for MS patients.
Really? Oh, I got to tell him because he got diagnosed in 2015.
He should be drinking hawthorn berry every day, like a tea. But he should do our cleanse. That's why I put hawthorn in.
Yes, MS is a parasite. We talked about it, people. She said hawthorn berry. Hawthorn berry. So antioxidant may help lower blood pressure. This is also people. Yep. This is, and I'm taking stuff for high blood pressure too. This is something for blood pressure, not medical advice. You're trying to get off your blood pressure meds, trying things like hawthorn berry brings down your blood pressure, cholesterol, reduces inflammation, improves skin. It's a parasite associated with numerous health benefits due to their antioxidant activity, including cancers, diabetes, asthma, heart problems, premature aging skin, lowers blood pressure, reduces blood cholesterol levels, aids digestion, another anti-parasitic. This is a great thing here. So we can buy this. Hawthorn, quickthorn. Look at these things. Yeah, a lot of this stuff you can buy, 16 bucks, 20 bucks. You can buy this. So that's something we want to, it's another weapon against these, especially high blood pressure and high cholesterol. Okay, we'll keep that in our back pockets. That's something else. Let's get back here. I'm almost done with this one.
𝐿-Ivy because of tapeworms. And so they came out with that study. Of course, it was hush-hush, right? So they came out with a study, and it was in like 2011, and then they didn't actually announce it until 2021.
Whoa, 10 years?
Yep, it sat there.
That is weird.
Yep.
Must be some money flow there.
Oh, it's a mess.
Oh, I got to tell him because
Yep.
he got diagnosed in 2015.
He should be drinking hawthorn berry every day, like
Okay.
a tea. But he should do our cleanse. That's why I put hawthorn in 𝐿-Ivy because of tapeworms. And so they came out with that study. Of course, it was hush-hush, right? So they came out with a study, and it was in like 2011, and then they didn't actually announce it until 2021.
Whoa, 10 years?
Yep, it sat there.
That is weird.
Yep.
Must be some money flow there.
Oh, it's a mess. You know,
Yeah, $1 trillion
injections
industry.
and oh, for sure. I used to work in neurology. It was one of my specialties. Neurology and endocrinology were my specialty.
And they
So-
taught in every documentary I've seen on it that it's untreatable.
Right.
Like once you get it, you're done. So that's the mindset people have when they get it.
Yep.
They don't think they could fix it.
Right. So then they just don't even start digging to look how to fix it.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I was. I was like, this is not how I'm supposed to be. Like,
And just to think that, like, Live Disease Free on YouTube, diagnosed with MS 35 years ago, has been MS free for 30 years because she started doing parasite cleanses. And just to see how disconnected the medical community is to these people that are being diagnosed by them saying, you're going to be permanently paralyzed soon. You're not going to live probably much more than a few years. You're going to be permanently disabled the rest of your life, blah, blah, blah. And how many people that are being told that in their lives or have been told that or told that right this second because of parasites and how their life ended up going. You know what I mean? Ended up dying. All the family around them that's damaged because of it. Just all the things that they're going through. And all they had to know that it was a parasite the entire time, not medical advice, obviously. And the things that could have happened for them. And they could have been cured, you know? And nobody's talking about it. They don't care what you think about the shape of the earth, people. They love that shit. They don't care about these other topics, what we think about it. They don't care that you're exposing the government, that you're talking about this dumb shit or these pointless topics, people. This is what they don't want you focusing on. They don't want you to understand the parasitic system that is embedded into all of us and everything around us. That's really controlling things on a huge level. That's what they don't want us talking about, people. We're not letting the topic go. All right? It's not happening. Okay. Big shout out to this channel. It's from Digital Hour Podcast. Subscribe to his channel. Actually, just because he posted this video, I am definitely subscribing. All notifications on. All right.
Like I 100% knew something was wrong with me. 100%. I knew in the moment that I started digging into my own health that this is the path I'm supposed to be on.
Right.
And I kept doing like, I did cool things like mushrooms and I meditated and like things would come to me. And, you know, I started to kind of like trust myself more and feel like I've got the answers. I just need to figure out how to find those answers. And that's kind of what the Purify Kit really does for people is it gives them that hope that they can dig a little more by giving them just a little bit of energy.
Right.
Just allowing them to have just that glimmer of hope to understand that they can find out what's wrong with them. And a lot of root causes is parasites, mold, candida, heavy metals. You know, get rid of those first before you go and verify for a fact that you have to do this all the time.
Right.
If I were to do a cleanse, I probably wouldn't have gotten a hysterectomy.
Wow. What exactly is that? It sounds scary.
A hysterectomy where they removed my uterus and
Oh my gosh, you wouldn't be able to have kids.
I can't have kids.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
I was
crazy.
29 when I had a
29.
hysterectomy.
Oh, you had one?
Yeah, I had one when I was 29. I'm 45.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That is insane.
So I might have done this kit, figured out what was wrong with me, and gone from there.
And they holy crap, that's crazy.
Right?
And that still didn't help when you got that removed?
No, so I had 5 surgeries before my hysterectomy. I had my hysterectomy, and then I had 5 surgeries after my hysterectomy. And then that's when this whole thing started, was in like 2020. I can't have any more surgeries. I'm surgeried out. There isn't much left that they could scrape out. I've lost 9 organs because
What?
of endometriosis.
Holy crap.
So in 2020, when I went to my doctors and I said, listen, I haven't gone poop for a month. What's wrong with me? She basically came back to me and was like, Kim, you can't have any more surgeries. Like, we're just creating more and more scar tissue. So you're just damaging yourself more. You really shouldn't be under anesthetics anymore the way that you've been under them. And why don't you try some psyllium husk?
What is
And I
that?
was like, psyllium husk? Like, it like helps fiber. Like, it just helps make you poop.
Oh.
And I'm like, you don't think that I've tried everything? Like, come on now. So yeah, that's how this whole thing started.
Oh my gosh.
They
what
just
a journey.
there was just nothing left that they could do for me.
Yeah.
And that's just not fair, right? Like I trusted them, like they're my colleagues. I worked with them for over 20 years in Western
Wow.
medicine. Like at some point I just needed to kind of break away and figure out what else was wrong with me because obviously they were not going to do it for me.
Yeah, because growing up, you treat doctors with like the most respect. You look up to them, you listen to what they say, but little do you know, they don't have all the answers.
Right. And I don't believe that we shouldn't have Western medicine. I believe Western medicine should be here 100%. It saves lives. It's really of importance, but it's not meant for what we all need it for right now, which is you got to figure out your root cause. You got to figure out what's going to suit you best. And if that means you do a cleanse for $100 for 30 days and you feel better, well, why are you feeling better after you do a cleanse? Like, what's making you feel better? What is the root cause of what's making you feel bad? And then you do something that makes you feel better. That's kind of your answer right there, right?
yeah.
And that the whole point of all of this is just to feel better.
Absolutely. And there's a mental health epidemic right now. Do you think that's related to parasites?
100%. Because I have severe PTSD. And when I cleanse, I feel so much better because I'm getting rid of those heavy metals. I'm getting rid of parasites. And when they sit in your gut, they actually can cause you to not like yourself. They also can live in your lymphatic system. And this is, you know, your connection to your brain. And your gut is your brain. So when those are all off balanced, your mental health is going to be trash.
Yeah.
So anxiety is a big one. Anxiety is a huge factor
Yeah,
for
anxiety,
parasites.
brain fog, depression.
Brain fog, huge. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
And people don't even connect the dots there. They just think it's like their life is stressful.
Right.
They don't think about what's causing it.
That's why we left to go to the forest to build a log home in order for me to figure out what was wrong with me.
I love it.
Yeah.
Taking mushrooms in the forest.
Oh
Good
my God, it was
memories
so
doing
fun.
Hold on a minute.
There's a mental health epidemic right now. Do you think that's related to parasites?
100%. Because I have severe PTSD. And when I cleanse, I feel so much better because I'm getting rid of those heavy metals. I'm getting rid of parasites. And when they sit in your gut, they actually can cause you to not like yourself. They also can live in your lymphatic system. And this is, you know, your connection to your brain. And your gut is your brain. So when those are all off balanced, your mental health is going to be trash.
Yeah.
So anxiety is a big one. Anxiety is a huge factor
Yeah,
for
anxiety,
parasites.
brain fog, depression.
Brain fog, huge. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
And people don't even connect the dots there. They just think it's like their life is stressful.
Right.
They don't think about what's causing it.
That's why we left to go to the forest to build a log home in order for me to figure out what was wrong with me.
I love it.
Yeah.
Taking mushrooms in the forest.
Oh
Good
my God, it
memories
was so
doing that.
fun. So many memories.
Yeah.
It was the best. That's why our logo is the mushroom.
Yep. You sent me some of those.
Yep.
I love those shirts.
I learned how to break amanita down to create kind of similar to benzodiazepine, which is what I was trying to get off of when all of this kind of started with my health journey. It's been a great journey.
Yeah. What a journey. One
Yeah.
of the most inspiring I've heard. And you've sold over 80,000 kits now.
We have.
That's incredible.
Yeah. We're just here making sure that humanity knows that there's answers that they can turn to, and we give all of our knowledge for free, and we sell a kit in order for us to pay to put out ebooks and to have a nice website that can be utilized in an easy way for people that are chronically healing.
Yeah.
So we just really want people to know that they're not alone. And as you know from maybe not feeling good when you're 20s, it's a lonely thing when you're chronically ill. People don't understand it. They don't understand the concept behind I don't feel good. They think that you're just not wanting to do something or you're lazy. But in fact, like I'm a very high energy, very productive chronically ill person. Like I worked 80 hours a week. I went to college at night and I felt like trash every day.
Wow.
I just like to push myself really hard.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of an exception to the rule. But most people are by themselves and
Yep.
they don't get it and no one around them is supporting them. And especially with parasites, because man, if you could see my DMs, we have a team, we have 30 employees that work for Roger's Hood and 6 of them are on my social media team.
I bet you need
Oh my gosh.
team on there, probably getting hundreds of messages.
Hundreds a day.
Yeah.
We have emails and then we answer every DM. We answer every comment. We don't want anyone to feel alone. We want everyone to do this. And a community drives you to strive more. I wanted to build a community more than I ever wanted to do anything else.
I love it.
Yeah.
That's what I try to build too, communities.
You have a beautiful community, Sean. I love
you.
your community.
Yeah, and that's something everyone should embrace, like building local communities or just communities of like-minded people, because that's a lost art.
It is. And we're all so busy, right? So it's kind of cool that we can kind of like poke into that community and like kind of be able to chat, and we don't all have to be together in person to have that community anymore.
Yeah.
So I think 2020 really did that for us. And
Yeah.
I find that to be kind of cool because I didn't have a community like this. So selfishly, I love my community, but selfishly, I love it because I'm not alone when I feel like, oh, I need to ask a question about something. So in the process of all of this, I found out I have chronic Lyme, and I was in my end stages of chronic Lyme as well when I was so ill and went to the property. And I wouldn't have ever found that out if I didn't have a community.
Wow.
It just wouldn't have been something that I would have even know where to get tested or been able to kind of process. And my kit helped me. Ironically enough, my kit has saved me on many occasions. And so I didn't even like think about it. Like that would be a possibility that I would have chronic Lyme.
Man, you had a lot of stuff.
I have.
Crazy.
Yep.
And Lyme lasts years, right?
Yeah. So we think that I have had Lyme for 30 years.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
30 years?
Possibly my mom gave it to me. We're in the process of getting her tested next just to see like how far this went down.
That's crazy. My dog has it.
Oh, your dog has Lyme?
But they said it's not like a toxic level, but it's
Okay.
still concerning. Like he got it young too.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's upsetting. Animals are so pure.
They are. They're so amazing.
Yeah.
I love them. They're so good. But you should deworm them.
Okay. I'll get on that ASAP for sure. Yeah, I got 2 boys that I love more than most humans. So
Safeguard's good. You can get it on Amazon. It's a good one. It
Okay.
does it per weight. The one that we like is a blue box, but again, it's per weight. So you can go on like my Amazon storefront, and the one I like, which is fenbendazole, it's a Safeguard. I like that one the best, and you can give it to them. You can put it on their food. It's a powder. You can mix it up. I don't know if they have a liquid. I do think it might just be powder.
okay. Powder's probably easier. 'Cause they're picky with their water, actually.
Yeah, you just put it on their food and mix it up.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, I'll buy that tonight.
Yeah.
So how long do you think parasites have been around?
I mean, they've definitely been around a lot longer than we could even consider. But if you know about the Civil War, there was an issue with hookworm in the Civil War. It almost took both sides out. And they do say that people in the South are a lot slower because of hookworm. Which is fenbendazole. It's a Safeguard. I like that one the best, and you can give it to them. You can put it on their food. It's a powder. You can mix it up.
Come on.
I don't know if they have a liquid. I do think it might just be powder.
Okay. Powder's probably easier. 'Cause they're picky with their water, actually.
Yeah, you just
Come on, dude.
put it on their food and mix it up.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, I'll buy that tonight.
Yeah.
So how long do you think parasites have been around?
I mean, they've definitely been around a lot longer than we could even consider. But if you know about the Civil War, there was an issue with hookworm in the Civil War. It almost took both sides out. And they do say that people in the South are a lot slower because of hookworm. Yeah.
So it impacts their mental.
It does. It can impact their mental capabilities. So that's why they say that they're slow.
Wow.
We're gonna use a different browser in a second. That's why it's slow. Hookworm. And we talked a little bit about this. The whole thing with the South and they talk slow and stuff like that. Remember the dates we've been talking about. Remember the dates. Southerners weren't lazy. They were just infected with hookworms, people. By 1905, remember we've been seeing this date a lot, people, especially on the last stream? Like the last hour and a half of the last stream. Remember we were showing these dates? By 1905, let's pull this up real quick. We actually went over this on one of the other ones, but since she's talking about it. Where's this 1905 part on? Let's do a Control F. We're going to take our time today, people. I want to make sure that okay. Parasitologist Charles Stiles estimated 40% or more of the southern population was infected with hookworms. The parasite thrives in fecal matter, and the combination of shoddy waste disposal and rubber shoes allowed hookworm larvae to enter people's bodies through the webbing between their toes. Once hookworm have penetrated the skin, they'll travel through their host lungs into their intestines, where they'll survive on a diet of blood they suck out from the intestinal wall. And remember, that's why when they diagnose people with a lot of things, like MS and a lot of these type of things, they diagnose through lesions. Oh, you have MS because they see lesions in the brain or the nervous system, things like that. Oh, now you have MS. But what's causing the lesions? Parasites. A female hookworm can lay up to 10,000 eggs in a single day, which give you the idea of how a rampant localization infection can become in a very short time. The laziness that's synonymous with hookworm infections is a symptom of iron deficiency, anemia, due to blood loss. The parasite can cause stunt growth and weakness. Children with hookworms were plagued with attention deficit disorders, lower IQ, and the infected often had strange food cravings for diet, clay, paper, and chalk. Whoa. In 1910, 7.5 million Southerners had hookworm, according to an investigation conducted by the Rockefeller Sanitation Commission for the eradication of hookworm disease. Again, these different programs and or different parasites were embedded in this matrix system, the world we live in, and this is the manifestation. 1905 is a big date. Remember this date. As we're going to be looking at anytime on this channel. 1905 is a big date. And the Rockefeller Sanitation Commission. It would take 50 years for the worm to be eradicated from the South. Better sanitation, blah, blah, blah. Almost entirely freed from the region from hookworms in 1985. Well, that's an absolute lie. They abandoned the project. And we know all about the Rockefellers. Let's see what else. Let's go back to this. See what else we got here. There's only a minute left.
And they do say that people in the South are a lot slower because of hookworm. Yeah.
So it impacts their mental.
It does. It can impact their mental capabilities. So that's
Sorry about the buffering. It'll stop
why they
in
say
a
that they're
minute.
slow.
Wow, they do talk slower.
They do. They
For real.
do.
Wow, that is crazy.
We just all thought they talked slower because they had a little bit slower mentality, but really, they probably all have hookworm.
Dang.
That's crazy. Sorry, it's going to stop buffering. I just want to get through this video.
If you're watching this and you live in the South, get a parasite cleanse, guys. That's funny. Yeah, that'll go super viral. Where can people find out more about Parafy and about you?
Well, you can find me, Mrs. Rogers Hood, on TikTok, and then I'm Mrs. Rogers.hood on Instagram. Someone has Mrs. Rogers Hood, and I feel real bad for her. I can only imagine what her DMs look like.
You should message her and try to get the page.
She got verified and everything, so
Oh, wow.
I know. She's
Shout out to Miss Rogers Hood.
Our website is rogershood.com, and we're just Mrs. Rogers Hood across the board. We also have Rogers Hood Apothecary accounts, so we're everywhere. We want to make sure that you're supported, and I've had a few takedowns from TikTok and Instagram. This is kind of a hot subject. Parasites are.
They're going to end up taking all these channels down, people. There is more awareness of this topic going around, and they are going to be hitting a lot more censorship and taking channels down with medical misinformation and certain topics they don't want people talking about. So they're definitely gearing up for a big takedown of many channels, and this channel will be one of them, just so you know. So subscribe to the backup channels in the description, please. But we're going to keep pushing on this topic. So she said, wait, I want to see what her website is again, and we're going to go visit it for a minute.
Website is rogershood.com.
MissRogersHood.com. Not secure. One second. Okay. Let's see if this is it. Let's check this out for a minute. Let's see what she's got going on here. The Parafy kit. I bet that this is really good stuff, and wow, okay. Well, she sells her parasite cleanses here for free, her books. Metal Blaster Kit, interesting. Let's see what this one is at the top. The Parafy Kit. Let's look at this. Let's see if we can see ingredients. That's what we want to see. Cleanse a wide range of parasites and worms from the body. The powerful blend of herbs has been expertly crafted. Ingredients: distilled water, grain alcohol, raw honey, wormwood, black walnut hull, hawthorn berry, garlic, cloves. The sustain is distilled water. What's grain alcohol? That's interesting. Oregon grape root, usnea, and peppermint. The metal flesh is raw honey, lungwort, burdock root. So even if you don't buy these, this would be a good website to go to see what they use for metal detox flushes. And at least getting one of these things, you could just buy like probably really cheap this dry herb. Interesting. Okay. Okay. And Her name is the Worm Queen. Let's look her up on YouTube real quick. So it looks like she has a bunch of interviews recently. I don't know if she has a YouTube channel or not. Let's check one of these out real quick. Let's see what we got here.
She won most talkative in high school, and she has been running.
Okay, we're going to get out of the Brave browser, but I have a lot of tabs here already open for this, so let's continue this video, and then while we're watching this, I'm going to switch my tabs to a different browser because of the buffering. So let's watch a little bit of this while I do that, and then we're going to get really started here. Much love.
Oh, I went viral on TikTok in 2021 about my parasites and worms, and I worked in Western medicine, so I have some idea of what I'm saying, which makes me more credible, right? Than just some random person on the internet.
Yeah.
And so I decided to talk to my followers and ask them, like, I don't want to be known as the worm lady. So what, we need to give me a title. And they're like, well, you're a queen. Yeah. So I was da worm queen, like DA da worm queen, but it just, the merch didn't look as good as just worm queen.
Okay, so are you a crunchy mom?
Well, I'm not a parent. I don't have any children.
Or a crunchy person. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make that assumption.
Okay. No, it's okay. No, I mean, I'm a crunchy aunt for sure. Yeah, I'm crunchy. I used to not be crunchy, but I mean, I always had my alternative ways, but not really like to the extreme that I'm at now.
Well, what got you to this point where you were telling people you've never met in your life about things coming out of your back end?
Okay, well, I always had a TikTok account. We were building a log home. Just my husband and me built this log home. And I also—
Well, that's clearly not where you are now. You look like you're in a skyscraper in New York. Okay.
We rented an apartment in Seattle because we need to finish the staircase in our log home. Our company kind of took over our life. And so we had to move ourselves out. Our house is about an hour and a half away from here. And so my husband 2 or 3 times a week will drive there, work on it, and then come back. And this business is so busy. We're so viral. And so we just had to remove ourselves. And if I'm going to move myself out of my dream home, it's going to be in something kind of fun. So we found this fun little apartment in Seattle with a really pretty view. And, it's really nice. I really enjoyed it.
Wait, if your husband's working on the house, you're really crunchy.
I'm crunchy.
Yeah, you're crunchy. Well, for those who don't know, Google what crunchy is. It's really a compliment because crunchy to me now, Kim, in this day and age, is saying you don't believe what Western medicine is telling you, that there is an agenda from Big Pharma to sell you something. And really, my husband told me yesterday, I don't know if this is a compliment, but he said, Lisa, you're a contrarian. I said, he goes, that's a contrarian. I said, well, I'm not argumentative because we have an argumentative child that he got from his father's DNA, not from mine, because I'm a dang delight. But when Chris said that, I said, why? And he said, because a contrarian really looks at both sides and pits them against each other and wants the argument, wants the debate. And I do. And it's all stemmed because we had dinner and some doctors were there. And I was trying to explain to them why they're pushing cholesterol medicines and why they shouldn't be. And my husband said, I know. He said, you're never going to win the battle. I mean, he said
they're never going to see it. They're never going to see it.
Because my husband said they have Big Pharma that comes in and doesn't tell them the other side. He goes, it's your personal nature to always. I was always the one. They called me Katie Questions in high school and college because I'm a journalist, so I've always asked the questions. But how did you get here? And that's why I'm asking. That's why I have a podcast. So with you, tell me about your life until the day you really had a bad butt itch, and that's how I think it is. And you're going to have to explain to us what parasites and worms do to you physically.
Okay. So in 2004, I decided to leave the airline industry and go and get my first degree in Western medicine and healthcare. So I got my degree as a valedictorian, and I have my associates in medical specialties. And then
what does that mean? And could you prescribe medicine?
No, I couldn't write prescriptions, but I could see patients.
Oh,
and
okay.
so I worked along the side of doctors, and I was able to kind of be the right-hand man. I was more than a medical assistant, but not a nurse. I was kind of an in-between. So my specialties were neurology and endocrinology. That's what I studied heavily. I also did radiography. I worked on cadavers. I really loved it. I just didn't want to hold my own license because I wanted to move different states. I've always moved. And when you hold a license, you're kind of pigeonholed into that state. So I was like, I want to be a free agent. I want to do.
Okay, we switched browsers over. 1 second, everybody. Stay right here. What I'm going to do is, actually, I'll do it while I'm here. I'm going to switch over browsers, but I'll stay here while I do that. Oh, so stay tuned 1 second. I'm going to exit out of this. And it's going to take me away for 1 second. Okay. Okay, here we go. Bear with me for a second. Sorry about that. Let me pull up YouTube here. We're going to continue this video for a minute while I get ready for all these tabs. Okay. I want to make sure it's not buffering anymore.
Right? So when you go into a certain college, they're very tunnel visioned. Yes. And I'm not. I'm like, woo, the world is my oyster.
Yeah.
And so I got my degree and I worked in the field alongside doctors. And then I started working in academia. So I ran 25 healthcare colleges for DeVry, and I helped build their curriculum, and I wrote some books with a couple of different publishing companies. And then I finished my second degree. I have a bachelor's in healthcare management. And again, a little bit over the top, but I'm a valedictorian because I don't like to do anything halfway.
Clearly. Man, overachieve. Have you taken the Enneagram test? You're a 3, in case anybody's wondering. You are the overachiever.
Overachiever.
Yeah.
For sure. And I'm also both sides, right? I'm also, I believe Western medicine is here for a purpose.
I do too.
It has to be, right? It has saved my life. There's things though that it's not here to save your life. It's here to save your life, but it's not here to change your life. You have to do that. You have to do it.
Actually, it's here to make shareholders money in the US in our paradigm, but it's really the roots of Western medicine really is Chinese medicine and other things, or all of our, from Hippocrates to Socrates. Anybody mentioned that all disease begins in the gut. Now people go, well, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Well, it's been around a long time.
Yeah. Western medicine's only been around for a little over 100 years, right?
Yeah.
1924 is when the Rockefellers came in and started synthesizing the plant.
Which goofed everything up because they started stomping their stiletto heel and said, you can't have homeopathic or any homeopathy as a part of it, which then shut the people like us and people that are always going, no, is there another side? It shut us out.
Yes. And it really is kind of an indoctrination. And when you pull away from it and you change your thought process, they don't like that. I've been
because the shareholders are mad. It's follow the money.
It is always follow the money.
Yes, always follow the money. So that you were swimming along and then you had the itch. And I keep saying the itch because I just assume that's what happens when you have worms.
I definitely talk about itchy butt all the time.
Okay.
I have no shame at this point, right? I'm millions across the internet. I decided in the moment that I started going viral, I was going to kind of try and share all of it. If I'm going to do this alone, I'm going to do it all. And I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to show mine. My journey has been well documented for 2.5 years. It's kind of cool because I can go back in and be like, this is my before and this is my after. Like,
that's awesome.
Look what my cleanse has done for me. Like this it is a game changer when you start to clear out the toxins in your body. We're so burdened with heavy metals, chlorine, fluoride, fragrances, candida, like all of the things I'm talking about are pretty normal things. It's just, you have to go to a doctor to have them tell you these things. Instead, I'm just like on a video telling you these things, you know?
Really, people, you think this is a 45-minute podcast. In 45 minutes, we can school everybody to do some at-home treatments. Of course, reminding you, this is not medical advice.
Not medical advice.
This is something you choose to do if you feel like you have an ailment that you'll probably talk about. I mean, you'll tell us.
We all should be cleansing 3 to 4 times a year. And see, that's the thing, is that we've kind of lost track. And I'm going to go, for the people that are listening, and it's only 45 minutes, I'm going to talk real fast because other countries cleanse at least 2 times a year. It's almost mandatory in Mexico, Latin America. The Amish cleanse, Korea cleanses, other countries cleanse. Latin America cleanses. They're very dedicated to it. Last year I went on a few cruises. I'd get off, go to the pharmacy, grab their anti-parasitic, which is like $7. And in our country, it's like $900. And they take a pill, and then they do that when they start to have itchy butt, when they start to not feel very well. It's the first thing that they do. However, we just don't do that. And it's really a shame because it does have a lot of root causes to chronic illness. For me personally, I've been in remission after 25 years of endometriosis, 13 surgeries, and a hysterectomy. I have not needed to have a surgery in the last 3 years, and I've been cleansing for 3 years. So why is it that my body was collecting all of these toxins and making scar tissue and making me sick and making me swell up? Like, when you look at my before and after, I was almost 300 pounds. And I've never been that heavy in my life. I was so sick. I now know I have Lyme just because I've done all the onion peeling. I know what's going on with my body, but it all makes sense now, and I'm not crazy, you know? And that just validation just kind of helps your body go into rest and digest, which is what we need to do. But back to the other countries, they take a pill twice a year. And some places in Mexico, it's mandatory. They know their water's trash. They know that there's parasites on, fruit and vegetables. And if you don't cook your produce, or if you eat raw produce and you don't cook your meat and you eat sushi, like I loved salmon. I make fun of it now, but it's my favorite ever.
You're not doing salmon anymore, or any sushi? Are you doing any sushi?
I do some crab. If it's been steamed, I'll do crab and lobster.
Girl, you're in the capital of salmon.
I know. You're sad.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to need a moment because I'm going to have to RIP.
Just cleanse.
Okay.
Cleanse.
Okay. We'll keep going then.
Really, it's all it is. And I know, like, when you watch my stuff, you kind of like freak out a little bit and you're like, oh my God, I got to cut all my food out. No, we're just aware now. We're just awakened to the fact that 3 to 4 times a year, you should do a Parify cleanse, flush your system out for 30 days, do your best to follow the diet. The herbs we use are anti-parasitic herbs with additional help, and they're better, in my opinion, than synthetic. But I also will rotate my synthetic pill in there because I had Cryptosporidium parvium, which is parvo, which kills puppies, and it can attack your organs. And it was
wait a minute. So my daughter had crypto one time from. Okay, here's something that we're all connected in the world. The Colorado River had it. It flows down to the Little Red River here in Arkansas, or at Greers Ferry Lake. And there was an outbreak in Colorado of crypto. And so because of the tributaries, she got it years ago, and she has complained of GI distress and issues since then. And every GI doctor tells her it's not connected. It's got to be.
It is 100% connected. And you can't just get rid of it by taking a pill. Okay. Yeah. That's the thing. You have to take a specific anti-parasitic.
Okay.
You have to take the herbs, like, not medical advice, but I don't have crypto anymore. And all I did was take some menbendazole, and then I rotated in my kit. And I do that because we're exposed. We are exposed as a society. We're not clean in our country. being America. And when I say America, I'm really in my mind talking about Western medicine countries and running a business now, seeing these Western medicine countries like Australia and UK and Canada, we're all in the same boat. We're all not cleansing.
North America.
So, yeah, it's all Western medicine countries at this point, right?
I see
And
that.
so
Okay, now we're good. We're on a new browser. It's not buffering. Let's go to, we're going to come back to that video periodically. We're going to investigate the core of the matrix system. And before I did this stream, I was looking at the images. This is the tapeworm that they're talking about. Look at what the tapeworm looks like. Look at the mouth of the tapeworm. Someone that like sucks your blood in these different areas and causes these lesions. These are the monsters, people. Through the mythology and all the things that we see with these giant, where's my, do I have this here? Hold on. The fictional depictions of worms. They aren't giant monsters, people, like they taught us. These are microscopic parasites, people. Wait, let's go back there, though. We're going to be getting into it. Where were we at here? Oh, parasitism. Yeah, let's go back here. Chinese liver fluke. A lot of people had these liver flukes, by the way. Look at these things. These are demons, people. These are their little eggs and stuff. Look at these things. There's the toxoplasmosis, the protozoans. These are the ones that are microscopic, controlling your mind. This is what people with schizophrenia, bipolar, all this stuff. This is what's going on here. Is these little things. Look at these things. This is the serpent, people. It's not what people think. But I was going through the images. This is the mosquitoes are micro predators and important vectors to disease. These are the vectors, people. These is the technology. And when you see the malaria parasite, just know that they're inside the belly of this mosquito and then it's injecting these parasites into you. What type of being is going to be capable of this? Unless it's a programmed being from the matrix system to create all these issues. And just know that a lot of people that have a form of, whatchamacallit, malaria, in America, they're not going to say it's malaria. They're going to call it MS or a wide variety of things, but it's all the same thing. What was I looking for here? This is the parasite that causes Lyme from these ticks. Another form of technology, people. And these ticks have a bunch of these little things inside of it. That's the vectors, and inject your bloodstream with these things. This is what causes Lyme disease, people. This is some serious shit right there. And now, look at this, people. Remember what we were talking about in the last stream? There's something big here. I still haven't figured it out. But this supposedly is nature, people. It's just natural. These machines. That is the most abundant life form on the planet. And it's loaded with DNA up here. And in its tail, it injects bacteria or the host with its DNA and then multiplies. This is a parasite, people. This is I believe, the main machine of the matrix system right here. This is the nanobots that's already here in the first place. Well, we get more into it, but I thought it was interesting. It's a bacteriophage, it's a virus. It infects hosts by injecting DNA through its tail, which attaches to the bacterium surface. They're saying that this is this is nature, people. Look at these machines. And it is a CGI image, don't get me wrong, but all right, we don't care about the dinosaurs. The protozoan toxoplasmosis facilitates its transmission by inducing behavioral changes in rats through infection of neurons in their central nervous system. Look at this, people. This is organic produce. Whitefly parasite that is embedded in the seeds or something. I don't know what this is. Each tiny parasite will kill up to 200 waterflies per week. The parasitic wasp develops inside the whitefly scale and emerges after approximately 20 days to seek out more whiteflies. That is fucking strange. What is this shit? Or maybe it's some, oh, so this is a bag of eggs. They want you to put with your produce, people. Doesn't matter if you don't eat or meat or not, people. There's no way, I don't know, this is weird to me. Wow, that's just strange. What's up? Crunchy B, 17 Joy, Glenn, Bobby. Everybody, much love. Okay, so where were we? Oh yeah, we were right where we are. Let's come back to this video for a minute.
Why not just bring something simple into your life 30 days every 3 months? And
so
really
you're saying
clean it.
it's probably, it won't hurt you if you don't need it.
Right. And it'll be only good for you. The herbs that I put in there are super, they all work together. It's like a symphony of herbs. So you have something like wormwood, which removes most parasites and worms. They're two different things. And then what happens when you remove those? Well, you have heavy metals. So you need to kind of come in, and I use cilantro, in and clean out the heavy metals that the worms are holding on to, because they can hold up to 6 times their weight. So as you're killing them off, they're dropping that. Well, where are they dropping it? Like, you got to go in and clean it out. So then that's where all the herbs that are in this kit kind of make it so that it's all a symphony of a cleanse. You got candida. Everyone has candida. You eat sugar. Everyone has candida.
Right. And that's just the overgrowth from the yeast.
Yeah.
Now, I did the first time I did that cleanse, that was probably 2000. I'm an early adopter. I did read the book in the 90s, but I didn't pull the trigger until 2000. And I was on day 3, and that's the Herky effect or something.
Herxheimer's die-offs.
Yes. That my
Die-offs.
husband walked in, and he goes, "What's wrong?" And I went, "This is the end for me." You know. And he said, he's very funny.
So, okay, so I'm trying to see all these tabs here, what I have pulled up. I don't know if we talked about this one, but this is the one. Strongyloidiasis. Actually, if we just go to a search engine here and we say asthma linked to parasites. Okay, so we're on. I'm on a different search engine here. Oh, I'm not even sharing my. Sorry, guys. Let's go to our Copilot. Let's ask AI about this real quick. Asthma linked to parasites, certainly. I mean, the information is right here. It's a chronic respiratory condition characterized by difficulty breathing, chest tightness, and coughing. While there are various causes of asthma, one intriguing area of research involves the link between parasitic worms and asthma. Populations with high rates of worm infections tend to have lower. So that's what we're going to see. Remember, we were showing the depth of these studies where they were saying that if you have certain parasites, there's a lower chance that you have asthma. So you can see here, in one instance, that's why they're flooding these different things going on with people like asthma, you name it, with things that if you have this parasite, it'll prevent you from having asthma. And then the other thing, they're going to say that it's linked to the cause, but we need to do more research. So what is it? It's very confusing. Helminth infections such as hookworms have been associated with the reduced risk of asthma in some studies. Yeah, I would like to see that fucking study, people. Let's check this out for a second. Look at this. Parasites can reduce asthma. Wow, this is crazy. No conclusive evidence that parasitic infections protects against asthma. So what is it? This is so ridiculous. Parasitic worms and immune responses. Parasitic worms are complex organisms that have evolved sophisticated mechanisms to survive inside our bodies. These worms secrete molecules that suppress the host's immune response, allowing them to avoid detection and thrive. Researchers have identified specific parasite-derived molecules that could potentially prevent or suppress asthma. People, that's fucking bizarre to me. But, okay, so we see that. We just asked AI. Very confusing. Now let's look at this one. This one here. That's the only image we get. This one here. This is a nematode. This intestinal worm can cause a number of symptoms in people. Principally skin symptoms, abdominal pain, diarrhea, and weight loss, but also in disseminated disease and severe life-threatening conditions through hyperinfection in some people, particularly those who require whatever. Oh, so we kind of read on this. Ivermectin. Let's look at check this out, people. It's an anti-parasitic drug discovered in 1975. Not medical advice, people. There's a lot of stuff with this ivermectin. I'm not saying take it or anything. We're just doing open research into it. I'm not a doctor. This is a very touchy subject. I've never done it. I don't have it. And I don't suggest anybody take it. I just want to see the ingredients. Ivermectin is used to treat human disease caused by roundworms and a wide variety of external parasites. I mean, the WHO says it's a drug of choice. Let's look at the ingredients. Ivermectin. We definitely want to, as we're learning about these things, we want to see the ingredients. The package insert. Okay. Okay, let's go back to the top here. It's a semi-synthetic agent of oral administration. Ivermectin is derived from the ivermectin, an active broad-spectrum antiparasitic agent and isolated from the fermentation product of Streptomyces, whatever. 90% that. Let's look up this. Trying to find something here. I did it from my phone, but that's interesting. It's a mixture containing at least 90% 5-0 this. Let's look up this. Is a chemical compound that belongs to ivermectin class of. These compounds are commonly used as antiparasitic agents. Well, I don't know. From my phone, it was saying something else. Let's go back where we were. Where were we? Sorry, I have a lot of tabs open here. Okay. Anyways, from what it says I'm out of StreamYard. Hold on a minute. Okay, there we go. Let me see my phone here. I took a screenshot of this. I wanted to show you guys. There it is. So this isn't the one. Let's try this again. There's something I found yesterday. I'm trying to find it. Asthma linked to parasite infection. Let's see this. No, this is not what I'm, sorry guys, I'm trying to find this specific parasite here. Hold on. That I found last night. I can't find it now. How parasitic worms can lead to new treatments for asthma. That's crazy. So I'm not going to be able to find it. I'm going to find this. Let me continue this video for a minute.
So please, nobody get offended. No calls or texts about this. He said, I got a cabinet upstairs with some guns. And I said, Kim, I'm too weak to go up there and get them. And we laughed about it because he was like, what do you mean this is it? I go, this is it. And I was on day 3. I smelled so bad.
Oh, yes.
Days 3, 4, and 5 of a true candida cleanse, and I did these little troche, whatever things I put on my tongue. I mean, I did all the things. That was in 2000. Things have changed, and it may be easier, but does everybody have that die-off effect?
Yeah, because you're killing something off inside of you. It's dying.
I'm glad you find humor in that. I hope people listening are not wrecking their cars or calling 911.
Oh, yeah, that's what it was. It was that same one. Hold on. I have so many tabs open. Hold on, guys. I'm going to find this. We could get rid of all this stuff here. Threadworm. It's another pinworm. There it is. We were just on this. Okay, so yeah, this is the one I was talking about. So I've never even, of all the parasite stuff I've been aware of, I've never even heard of threadworm, but it's just a number form of a pinworm. The matrix serpent, people. I believe, I'm not a doctor, this is what's causing asthma and food allergies, different allergies, especially in kids. It's a parasitic roundworm causing the disease strongyloiditis. Oh, so that's what we were looking at. So this is a disease called, its name is in the US as threadworm. In the UK, the term threadworm can also refer to nematodes. It can parasitize humans. The adult parasitic stage lives in tunnels in the mucosa of the small intestine. It has 53 species. It has been reported in mammals, blah, blah, blah. However, it seems that the species in dogs is typically blah, blah, blah. Scroll down here or something. Trying to find a point. Asthma. So asthma's not on here, huh? Symptoms. Many people infected. Okay, yeah, that's what I was looking for. So this parasite, many people infected are asymptomatic at first. Symptoms include dermatitis, inflammation in the skin. Itching, look at that. Swelling, itching, and mild larva occurrence. Itchy skin condition caused by infectious by these parasites. And mild hemorrhage of the site where the skin has been penetrated. Scratch-like lesions may be seen on the face or elsewhere. If the parasite reaches the lungs, the chest may feel as it is burning, and wheezing and coughing may result, along with pneumonia-like symptoms. So this parasite, burning in the chest, wheezing, coughing may result along with pneumonia-like symptoms. The intestines could eventually be invaded, leading to burning, pain, tissue damage, sepsis, and ulcers. Stools may have yellow mucus with a recognizable smell. Chronic diarrhea can be a symptom. In severe cases, edema may result in obstruction of the intestinal tract, as well as in immunocompromised individuals is usually an indolent disease. However, in immunocompromised individuals, it may cause hyperinfective syndrome due to reproductive capacity of the parasite inside the host. So my point is that this is the culprit behind, how does a child that just like a brand new child, all this, or someone have all these allergies to all these things, people? You know what I mean? I always found that very strange. And in my opinion, I'm not a doctor, but this is what's behind that, especially with pneumonia and all these symptoms in the lungs and things like that, people. This is a parasite that has reached the lungs of a child or person and causing this, but especially allergies. Ivermectin is a drug of choice. Albendazole is also effective. Not medical advice. It's red worm. Let's continue this video for a minute.
But my point is, the die-off is, it's like people, it's a detox like anything you've ever seen that you feel, I felt bad.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible. And that's what made me make the kit, Lisa, because I went viral over Paragard, and Paragard will rip your guts up. Okay. But you need more than just Paragard. Like, you need to have all of the stuff that's in my kit. So I did one cleanse, and everything's on camera, right? Because I promised my viewers I would show them. So I'm in die-offs. I'm trying to build a log home. My husband's in die-offs.
Did you have the stinky feeling that you felt like you smelled? Okay. What is that? Just toxins.
Bacteria coming out of your pores, because your skin is your biggest organ.
Right.
And so when you're starting to detox, if you don't have your pathways open, it's going to start coming out. So I had my eyes, my nose, my mouth. I pulled stuff out of my ears. I had them swim out of my feet, because I do fulvic.
Stop it.
Swear to God. swear. I swear. And that's why I sell Fulvic, because they swam out of the pores of my feet.
Okay, back to what I was saying. Here we go. I have this whole thing up right here. Intestinal worms can influence allergy and asthma risk in humans. So there's all types of stuff on it. It's so confusing. One thing they'll say that it can help, that the parasites can help with asthma. And the next thing you know, they'll say it's the cause. It's very confusing. It's only going to get worse, people, on this internet thing. And actually, I had something here. But now there's... Oh, I can still look at it. This is from the New York Times. A Canadian physician has reported findings that suggest wider correlation than was previously suspected between symptoms of bronchial asthma and the presence of intestinal parasites. Doctors have long been aware that certain parasites, either by an allergic reaction or by migration through the lungs, may cause whatever, or wheezing, coughing, and shortness of breath, like bronchial asthma. When diagnosing asthma, they sometimes search for parasites in stool of patients whose medical history suggests an infection with these organisms, which thrive in the human bowel. Usually such patients have traveled and... Yeah, right. Get out of my face with your bullshit. Physicians should look harder for these particular parasites. I don't believe that the presence of these worms in the intestine, but that it is the migration from the larvae through the body to the lungs that is directly responsible for the symptoms. The 3 parasites were found in 198 of 201 asthma. Look at this. These 3 parasites that he believes causes asthma were found in 198 of 201 asthma cases he treated from 1965 to 1968. All 3 parasites are known to cause allergic asthma symptoms. Parasites are just one of the factors involved in asthma, blah, blah, blah. The word asthma derived from Greek panting. Allergic individuals are dust, pollens, viral, bacterial infections, blah, blah, blah. They studied from patients from 2 to 80 years old who had their bronchial asthma symptoms for 2 months to 60 years. More than half of these patients had symptoms of severe enough to require treatment. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Let's blast through all these tabs we have here. So with this ivermectin, when I looked up the ingredients, one of the main active ingredients comes from quartz crystal. Now, for some reason, I'm not seeing that here, or I'm just not looking in the right places. But I was doing it from my phone. But I try to look at these different things, and I study the ingredients like we usually do here. And unfortunately, I can't go down the rabbit hole here. But one of the main ingredients is quartz crystal. I thought that was very interesting. Quartz crystal is one of the ingredients in this. Fictional depictions of worms. Okay, let's get into some of this. We have that to get through. This medical symbol bullshit. What the Bible talks about worms. We want to get into this as well. But let me And what else do we have here? So we went through that. We got through that. Okay. I'm going to get rid of all these tabs here. It's getting confusing. Okay. So we went through the thread worm. Nothing else to see here. Okay. Let me continue this video for a second. I'm going to make sure we're queued up here.
And it was moving. I have it on.
Let's talk about fulvic. Fulvic is an amazing supplement that we used to get in our soil probably hundreds of years ago, like with magnesium and other things. But it's something Dave Asprey and others really say, this is a mineral. I've seen Mindy Pell say it. Everyone needs it.
Yes. And we don't have it where you can eat it. We have it because I know where it comes from, and you have to get it tested a specific way when it's going to be ingested. So we have you do a soak. You can do a foot soak, or you can do a full body soak.
Oh, girl, I'm right. I mean, what?
It's
I mean, I want to sign up today. I want everything you sell, and that's why I'm on your website. Even I just had it up here. Because you just type in Kim Rogers and it comes up.
People, wait a second.
But in it, I see all of your products.
Yes.
Okay. This is not medical advice, but where should we all start?
You should start with the Super Purify kit.
Okay, that first one.
And then get a Fulvic.
Okay, add a Fulvic. Okay.
Yeah, but don't do it because I'm going to send it to you, Lisa.
Okay.
So,
okay. And I will tell everybody, I'll make you famouser. I mean, you're already uber famous. Okay, so then with you, because I'm a beloved thyroid patient too, and I thank you for working in endocrinology, and it took me 4 years to get diagnosed because Western medicine didn't look at antibodies, and I had vitiligo, I had everything else. Why they didn't look, I don't know. But here I sit.
On that real quick. Are you on levothyroxine? Or are you on steroid?
Hell no. I'm sorry. My listeners never hear me use profanity. Levothyroxine is like taking
Okay, I don't know what's going on with the internet. I should have rebooted my computer. Let's read this Wikipedia page on the fictional depictions of worms. All right. Worms have played major roles in world mythology and its associated literatures. The word is often used to describe creatures now classified as snakes, lindworms. What's a lindworm? Serpents and dragons. All right. Its symbolic meaning is divided between death and renewal. Worms continue to play mixed roles in modern cultures. The current usage of worm as a type of malicious internet software. Worms continue to play mixed roles in modern cultures. The current usage of worm as a type of malicious internet software is derived from John Brunner's 1975 science fiction novel, The Shockwave Rider. It's a science fiction novel. It is notable for its hero's use of computer hacking skills to escape pursuit in a dystopian future, and for the word coining of the word worm to describe a program. Look at this. That propagates itself through a computer network. It also introduces a concept of a Delphi pool, perhaps derived from the Rand Corporation's whatever method, the futures of the world events, which bears close resemblance to DARPA's controversial and canceled policy analysis market. Let's back up here. Worms continue to play mixed roles in modern cultures. The current uses of worm as a type of malicious internet software. That's exactly what these things are. It's a malicious internet software. A computer worm is a computer program that replicates itself in order to spread to other computers. It often uses a computer network to spread itself, relying on security failures on the target the computer to access it. It's just like what it's doing to us, people, with our bodies. This is a technology. The shockwave rider. More positive interpretations based on the concept of a friendly bookworm or mutated forms of the common earthworm are found in every recent books, especially those written for children. On Pink Floyd's album The Wall, worms were used as symbolic symbols of negative forces within ourselves. In Pink Floyd's The Wall, worms were used as symbols of negative forces within ourselves. I'm putting it right in our face, my friends. Although more unusually used to describe the common earthworm, the English language word worm derives from Old Norse. What is this? Spoken by inhabitants of Scandinavia and other overseas settlements. Worm meaning serpent. So when we see the serpent and these different things in mythology and stuff, people, in the Bible, it's talking about parasites, these worms, this software program. Just like they're saying, it's a malicious software in our system, this parasitic system. This is saying it all right here. In Pink Floyd's album The Wall, worms were used as symbols of negative forces within ourselves. See what else we got here. The synonymous uses of worm and dragon in English lessened during the following centuries. Worm, dragon, same thing. Parasite, worm, dragon, serpent. This is all the same parasitic system. Samuel Johnson's dictionary drew a distinction between worms and dragons, while retaining the word serpent as a definition of worm. In the last synonymous uses of worm and dragon, as noted in the Oxford Dictionary, dates to the 17th century. Worm and dragon, same thing, people. Worm were used, two of the most famous worms in Viking mythology, at the still point of turning the world. The Vikings believed that ash tea for the weight of the universe. One of these three roots stretched over the underworld, where the dragon gnawed at it in an attempt to destroy creation. Hence his name is the Dread Biter. The legend was later used by fantasy writer Tony Pratchett. So Nidogger is a dragon who gnaws at the root of the world tree. Historic Viking society was a term for social stigma, implying the loss of honor, blah, blah, blah. Very interesting. What else we got? Midgard's worm, or this worm, lay in the sea with its tail in its mouth, encircling the lands of the world and creating the oceans. If the worm's tail was never removed from the mouth, its mouth disaster would befall the earth, and in legend, Midgard's worm met its end in Ragnarok, when it dies fighting and killing in the god Thor. This is the story that has been the inspiration for the worm of the world's end, which appears in novels, blah, blah. Midgard worm is also known as the world serpent. The world serpent. Who dwells in the world sea, encircling the earth and biting its own tail, an example of the Ouroboros. This is what we're talking about, people. This isn't just little parasite, these little bugs, whatever, people. This goes back to the Bible, mythology, all these stories of Thor and Zeus with these serpents and shit. This is what they were talking about. They weren't giant dragons, people. This was the parasitic system. Wow, that's crazy. The snake biting its own tail, that's the goal of the Matrix system. It's all about looping, people. They want us all looping all the way to the reincarnation soul trap machine that we're all going to face after this. Which, its goal is for you to bite your own tail, the Ouroboros, people. That's the goal of this whole system, people. So, what else we got here? Encircling the earth, Midgard, and biting its own tail, an example of the Ouroboros. As a result of the surrounding Midgard, it is referred to as the world serpent. Releasing its tail in one of the signs of the beginning, the final battle of the world. Releasing its tail is one of the signs of the beginning, the final battle of the world. Okay. According to whatever, Loki's 3 children, blah, blah, blah. The serpent was tossed into the great ocean that encircles Midgard. There, the serpent grew so large that it was able to surround the earth and grasp its own tail. The old Norse thunder god Thor has an old ongoing feud. Let's see what else. Etymology. Oh wait, where were we at here? Oh, we want to back up here. We were at the, okay. So that's Midgard's worm. Several places in Great Britain once occupied Viking raiders owe their names to the supposed resemblance they bore to the fictional beast Worm's Head. Cornwall Peninsula and Wales was thought to resemble a sleeping dragon. Blah, blah, blah. The Lambton worm. The Sockburn worm. The worm of Linton are among the best known of these. Raided and occupied by the Vikings for centuries, the Dark Ages, blah, blah, blah. Now we got the serpent and the staff, people. This is from GnosticWarrior.com. This is actually an interesting website here. Let's back up here. Actually, I haven't gone to the website, but when I was pulling up different things, there was a lot of links to this website. The staff of the rod of whatever this is, Eucalyptus, whatever. His symbol is one of the most famous symbols in the world to this very day and is represented by the serpent, the worm, intertwined around a staff or rod. It is an ancient emblem of healing power that is still used today. Now, why would our medical system, the WHO, What is this symbol about, people? Why do all of our hospitals, all of our ambulances, all the doctors have to swear allegiance to the serpent and the staff, people? What was this about? This is, I'm pretty sure this is all about this parasitic system. Where were we here? Hold on. Okay. What is this about, people? Intertwined around a staff rod, it is an ancient emblem of healing power that is still used today. This god is said to be a real person who, over the course of many centuries, became immortalized by the Greek pantheon of gods who were their ancestors as the official god of wisdom, medicine, healing, rejuvenations, and physicians. His followers were some of the priests who formerly trained as physicians in the medical arts. They were known under the such names as blah, blah, blah. What is this serpent and the staff about, people? Many historians, authors, people mistakenly think that represents the wise serpent, but it does not. The hidden esoteric meaning is that it is a worm intertwined around a staff, and in the esoteric or exoteric or the outer meaning to non-initiates would be that it is a serpent. It is a serpent. In this article, I'll explain why the rod was used by this highly influential medical cult that lasts still to this very day, and why they choose the worm to be their main esoteric symbol. If this is implausible for you, what you need to understand is that before the serpent and dragon became popular in more modern mythology and folklore, the worm was often depicted by many ancient authors as monsters, demons, and devils that many of the heroes in these stories do battle with. The worm was often depicted by many ancient authors as monsters, demons, and devils, people. Hold on. I haven't even read this yet. Monsters, demons, and devils. And like I said, people, I've never seen anybody yet at some point I'm going to figure this out. Again, we were touching on the last stream, the 5D Earth investigation. But these phages, people, that were around in like over 100 years ago, they were dealing with these and using these things as medicine. I mean, the list goes on. These phages, people, they say is a natural occurring being in our world. Yeah, it's all CGI, but that's what these things look like. You could look at them underneath a microscope too. What the fuck are these things about, people? These are parasites. Just another parasite. This is like another species of this parasitic system here. We're going to get to the bottom of it, people, at some point. Like, here's one of the real images of one right here, supposedly at least. It's got DNA up here, and it injects the DNA into whatever and multiplies these phages. And by the way, when this is the nanotech that they're going to, or they say they're going to, but that's been here all along, people. These are the nanobots that's literally everywhere, downloading information to the cloud. Phage therapy. They're using this for therapy right now. These things, people. What's this stuff about? So we'll be getting a little bit more into that later, hopefully. The worm was often depicted in many ancient authors as monsters, demons, and devils. Let's click on this real quick. Yeah, this was the ancient symbol of the serpent is really a worm. Biting its own tail, the matrix system cycle, people. They've been telling us all along. Let's go back here. Dante's Inferno, he called... In the article, I detail how in almost all Germanic languages found in the northern countries, the meaning of the word worm signifies the serpent and or dragon, meaning that they symbolize or write about a serpent or a dragon in mythology and history. They are really talking about a worm. I also detail how Dante's Inferno, he calls the devil the great worm. Whoa, that's... In Dante's Inferno, he calls the devil the great worm, and how King Solomon has used a mighty little worm named Shamir to help build Solomon's temple. Whoa. What's up, Mike Smith? Everybody? He calls the devil the great worm. And how King Solomon has used an almighty little worm named Shamir to help build Solomon's temple. Can you guys see that on the right side? Oh, you guys can't. Solomon's temple symbolized the presence of God among his people. Whoa. And how, think about this, people, how King Solomon used a mighty little worm named Shamir to help him build a parasitic religious system. You know what I mean? To have us bow down to a parasite, a god, the god of these parasites. This is a network, my friends. It goes all the way back to these times. And you don't know what to believe with history and anything. But regardless, like, this is something. What was this about? The symbol of the rod, that's the serpent and the staff, was derived from the ancient treatment of most diseases and ailments that plagued humans, as told in Exodus story. In the story, the seraph serpents are sent to punish, as punishment to the Israelites, whom Moses later cures them with the copper brazen serpent on a pole. These serpents were literally, in reality, worms, and it was the ancient Latin writers and other transcriptionists who had changed the original text with worms to a new meaning with serpents and dragons. So the original text, just like nobody wants to do, nobody wants to go to the original text from these scriptures. They were talking about worms, parasites, and they changed it to serpent, dragon, snake, all these different other things to make it more confusing. Just like they always do with everything, people. The serpent and the dragon symbology by many historians and researchers in that these serpentine creatures were used to represent wisdom and all-wise beings. Today, more New Agers would like you to believe that the serpent is the Kundalini rising up the spine to the skull, thus illuminating the human, who then becomes enlightened. Yeah, it doesn't rub me the right way, I'm not gonna lie. This is nothing but New Age poppycock because the facts are that no such thing as Kundalini, and there's absolutely no science to back up these ridiculous explanations by the other New Agers who they all copy one another in their wild theories that many people seem to love because I guess they are more sexy than my worm truths. Most profane people like myths and fantasy because they are sexy and cool. True stories and science about worms isn't really sexy or cool, hence the serpent and dragon mythology invented for the profane, for the exoteric, and the worms known to initiates and the esoteric. It is well known in science that serpents are not really wise creatures, and worms, parasite, bacteria, and fungus have been proven to be the most resilient, toughest, and longest living creatures who have ever lived on Earth. If you get out of your mind that serpents rule the earth, if you get out of your mind that serpents rule the earth and understand that nothing can really beat the worm, then you will start to be enlightened to your own worm reality. The photo has been taken from the internet sites of several medical schools. These medical doctors determined that thousands of years ago that many of the illnesses and disease which humans suffer from was a result of parasitic worms that we humans carry. Today, this is verified by science who have been identified as 8 different kinds of parasitic worms that infest all humans, and almost all viruses, funguses, diseases are essentially microscopic worms who cause illness. Even modern-day Ebola, when placed under a microscope, appears just to be just a deadly worm who wreaks havoc on his human victims. One of these worms is known as the ascarid nematode. It is the largest and most common parasitic worm in humans, responsible for the disease ascariasis. As you can see, the name ascard is similar because the beginning of many words, blah, 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 that involve these worms. A modern day virus or worm has struck fear in many people around the world. This Ebola worm reminds me of the worm that God had sent to punish and bite the Israelites in the story of the Exodus. What a loving God. Yeah, I created everything. I can just make you disappear. I can do anything I want because I'm all powerful. Let me send a worm to punish and bite you. Let me send a parasite down there. I guess all we need to do now is wait for modern day Moses to bring his brazen worm on a cross and the rod to save his people and lead them on an exodus from the persecuting Western pharaohs back to their eastern homelands to defeat that devil of a worm and fulfill prophecy. Let's click on this. Wow, that was epic. The rod of medicine replaced by the rod of commerce. What is this about, people? For many centuries, the medical profession has represented with the rod of Asclepius, I don't know how to pronounce that, which is single serpent intertwined rod wielded by the Greek god, a deity associated with healing and medicine. However, at one point in recent history, it was changed to the rod of Hermes. Here's a picture showing the difference between the two symbols, with one of the first being of medicine and the right being of commerce. I don't trust any of them. I don't want any serpent or worm to help me with anything. I don't need it. You know what I mean? The god of Hermes. That's all he really says. Check this out. This is a great website, the gnosticwarrior.com. For thousands of years, our ancestors have used a plant known as wormwood. The white wormwood for purification, protection, and medical purposes such as natural and unnatural drugs to expel worms that inhabit the human body. And today we call parasites. This plant grows wild all over the dry steppes of the Mediterranean, blah, blah, blah. And it's called wormwood. It means a plant to keep away worms or maggots. Whoa. Look at the common symptoms, people, of these dragons, these monsters, these serpents. Any symptom you can imagine. Wormwood for various intestinal disturbances associated with worms. I assume because of the way worms eat our brains today and give us Alzheimer's and other brain disorders in the book Folk Etymology, Addiction. Whoa. The way that the parasites eats our brains today and gives us Alzheimer's. It's so sad. Mind or mood, thus the compound means wear mood or mind preserver. Whoa, wait a minute. A dictionary of verbal corruptions of words perverted by Abraham Palmer, he had written, the first element is a sax, MDD, mind or mood. Thus the compound means wear mood or mind preserver and points back to some primitive belief as to the curative properties of the plant in mental affections. The evil devil worm is also mentioned in the Old and New Testaments. Okay, we're gonna get as a symbol of the gnawing pain of eternal punishment. The evil devil worm is also mentioned in both of the Old and New Testaments as a symbol of the gnawing pain of eternal punishment. Their worm shall not die. See also Mark IX was eaten of worms and gave up the ghost. For the moth shall eat them up like a garment, and the worm shall eat them up, eat like wool. It is said about these worms and the plant that kills them. Jeremiah 9:15, I will feed them with wormwood. Hold on a minute. Let's look up this verse because I don't want to just read the main verse. We want to go and get the big picture. Jeremiah 9:15. Let's go to the Bible Hub real quick. Jeremiah 9. Hold on. Therefore, this is the Lord Almighty and God of Israel says, see, I will make this people eat bitter food and drink poisoned water. Oh, what a great God. Therefore, thus said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, behold, I will feed them, even this people, with wormwood and give them water of gall to drink. Okay, let's check out this real quick. Jeremiah 9. He is whom the mouth of the Lord has spoken, that he may declare it, and for the punish, burn, blah, blah, blah. And the Lord said, it's so confusing. I get this, like, it's just, I don't know. With wormwood and give them water to drink, I will scatter them among an heathen, whom neither they nor their fathers have known. I will send a sword after them till I have consumed them. Whoa. Very confusing. We would have to go, like I said, I'd rather go to the original text and see what they're saying instead of like these crazy, weird translations, and it's just confusing. But either way, we see what they're saying here. All right, where were we? Let's get back to where we were. Okay, here we were. I will feed them wormwood. They shall lick the dust like a serpent. They shall move out of their holes like worms of the earth. In Deuteronomy, Moses invites the people to assemble and take an oath to keep the law, lest there should be among you a root that beareth gall and wormwood, whereof, blah, 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 lest there be among you the root that beareth wormwood. Wormwood is a symbolical of bitter calamity and sorrow. Unrighteous judges are said to turn judgment to wormwood. Wow. Here are some cool, ancient, interesting facts about the healing properties of wormwood. This medical information was found in Norse medical manuscripts known as the whatever in the Institute of Copenhagen. It is dated around the 1500th century. So this is what they wrote in the 1500s about wormwood, supposedly. It strengthens the belly of every man who eats it or drinks it, but it is best for it to be boiled in rainwater and to stand for 1 day before it is drunk. It drives away roundworms and allows a man to piss. So that's interesting. You take rainwater and let it stand for 1 day before it's drink it. If a man crushes it with vinegar and rubs it on himself, then fleas and flies will flee from him. Interesting. It is good against jaundice and also for a man's liver tempered with spikenard. If a man mixes vinegar with wormwood, it is good for the kidneys. Very interesting. If wormwood is blended with honey, it is a good rub on the eyes, then it clears them. Water from boiled wormwood is good for pain in the ears. It's good for fresh wounds if it's crushed and laid on. It also helps against itching. People, hold on a minute. Look at this, people. $3, $4, $7, maybe 20, whatever. 1 pound of wormwood, which is a lot. $30, $12. The extract is $19. I have dried wormwood. This shit is... I made a tea with it, people. I barely even used any of the wormwood. I made a big thing of tea. That shit was so bitter. That shit is so strong. Just like the tincture. Anyways, get yourself some wormwood, people. Come on now. What are we doing? Where were we? Okay. A man will also not vomit from sickness if he drinks it first. If a man crushes it and lays on a swollen testicle, it helps that. If a man lays wormwood in bed next to him, then he will sleep well. It's also good to lay in books and clothing. If a man crushes it with honey, then it helps in swelling in the tongue and the blue-black discoloration that comes onto the eyes. A mouse will not eat a book which is written using ink that is made from the water in which wormwood is boiled. A mouse will not eat a book which is written using ink that is made from the water in which wormwood is boiled. Let's keep going on this rabbit hole here. Much love, everyone. Wormwood, bugs with fury teeth who feed, live, and die on human flesh. These different skin things is pretty much always a parasitic infection. What the fuck? The human flesh is covered with millions of bugs who feed upon various chemical secretions that are emitted from the body onto the skin. One of these ghastly bugs resembles a worm with big teeth, but they're actually related to spiders and who chomp upon medical secretions in our skin as they procreate and colonize by the millions. Dude. And they feed off the chemicals from the skin. And when you break that down about the synthetic shit that they do. And so that's why they want the chemicals. So we secrete these chemicals. So that's why these bugs come around. If you weren't secreting these chemicals that shouldn't be here in the first place, they wouldn't even be around. They do not poop during their entire lives, and when they die, their feces-ridden abdomens explode on your skin, and their poop-laden bodies rot within our very flesh. Whoa. It's a scene out of a Hollywood horror movie or straight out of the book of Revelation. This story is horrifying and real. These worm-like looking bugs with what I would like to call fury teeth are called Demodex. A type of mite that lives in human hair follicles, usually on your face. Hold on a minute. That's what these things are. These are just another parasite that lives off of us, eats different things and things like that. mites can be studied to understand human evolution. Just like the parasites we're talking about with these worms or these nematodes, now we have the mite type parasite. I mean, this system runs deep, people. And remember, they always try to tell us, even when you're trying, oh, we need all these bugs and stuff, and like, there's all this stuff. These are all the parasitic system feeding upon us, people. Okay, where were we? I have so many things here. Where were we? Okay, we were here. Oh my God, that's fucking nuts. Much love. Okay, so I see you posted something here. My bad. Sorry, guys. Give me a second. Yeah, Okay. Well, I gotta click on that link again. What is that from? Interesting. I'm gonna continue to check that out. I'm gonna go back to where we were, but that's interesting. Where were we? Let's see what's going on here. Thank you. Much love. Chickweed is good for skin conditions, I hear. If that satanic cross parasite is nano AI from ancient time and the Christians are worshipping it. Let me go to the chat for a second. We're gonna come right back there. Sorry. That could mean that 50-million-year-old parasites that giving orders to the people, making them do all of this. Yep. Wormwood is strong. It doesn't take a lot. Good to see you, bro. They were nasty, vital people, and Jesus put them on a cross for it. Did you end up seeing the Lady Babylon video? I haven't seen it yet. I will, though. Two serpents are healing sex. And healing sex. I remember that the start of that video was about eating and drinking all that nasty blood and stuff. Feeding you parasites. Much love, Mike. Good to see you, bro. What's up, Tiffany? Yeah, so that's what people say, that we're parasites too, which I completely disagree. Just because like I go to an apple tree and I eat an apple to survive, or my body, so it doesn't make me a parasite. But post a link, I'll check it out. Dante's Inferno is where they got the teaching of hell and religion. What's up, Angels Don't Fall? For some reason, these pictures are, they weren't coming in very clear. Was that... Oh, there we go. Pretty interesting, dude. Military snow video you can see is insane. The channel is Entities Insights on YouTube. See the serpent eyes. Okay, we'll check that out. I don't know what this is saying though. I'm trying to figure out what are these, because it's all a different language. But I see what you're saying. That's interesting. I just need to stare at it for a while before I... Okay. Now they're talking about these human flesh eating monsters eating upon the chemical secretions of our skin. A woodworm. The Greek, derived from a woodworm, is a tiny parasitic mice that live near hair follicles of mammals. Around 65 species are known. 2 species living on humans have been identified. Both frequently referred to as mites. As I had written above, it is the word genus is derived from the Latin, and this is where the English word genie. The various synonyms for genus and genie, jinn, the jinn. Also spells the jinn, the spirit, the ghost, the daemon or demon. The jinn. These ghostly genie bugs or evil demons are said to be the possible cause of acne and other skin conditions known as the curse of the Celts. In science, this curse of the Celts is known as red inflamed skin with swelling, roughness, and fine visible blood vessels. Usually is the central zone of the face and is called rosacea. It is related to acne. I happen to be a Celt and I suffer from the curse. Hence, I'm a living testament that these facts are real. Here is a scientific explanation of these flesh-eating bugs called Demodex from Wikipedia. Yep. And I try to tell people when they talk about this stuff what's really going on, and they just run away. Like, oh, my doctor's, whatever. Sucking nutrients from the hair roots and damaging the cell walls. After mating, they burrow into the skin, laying eggs, introducing bacteria and infection to the skin. Throughout the 5 phases of their life cycle, these mice destroy the skin by excreting waste and secretions, laying eggs and dying within its layers. After death, their corpses become liquid and decompose inside the skin. The adult mice are only blah blah blah. Each has a semi-transparent, elongated body that consists of 2 fused segments. 8 short, segmented legs are attached to the first body, blah, blah, blah. Please note, this bug that feeds on our flesh like some vampire or demon is called Demodex. The word is derived from demos, a wood worm. Could this be a wormwood as seen in Revelation 8:11? The name of the star is wormwood. A third of the waters turned bitter, and many people died from the waters that had become bitter. The behavior of these worm bugs who feed on us humans and thrive on the flesh like bitter colonies of invaders with teeth, and who wish to simply take our bodies and possibly our souls, reminds me of Matthew 8:12. The children of the kingdom, the Jews, shall be cast out into our outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth, and also prophetic words of the revelation of St. John when he had written, and there were other men and women on fire up to their middle, and cast into the dark place, and scourged by evil spirits, and having their entrails devoured by worms that rested not. And these were they that persecuted the righteous and delivered them up. And from these worms God made angels. And from these worms God made angels. If the Lord had said himself, I am a worm and not a man, I am a worm and not a man. We find this passage rendered in the Hebrew Bible, man, that is a worm, and the Son of Man, which is a maggot. When I study the etymology of the Greek word Demodex, the meaning I come up with is a bit different, but altogether similar. I found that this is also made of 2 words. Demo would be derived from ancient Greek, and daemon, it would be demon, meaning divinity or supernatural being of a nature between gods and humans. Whoa. So this Demodex these parasitic creatures hold on. Let me get rid of some of these tabs here because there's a lot going on here. Studying the etymology of the Greek word Demodex, the meaning I come up with is a bit different, but altogether similar. I found that it is also made with 2 words. Demo would be derived from the ancient word daemon or demon, meaning a divinity or supernatural being of a nature between gods and humans. The English word demon is derived from the Latinized versions daemon or daemon of the original Greek. According to Plato, the etymology of daemon meaning knowing, wise, or intelligent. The word dex is short Greek word for dextrin, which is also trademarked for amphitheater sulfate, which is the sulfate derivative of amphetamine and is used as a stimulant for the central nervous system. Wow. A supernatural being of a nature between gods and humans. Let's think about that for a second. The real meaning is a divinity or supernatural being of a nature between gods and humans. What gods are we talking about, people? The Matrix gods. So from the Matrix's perspective, it's a supernatural being of a nature. It's a parasitic nature. The parasites between gods and humans. Wow. The side effects of this naturally occurring sulfate in our bodies, when we unnaturally increase it through stress upon central nervous system, it can affect our bodies much like the street drug known as speed or crystal meth. Based on that drug that people ingest through either snorting or smoking or blah, blah, blah. After time, the amphetamine addict's body starts to decay and rot if they are not literally being eaten alive. Whoa. So wait a minute. The word dex is short from the Greek word dextrin, which is also the trademark for amphetamine sulfate. That is a sulfate derivative of amphetamine that is used as a stimulant for the central nervous system. Wow. The same addicts often complain of sensations like bugs crawling on their skin as they obsessively itch and claw at their skin, causing lesions and open sores to appear all over their bodies, all while their drug use, diets, thinking, and causing more dex, aka amphetamine sulfate, for these demo demons. Wow. It's all interconnected, people. Look what happened to her in 4 years from that drug. It's horrible. Turns us into one of them. It turns us into these old demons, people. Just another tentacle of the Matrix. Hence, when we live away from the light of God, we are cast into outer darkness where these bugs with fiery teeth feed upon our very flesh and soul. Human microscopic parasites that take the name of evil demons who feed upon our rotting flesh that are biblically called wormwood, and in science, these bad spirit bugs are known as demodex. This isn't spiritual nonsense or biblical poppycock from some hellfire breathing Baptist preacher. These are actual scientific facts with real science to back it up. Sorry, whatchamacallit here? Oh, there it is. Okay. Could these evil spirit bugs be the wormwood that St. John had warned us about, who take the form of the miniature spider-like creature unseen to the naked eye that fed upon our flesh, a demon-like bug who multiplies within our flesh and blood the more we unnaturally stress our bodies with impure thoughts, actions, poisons, and what the church would call sinning. A process that can be easily ended up, but not only with our faces and skin be eaten alive, but also said in the Bible, our entrails devoured by worms that rested not. In the end of this process, if we do not correct our sinful ways, we will be eternally cast into the lake of fire burning with brimstone, aka sulfur. It is said that in the apocalypse, the veil will be lifted and science merged with theology, which gives us prudence and factual proof with that saints, apostles, and church fathers had called worms and wormwood. They had warned us about these scientific facts in the Bible over the last 2,000 years that I feel in reality are authentic, scientific, and alchemical facts encoded in biblical allegory. Facts that would remain hidden until days at the end of the age, which all these days of the unveiling, the same words, blah, blah, blah. Let there be among you a root that beareth wormwood, Wormwood is symbolical of bitter calamity and sorrow. Unrighteous judges are said to turn judgment to wormwood. Interesting. Let's keep going here. One second. I'm going to pull this video back up here that we were watching so I could take a break from reading for a second. Hopefully it plays. 1 second. Much love.
That they combine the medicine with Levo, it's not really all Synthroid. And I am an adamant, if you're hearing this, you should only take brand name only with thyroid medication. Brand name only, never generic. Never.
Okay. That is good advice right there. Cause people have asked me and I don't know. Cause I say, if your doctor's only asking or giving you Levo, I would fire that provider because I want a choice in everything I do. So I take NP thyroid, which is it is still bioidentical. It's a combo of T4, T3, T2, T1, T0, and calcitonin. So it makes
you do a compound.
It makes me, I'm alive because of it.
Good.
That was a really dark time too, when your thyroid's dead, as you know, with thyroid patients.
It's terrible. I have hypothyroid. So I get it. Like I went into endocrine, I learned so much knowledge, but it really is the one medication that they should never make generic ever because of the way they make it. There's sodium and Synthroid.
Okay.
They don't know, like, it's kind of like a mosh posh. They're like, when they're making the pills, it could have 75% sodium and 25% Synthroid, and you're not ever going to regulate your thyroid that way. So your levels are always going to be up and down. But if you only take the brand name only, your levels should stay consistent. And you do have to have your doctor write that. You have to have them put brand name only. Dump your pills out, look at them. But again, you got to be responsible for yourself, right? At the end of the day, you're the only one that puts your head down at night with your own thoughts. So
I
have
hate that.
Be an advocate.
And I say sometimes, I don't know if it's the paradigm of the Southern woman who, when asked, how are you? She says, fine. And I'm a health coach. I mean, a certified health coach. I tell my clients, stomp your foot and say, I'm not fine. I'm not well. I'm constipated. I'm cold. My hair falls out. My nails split. My libido's low. Tell them, but because they can't read your mind. So you have to go in there and boss your provider around, because guess what? You're the customer and the customer is always right. So that's how I feel. Because I do have to take, that's the only medication I take. And it's a hormone replacement. So I really don't even call it a medication, because I don't ever want to be on any big pharma drug. And I'm not. I mean, mine's not, I don't think mine's a part of big pharma. It's
when it's compounded like that.
Yeah.
Not a big deal. Yeah, it's not.
So I feel fine taking it. So with your story, I'm sorry to interrupt a lot, but I'm so excited. This is
I interrupt too. This is so fun.
I've never had the Worm Queen. So with your story in July 2021, what did you do that changed your life?
Oh, all of this. I mean, in the moment that I did it. So I did a 60-second video and I said, I've been in Western medicine since 2004 and I've never dewormed myself ever. And all of a sudden I do, and there's carcasses everywhere. By day 3, I saw flukes, roundworm, pinworm. I did have itchy butt. I knew that is a huge problem for me. I was on a health care journey. I was like, I went out to our property, and a lot of people that do know me know I went out there for two reasons. One, I was not well and things were not looking good for me and my husband for me to be alive. Right. And so I did not want to leave him with a burden of a mortgage and debt because
you really felt like you were going to die?
100%. I was not doing well. And now I know I had end stages of Lyme, and I really was, I was really not doing well. Plus I was trying to get off of Klonopin that I had.
Thank you.
And that is what inflammation.
Music holds a secret. Let's pull this up instead while I regroup here. And I want to go back to what we were reading and really take an overview of what we just read together as well. That was pretty mind-blowing, people. Let's rewind this. It's only 7 minutes in. We'll put it on 1.25. It's so crazy. I mean, these people are doing groundbreaking information and nobody gives a shit. I mean, people do, but it's just like, I don't get it, man. I'm so disappointed. But hey, whatever. Let them loop. Let them become the Ouroboros and eat their own tail. Clowns.
Hello and welcome. Today we're going to be talking about why I believe that multiple sclerosis is caused by parasites. A lot of people ask me that question.
The volume might be very low on her end, but it doesn't matter.
And there's a lot of compelling evidence, and I'm going to reveal that compelling evidence. And I really hope that you share this with your practitioners, because we have to help them to see all the evidence that's out there that we know what causes multiple sclerosis and other chronic diseases, and then they can help treat the cause. If we haven't met, my name is Pam Bartha. I'm the author of Become a Wellness Champion and the founder of Live Disease Free. I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis over 35 years ago, and by the grace of God, I learned early on that what I was dealing with was infections in the body, chronic silent infections in the body. And since that time, like this is 30 years, over 30 years, 35 years, and we have learned so much about the types of parasites that are causing multiple sclerosis. It's not just been through my own personal journey, but it's also been in the work that we've done with hundreds of wellness champions all over the world. And I wanted to share these incredibly important pieces of evidence that really help us to see that parasites are caused by a parasitic infestation, because we want to bring change. We really want our healthcare professionals to take this over, to treat us in the early stages before we're dealing with chronic disease, just when we have symptoms. So let's start with the state of our digestive tract when we are diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. So there's a lot of evidence showing that there's really big issues with our digestive tract. So for myself, when I was diagnosed with MS and I was 28 years old, but before that I had years and years of like stomach aches and constipation, a lot of gut related issues. And what's really interesting is that research shows that GI related physician visits and drug like prescriptions for drugs for digestive ailments, they were more common in 5 years before the first demyelinating event versus when they compared that to people that were healthy controls. So this is a study. I'm going to put all of this research together on a blog post on livediseasefree.com this by Friday in 2 days. And so you'll be able to share this with your practitioners. So again, that's the first study that I wanted to bring to your attention. And that was true for me. I had gut issues for years before. And then some of the common digestive ailments that people will deal with when they have multiple sclerosis. Well, we know that approximately 70% of people that are diagnosed with MS, they do have poor digestive health and bowel issues. Some of the common ones would be, number one, difficulty swallowing. Number two, upper pain, gastrointestinal pain, nausea, bloating, excessive fullness, inability to finish meals, heartburn, chronic burping, and also in some cases vomiting. The most prevalent chronic digestive symptom in people with multiple sclerosis is constipation, and that was for me also, which affects about half of the people diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. That's huge, like 50% approximately. And then we have irritable bowel syndrome, which is a chronic debilitating condition, and where we have abdominal pain and bloating, constipation and or diarrhea. So it can be debilitating, not for everyone, but it certainly can be. And studies have shown that this can affect up to a third of people that are diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. So there's two things. There's irritable bowel syndrome, but then there is also inflammatory bowel syndrome. And so studies have shown that people that are diagnosed with MS, with multiple sclerosis, they have a much higher incidence of becoming sick with either Crohn's or colitis later on. And those are two inflammatory bowel diseases. But vice versa, if somebody has Crohn's disease or colitis, they don't have a higher incidence of coming down with MS later. So that's very, very important to know also. So there's a ton of research that shows that people that even before, years before their diagnosis with multiple sclerosis, they have a lot of gut problems. And I shared with you on one post, I shared with you, like, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, where it's so frustrating because you can go online and you can look at these really large medical institutes and even gastroenterologists, different websites, and they'll talk about common parasite symptoms. So they'll talk about things like, well, parasites can cause chronic fatigue, they can cause brain issues, cognitive, depression, anxiety, can cause digestive issues, all kinds of digestion problems, and bladder issues, insomnia, pain, heat intolerance. So they talk about how parasites can cause all these symptoms that we're suffering from when we have multiple sclerosis and other chronic diseases. Yet when we go to our general practitioner and we say, you know, I was looking at these big medical centers and they talk about parasite symptoms, and they talk about how, like, all the symptoms that I have, that they could be caused by parasites. So, doctor, could I possibly be dealing with parasites? And they'll say, well, I don't think so. Have you traveled anywhere? Well, no, I haven't left the country. Well, of course you can't. If you could only have parasites if you go to another country. Nothing could be further from the truth. So, and then also, it's just known in science, and you can just check this out yourself, but parasites cause all kinds of digestive issues. They cause gas, pain, bloating, constipation, diarrhea, bleeding, mucus in the stools, itchiness, rashes, so many cramping, just feeling tired. Like, there's so many digestive issues that parasites cause. And it's kind of like, well, if they cause all those symptoms and I have them, then, and we know that parasites are in our environment because we treat our animals for parasites. They're in our soil, in our water, they're in our pets, they're on our produce. Then what is causing all of my gut issues? Oh, it's just inflammation, they say. Well, what is inflammation? Well, it's just present in all chronic disease. It just means your immune system is fighting something. We don't know what it's fighting. We don't know what causes the inflammation, but it's just your immune system attacking itself for no reason. Okay, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, I thought our immune system was pretty darn, like, smart and amazing, and it protects us from infections and different parasites. And that is what inflammation is. Inflammation, you can think about it as the war zone where your immune system is fighting something. And the most important job of our immune system is to defend us from parasites, to defend us from microbes that are pathogens that would make us sick. So we have, and we're going to talk more about inflammation in a minute, but so we have all these parasite symptoms, these digestive parasite symptoms years before we are even diagnosed with MS, even before we have the first MS attack. All right, so let's talk about another study. Again, I'm going to give you all the links to these studies, and you'll be able to share this with your practitioner. Obviously, if your practitioner is not interested in this, then don't beat a dead horse and don't subject yourself to a negative attitude. But if your practitioner is willing and open to just looking at the evidence quickly, just scanning my notes and looking at the different links so they can see that these are all studies, it might just tweak their curiosity. All right, so there was one study, and I did a live event on this a while ago, where they found that people that were diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, when they were given this parasite drug called 𝐒𝐈𝐕𝐄 for, I think it was over 4 years, that they did notice a significant decrease in MS attacks. So this is a study that's a 4-year double-blinded controlled study. So those are the best studies, right? Where they're controlling, they're placebo controlled, and they're the people that are doing the investigating, they don't know who's getting the treatment and who isn't getting the treatment. So they had 41 patients that had multiple sclerosis, and this was over 4 years, double blind, and they gave some of the participants received this parasite drug, 𝐒𝐈𝐕𝐄, and some of them did not receive, they got a sugar pill. And so I just wanted to share with you the results. So they were, of course, randomized, and the people that were administering the placebo or the parasite drug, they didn't know who was getting, which participants were getting the placebo or the drug. And it was really quite dramatic, the changes. So of the group treated with 𝐒𝐈𝐕𝐄, so that's the parasite drug, 8 patients presented with an attack with an MS exacerbation during the 4-year period, where 14 did not have an MS attack. So, like, double.
So, with what we were just going through before I started the video again, to just like regroup myself, That was pretty mind-blowing what we read here, all of these things, and we kind of went down the rabbit hole of all these links. Starting with whatever we started with, I can't even remember. And then, where did we end up at? Oh yeah, we went to the mites, and then we went to demons who feed on human energy. But I think we were here before we started that. The serpent is really a worm. I don't know if we read this. No, we didn't. So let's check yeah, we haven't got here yet. Let's go through this. Medusa. The worms coming out of the head. The serpent is really a worm. The serpent that can be witnessed for the last 3,000 years of all the world in places such as Egypt, Crete, and Greece, also known as the serpent of the Garden of Eden, is really a wise worm and the little king of earth. That's why that is why on let's get this ticker off the bottom for a little bit. Fair use, or I mean entertainment purposes only. I'm not a medical professional, blah blah blah, obviously. Disclaimer. The serpent in the Garden of Eden is really just a wise worm, just a parasite. You know what I mean? And the little king of earth. The little king of earth. That's why the Gnostic and the Cathars have a big piece of the puzzle. When they say that the demiurge world rules this material realm, it's not the true God. It calls itself God, and it's not. It's the little king of earth. The little king of earth. You want to be the king of earth? Fine. I don't care. I don't care. You can call yourself God all you want. You're not my God. The fact that is somewhat of a surprise to me, and I know that it will be many of my readers. However, if you understand that the worm is one of the most ancient and strongest creatures on earth that is now being verified by science as fact, and that we humans are just descendants of the worm via the sperm, you will start to comprehend these worm revelations that I have been revealing to you over the last couple of years. After all, this is the apocalypse, the unveiling. The current English and Germanic languages and modern adaptations of the Bible are much different from the ancient Hebrew, Greek, and Latin versions. The words we speak and see today are different from those of yesteryear. In order to find the secrets of the past, we must search this ancient history in these older languages to find a hidden truth right before our very eyes. As in the case of the symbol of the serpent found all over the world, which I have found is really symbolic, esoteric representation of the worm. This is why the father of wisdom, evolutionary theory, Charles Darwin, who has studied worms for 39 years, had concluded it may be doubted whether there are many other animals which have played so important part of the history of the world as these lowly organized creatures. The Greek philosopher and scientist Aristotle had said that the first men came out of the earth in the form of worms, and the ancient Greek philosopher whatever spoke of a certain worm which will take the human figure. The symbolical worship of the serpent was widespread among the primitive nations of the earth. In almost all languages found in northern countries, the meaning of the word worm signifies serpent and or dragon, meaning when they symbolize or write about a serpent or a dragon in mythology and history, They're really talking about a worm. Also, the word serpent, we find connections to the word servant. In Gnosticism, except the serpent represents eternity of the soul and the masters of wisdom, and that all initiates into the sacred mysteries called the Nagas and serpents of wisdom. Alexander the Great, blah blah. The son of a snake. In ancient Greece, Western American, and the original countries, the serpent was normally associated with the symbol of royalty and monarchy. The Egyptian pharaohs wore a headdress with a serpent in the form of a cobra, and it was embroidered on the robes of princes to signify their race and rule of alchemy, in which the wound inflicted by serpent worm was incurable. The symbol of regal power was called the 𝐿𝐾𝐂, to reign, by the Semitic red nations, and we found the same meaning in the modern day Mecca, which is the center of his Islamic world and the birthplace of both the Prophet Muhammad and the religion he founded. In the teeth of the year of the mission, Muhammad told his uncle that God had revealed to him his displeasure against the covenant of the whatever, and that he sent a worm. He sent a worm to destroy every part of the bond except that which contained in thy name, O God. The Greeks called the serpent worm, and the Romans' name all signify kingly or royal. The basilisk, whatever, of the Greeks is of a reddish color, and it is the head of a crown. Its head is a crown. The king of snakes, the meaning of the name, blah blah blah. Hence the worm, truly the little king of earth. The story of the little king worm with the deadly glance can be compared to the myth of Medusa with her serpents, or should I say worms, coming out of her head. Here's a modern rendition of the Medusa, who is a singer Rihanna, with a tattoo of Isis below her chest. We're not home, people. We're not home. The devil is a worm. The devil in the beast of Revelation, called the serpent or viper in the scriptures, and worm was constantly used for serpent by many of the... So we kind of read about all this. So we kind of got there already. But hence the symbol of the cross with the serpent in reality is the worm hanging on a cross. Later, the worm on the cross would symbolize by Jesus on the cross, who said, "But I am a worm, not a man." Okay, so we already read, we already got there. I am a worm. As Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, so the Son of Man be lifted up. This Shamir was the most excellent servant, or should we say serpent, which we now know is a little worm who had helped Solomon with the stones of the temple. There was neither hammer nor axe, nor any tool of iron heard in the house while it was building. He's got a serpent in his hand. The Freemasons are well known to honor King Solomon, and it is often said that they are builders who are servants, or should I say serpents, meaning worms, such as Hebrew Shamir, that are helping build Solomon's temple. This makes perfect Masonic sense. Another clue is passed down by the Master Freemason, who wrote under the pseudonym Brother blah blah blah, and addressing the most honorable fraternity of the Freemasons of Great Britain and Ireland. The mightiest and the most haughty prince of the earth are but as worms, and that not so much we are all sons of the same one eternal Father. In the end, it is said that Lord will wash away all the filth of the women of Zion. He will cleanse the bloodstains from Jerusalem. It's blah, blah, blah. Wow, he's got a lot of stuff here. See what we got here. Demons who feed on human energy. Man has no free will at the present time, but merely the power of choice over a certain area of incidents brought by his ever-growing consciousness within the scope of his comprehension. 33rd degree Freemason, Manny P. Hall. Not many people are aware that there is an unseen world that surrounds each one of us, which we cannot touch or see with our own eyes, a world that escapes our vision, but it is at play in everything we do. Some people call it the spirit world, elemental world, astral plane, or the supernatural. This unseen world actually influences our destinies to the point that some adepts, such as Manly P. Hall, claim that we do not simply have free will. Sure, we can make simple day-to-day choices, but our future may already be predetermined, and our past being led by supernatural entities that are often called demons, angels, elementals, or parasites. Some of them being good and many more being bad. Many of the world's leading authorities on spirituality and occult confirm these facts. Many of us humans create and attract these unseen bad creatures through our thoughts and actions. These creatures that feed on our flesh, blood, semen, and energies. If our parents were who could be called sinners, immortal, or unethical, they pass along these creatures to us in the womb. And it said God's punishment is owing to both the sins of the father, blah, blah, blah. How you have thought, lived, sinned will determine the entities that are attracted to you at this very moment. They are unseen entities that may be driving you sad or mad. Female parasites. Kind of the same thing. Okay, so we read that one. Let's go back to this video for a second while I regroup for a minute.
Of the numbers that did not have an attack versus people that did have an attack. All right. So if they were on the drug, they had like 50% less chance of having an MS attack. And then if they looked at the group treated with a placebo, they had 14 subjects. Let me backtrack for a minute. So of the group treated with the MS drug, so 8 of those patients, they did have an attack within 4 years, and 14 did not. Okay, so double the number of participants did not have an attack while taking this parasite drug. And then if you look at the placebo group, the people that got the sugar pill, 14 subjects had an MS attack during the 4 years, and 5 people did not. So 75% of the people did have an attack, and 5 people did not, approximately. Those were on, so a large number of people that were receiving the placebo, they did have an MS attack, whereas the people that had the parasite drug, a very significant decrease in attacks, like by 50%. So the difference was statistically significant. And so this study demonstrates that levomisol significantly reduced the number of MS patients with acute relapse during a 4-year period of time. So this study was not a large study, not hundreds of people, but it was over 4 years. So that was a good amount of time. And again, it was double-blind and placebo-controlled. So they really did take into account some really important factors. So it's a well-done study. And then another study that I wanted to bring to your attention is that there was a study that found that animal exposure, specifically to dogs, in early adolescence was associated with an increased risk of multiple sclerosis. And we know that dogs carry parasites, right? We have to deworm our pets at least once or twice a year. Some vets recommend every 3 months. So again, this study showed that when we're in our adolescence, in our teenage years, and we're exposed to a dog, we have a pet in the house or a pet on the farm, that's a dog, it increases the risk of developing multiple sclerosis later on. Now I would like to go to a few different topics that show some of the different types of parasites that have been associated with multiple sclerosis. So the first one that I knew about was multiple sclerosis and fungus. There's a big connection with fungal infections and multiple sclerosis, but also fungal infections with all chronic disease. And if you go on our website, livediseasefree.com, or to this blog post when I have it published, I will link some of the studies there. And so they have found that for people that have multiple sclerosis, they have a much higher incidence of candida in their blood and in their central nervous system, and all the way into the cell of the into the brain cells of MS patients.
Wait, hold on a minute.
This has been known for like many years. When I was first diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 1988, there are already books published where these hero MD doctors knew that fungal overgrowth was present in MS patients and other chronic diseases. One is the book written, is called The Yeast Connection by Dr. William Crook, MD. Another one by Dr. Rona, who's a Canadian doctor. That was a comprehensive Candida guide. Another one by Dr. Luc de Schepper. I think it's just called Candida. And then another book by Dr. Orion Truss called The Missing Diagnosis. So those were 4 books that I got my hands on.
We need to figure out a plan to like spread this information, people. We have to figure out something. I mean, I don't know if we like hand out flyers or something. I don't know. There's something that we got to do, man. People need to be aware of this shit. I mean, this is getting out of control. I'm going to figure something out. I want to do something a little drastic, an experiment. We're going to figure it out.
Close to 40 years ago, and they knew that fungus was a problem in people with multiple sclerosis, but other diseases also. So that is something that we need to treat if we have fungal overgrowth. The next type of infection where there's a really significant history of research is the link between MS and Lyme disease, or we'll just say Borrelia, because Lyme disease is technically a group of vector-borne infections. We get them through biting insects. They travel together, so it's not just Borrelia. But Borrelia has been studied for over 100 years. There are many studies dating back to like 1911, and some of the studies published in prestigious journals like The Lancet, where they have found these corkscrew-shaped bacteria in the central nervous system of MS patients. And they even talked about it in Time magazine, I believe in 1957, and they really felt that this spirochete was causing multiple sclerosis because it's very similar to another type of bacteria, which is syphilis, and that is a corkscrew type bacteria. It looks like a corkscrew. And when that bacteria gets into the central nervous system, they have symptoms identical to multiple sclerosis. So between MS and Lyme disease, or we'll just say Borrelia, because Lyme disease is technically a group of vector-borne infections. We get them through biting insects. They travel together, so it's not just Borrelia. But Borrelia has been studied for over 100 years. There are many studies dating back to like 1911, and some of the studies published in prestigious journals like The Lancet, where they have found these corkscrew-shaped bacteria in the central nervous system of MS patients. And they even talked about it in Time magazine, I believe in 1957, and they really felt that this spirochete was causing multiple sclerosis because it's very similar to another type of bacteria, which is syphilis, and that is a corkscrew type bacteria. It looks like a corkscrew. And when that bacteria gets into the central nervous system, they have symptoms identical to multiple sclerosis. So they felt that they found this corkscrew bacteria in MS patients in their in the central nervous system. And so they felt that that was causing multiple sclerosis. Again, over 100 years of research. And if you go to the MS website, the Multiple Sclerosis the MS Society, if you go to the MS Society's website, you will see that they have a little page on MS and Lyme disease. And on it, they state, well, with MS and Lyme disease, there's a lot of similarities. We can have very similar symptoms. We can have very similar test results with both MRI and lumbar puncture, but they're not the same. So the test results can look the same, the symptoms can look the same, but they're not the same. Why are they not the same? Well, because when you treat MS with antibiotics, it doesn't help. But when you treat Lyme disease early enough, it really makes a difference. It can really help. Like, people will notice symptom improvements if they do it early enough before the Lyme becomes a chronic problem. Well, if it is Lyme disease, if Borrelia is associated with MS, it ends up being chronic with us because they're not identifying it right away, not when we have the mosquito bite or the tick bite or the other insect bite. And so it's really sad that, and then also with the MS Society, they're saying antibiotics don't help MS, but then I've done a blog post showing that yes, that antibiotics can really help, especially early on, especially with the clinically isolated syndrome, or when we have the first MS attack, which would be closer to maybe when we had been infected with the Borrelia spirochete bacteria. So interesting, isn't that? So we have this huge trail of research, and we have the MS Society trying to tell us that no, it's not related, when it looks like it is for some people, probably a significant number of people. Then let's talk about MS and a type of protist. It's a single cell parasite. It would be like malaria or babesia. Could be both, could be one of them, I don't know. But all I know is that a lot of people that have MS, they test positive for babesia, especially with energy testing. And there is over 100 years of research linking malaria with multiple sclerosis. And I have done an event on that topic. I've actually done a 6-part series on this. So we know that protist, so this is not a bacteria, it's a protist. It's it's a little bit more complex structure of a parasite. And it can cause demyelinating disease in the central nervous system. And there are at least 75 scientific papers, again, like over 100 years of research linking this protist with with MS, this malaria protist with multiple sclerosis. And actually in 1899, a researcher called Manneberg believed that multiple sclerosis was caused by a malaria type of infection. And so what they were doing a long time ago is they were treating MS patients with quinine, and they were having amazing recoveries, symptom improvements, like miraculous. And then also there was a time when there was an outbreak of malaria in the United States, and then they gave people, I don't think it was hydroxychloroquine back then, it might have been quinine, and they noticed that people that had multiple sclerosis and they were treating them for malaria, they had a lot of symptom improvements. So, and what's really fascinating too is that we have these lesions in our central nervous system, and they are pockets of inflammation, and that's what we're using to diagnose multiple sclerosis on MRI scans. But what's interesting about those lesions is that there's a little blood vessel in the center of each of these lesions. And back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, these researchers, they believed that MS was more like a blood vessel disease, where something was affecting the very small blood vessels and causing them to rupture, and maybe in other parts of the body, but also in the brain and in the central nervous system, causing these lesions where the components of the small capillary would just burst open into the brain and cause this lesion, where the immune system is like, oh my gosh, what's happening here? All this stuff is coming in to the brain, which is not supposed to. And they also found this ring of iron around the outside of the lesion. So all of this is documented in scientific studies and peer-reviewed studies. So that would also help to be explained by red blood cells would be pouring into the brain also, where you have these little microbleeds. And then the leftover iron would be left as a deposit around the outside edge of these lesions. So back then they were talking about, well, maybe multiple sclerosis they found the malaria parasites in MS. It was not easy to find them all the time, but they would find them. And then they were like, well, maybe because malaria and babesia, they infect our red blood cells and they can cause, different red blood cells to be non-functional and they can affect platelets, et cetera. So then we can end up with obstructions in little blood vessels. So then it's almost like MS is more of a vascular disease versus an autoimmune disease, right? So, and then there were other, like Dr. Fry from Fry Laboratories, he discovered a new type of protist. He didn't feel it was malaria or babesia. He felt it was a different type, maybe a cousin. What's really fascinating is in September of 2021, there was a study published, and hydroxychloroquine was shown to be helpful for people that were suffering with primary progressive multiple sclerosis. So people with PPMS have very little options. The MS drugs, in my humble opinion, are not helpful anyhow, but they don't.
That's deep. And if the thing that made the Matrix is that cross demon parasite with the crown, spikes around it. So conspiracy trivia. You can just say everything has some type of parasitic nature if you want to say that, but we're sectioning that out. An organism that lives in or on an organism of another species. That's what we're talking about with an organism that lives in or on an organism of other species and benefits by driving nutrients at others' expenses. So how does a human, or how does that relate to us really? Relies or exploits others and gives nothing in return. Yeah, humans do that, that's for sure. We're talking about a creature that's designed, an organism that's programmed to live in or on an organism of another species and benefits by driving nutrients at the other's expense. So I don't see where human, I guess us normal human beings fit in there necessarily. But there's a parasitic nature in everything on Earth, really. You know what I mean? But I don't see... Let's continue this for a minute.
Usually prescribe them for primary progressive multiple sclerosis. And they found that hydroxychloroquine, which treats protists, it treats parasites, it was helpful, significantly helpful for PPMS, which is so interesting. Then let's talk about a different type of parasite. So we know that there's this big history of fungal infections being associated with multiple sclerosis and other chronic diseases. We also have talked about Borrelia, which is the spirochete that causes Lyme disease, and that is associated also with multiple sclerosis. And we talked about a type of protist, which again, 100 years of research linking it also with the malaria, babesia, linking it with multiple sclerosis. Now we're going to talk about worms. So we're going to talk, and actually the 𝐈𝐕𝐄 would be more like of a worm treatment. So there's a pathologist in the United States called Dr. Alan McDonald. I have a lot of respect for him. I think he should win an award or two. He is amazing. So he did some really profound research where he found small roundworms in the central nervous system of every MS subject that he tested. Not one or two of them, but 100% of them. Again, a small number, but this was specimens that he got from a brain bank, which was frozen specimens of people that had multiple sclerosis. They had a confirmed diagnosis of MS. They died. They preserved some of their remains so that they could be tested later. So it's very accurate that they had MS and that these worms were found. Dr. Alan McDonald shares all of this research in a wonderful little short video, a lecture, 15 minutes, and he also has a poster with many pictures, images of many of these worms. They're in clusters, they're mating. You can see the eggs, you can see the larvae, you can see all of the debris they leave behind, the mess, right, the waste material that they would leave in our central nervous system. And another really profound thing is he found that, because he's a Lyme expert, so he's really an expert on Borrelia. And so he used this dye that attaches itself to the genetic material of Borrelia, which is the bacteria that causes Lyme disease. And these worms lit up with that green dye, showing that those worms had a lot of Borrelia, the bacteria that causes Lyme disease. They found a lot of that in the central nervous system of they found them in the worms. So I share that on my masterclass training, where you can actually see images of worms that he found, and they're lit up green because they contain a lot of Borrelia. So we can have Borrelia, we can become infected with Borrelia through a biting insect, but we can also become infected with Borrelia in our central nervous system because of these small worms. They can bring in Borrelia into the central nervous system, and then as they die and they release the bacteria, then we become infected. So they're like a Trojan horse bringing Borrelia into our central nervous system. So these small roundworms cause a lot of damage as they're moving around and hitting our nerves, etc. They can cause a lot of damage on their own, but they can also infect us with other parasites. So Dr. Alan McDonald only looked at Borrelia, but they could carry other parasites also, which I'm sure they do. Dr. Alan McDonald also found developing tapeworm larvae. So larvae, which are the immature form in the central nervous system of every MS subject tested. And then in 2 out of the 10, he found developing tapeworms. So actually the worms were starting to grow. So usually what we find is that if the tapeworm larvae make their way into our tissue, into our central nervous system, they are they're present in little bladders or sacs. And we call that, in the central nervous system, we call that neurocysticercosis. But he also found 2 of the worms that were growing in the central nervous system, developing into tapeworms. That would be just brutal, because some of these worms can be quite big, depending on the species. So that is another huge, profound piece of evidence that multiple sclerosis is an infectious disease caused by a parasitic infestation. And I'm not saying it's one type of parasite. Think about it as a lawn. If you have your lawn and you don't take care of it, you don't water it, you end up with little patches where the grass dies out. Weeds will start to move in, and you're not just going to have dandelions moving in. You'll find you have clover. You'll find that you have thistles and dandelions and all kinds of other weeds that move in. And so the lawn would be really out of balance. It would have too many different types of weeds and not enough grass. And that's exactly what happens inside of us. So for myself, I was on a lot of antibiotics in the past as a child, especially for acne. I was on months of tetracycline. So then I would have really devastated my health-promoting microbes, those healthy bacteria and other microbes that would defend me from parasites. And then I was vulnerable to the parasites in my environment. I grew up on a farm. We had every type of animal. We played in the dirt all day. And so I was subjected to parasites, and I did not have that natural defense.
Let's do some navigating on YouTube. Let's look up parasite cleanses and see what's going on. Let's just see if let's do some experiment here. That's Live Disease Free on YouTube. We're gonna come right back there.
This expert of panels.
Everybody subscribe to her channel, Live Disease Free, especially if you know anyone that has MS. Definitely share her channel with them. And you might save someone's life with that shit. Okay, so if we search parasite cleanses, are we on there? Okay. Your complete guide to an effective parasite cleanse. I don't want to see them selling anything. Let's see what this is.
Parasite cleansers are all the rage these days. Folks are trawling through Amazon for supplements and giving themselves a deep clean at home with helpful tips courtesy of Dr. TikTok. In other words, anything goes. But unless you want to drain your wallet and potentially even endanger your health, it's probably best not to do a parasite cleanse without properly knowing what you're doing. In this video, I'm going to share with you how to go about doing a parasite cleanse in an effective and safe way so that you can expel those unwanted squatters lurking in your body. And make sure you watch this video until the very end, because I'm going to talk about a few nutrients that personally I think a lot of parasite cleansers forget, and well, I think they are really essential to prevent a toxic overload from happening as you go about the cleanse. So now, if you've tried a parasite cleanse before? Let us know in the comments. We'd love to hear your experiences. Types of parasites. Okay, we need to start by understanding that there are many different types of parasites. They lurk in your intestine, they can also be in your liver or your lungs, even your brain. I mean, it's crazy. And sorry in advance if they freak you out because yeah, they're not pretty. So let's start with roundworms. The problem with roundworms is that they're quite common in animals, especially dogs, and contact with dog poop, usually through contact with soil, can result in human ingestion or infection. For other roundworms, eggs may hide in the food that you eat, and larvae can enter the body directly through your skin. Yeah, not great. Hookworm. An estimated 576 to 740 million people in the world are infected with hookworm. Very specific, I know. Now, hookworms have these tiny, nasty fangs that basically hook onto your intestinal walls and start to rob you of nutrients and your energy. Hookworm eggs are passed in the feces of an infected person. And the most common way hookworm infection is acquired if the poop of the infected person somehow ends up in the soil and someone walks barefoot on the soil. So just be careful of where you do your grounding. And then we have flukes. The most common way that humans get flukes is by eating undercooked fish, crabs or crayfish from areas where the parasite is found. Tapeworms. These are the largest parasites and some reach a length of more than 25 meters. And if you think that's bad enough, they can survive up to 30 years as well. I know this blew my mind and I do not recommend Googling the largest tapeworm ever found in a human. You'll never be the same again. These ones are notorious for basically using their suction cups, which they have on their heads, stuck into your intestinal walls, which is why the normal movements of your bowels often don't cause them to dislodge. They can stay in your intestines a heck of a long time. And then we have protozoa. These are found all over the world and come from contaminated drinking water and water in general. So drinking water straight out of the creek would probably get you one of these bad boys. These usually tend to give you acute diarrhea and you'll have a week of pretty terrible time. Now, most of these parasites get around via hand-to-hand contact, drinking contaminated water and poor hygiene, such as bathroom habits, having grubby nails, and contaminated food is also a major means of how they are able to hitch a ride inside your body. If meat isn't processed or cooked correctly, you can ingest a form of the worm called a cyst that can transmit the worm to you. Lovely stuff. Signs and symptoms. Now, the thing with parasites is that you don't always know that they're there. They're no anchorman.
Kind of a big deal.
But sometimes you may feel symptoms like diarrhea or constipation, nausea or vomiting, bloating, itchiness around your anus, fatigue, unexplained weight loss, poor tolerance of carbohydrates. Now that you're ready to give your body the ammo it needs for a parasite cleanse, let's check out some of our most powerful herbal weapons in the fight against these pesky critters. Firstly, we need to look at berberine containing herbs including golden seal, Oregon grape, and barberry. These herbs have been used for centuries for treating infections against a large variety of organisms, including bacteria, viruses, fungi, and parasites. Oregano oil is also a great remedy against parasites as it stops them from multiplying in your body and combats any toxins the parasites release when they die off. And then you've got mighty garlic. Garlic's been slaying parasites pretty much since the dinosaur time, so you know it means business. In fact, studies have shown garlic to be equally effective as some parasites as conventional prescription medication. And the great thing about garlic is that it won't harm your beneficial bacteria in the process. It actually will help them grow while kicking the parasites and the bad bacteria. Thyme and wormwood, which are aptly named, are great ones to add to the mix. These herbs have also been used since Tutankhamun. And then some other herbs that fight parasites include clove, powder ℚ, myrrh, and black walnut. When used together, these special herbs can unleash a powerful antimicrobial force that'll leave those parasites trembling in their skins. I will add though, always consult your healthcare provider before taking any of these herbs. Except for garlic, that's fine. Plus, a parasite cleanse might not be the best idea during pregnancy or nursing or even for children. Other supplements, furthering from removing the parasites, I would also suggest consuming some pre and probiotics, whether it is through food or supplements, as they may help your body work more efficiently at killing the parasites. And last but not least, I wouldn't do a parasite cleanse without antioxidants such as vitamin C, zinc, and N-acetylcysteine. As the parasites die, they release toxins like ammonia that cause things called free radicals that need to be neutralized. So if you don't include antioxidants, you're going to have a big toxic problem on your hands. Oh, that was a lot. I admit that was a bit of War and Peace type length, but I hope this has been comprehensive. And now that you've learned how to do a parasite cleanse, that's not only going to work, but
Let's filter this to this week. Let's see if anyone posted anything this week about this. Not really.
And so I just recommend doing a parasite cleanse. Do it twice a year. Just twice a year. Get yourself a bottle of Scram. Someone like you're healthy. Just get yourself a bottle of Scram at Sprouts. Super simple.
Oh, yeah, that's it, right? See what this one is.
Find your dreams and I wonder if you know
Te lo juro que si cierras esa puerta tú y yo terminamos. ¿Oíste? Que quede claro. Te lo juro que si cierras esa puerta tú y yo terminamos. ¿Oíste? Que quede claro.
Okay, we got... What the hell's that, dude?
Cancer loves acid.
In the previous video, an internationally renowned health teacher Barbara O'Neill shared 7 alkaline-forming foods that we should mainly consume to keep cancer away from our body. In this video, we will learn from Barbara on 8 acid-forming foods.
Hi, sweetheart. What's going on? Good morning, guys. I've been up since 3 o'clock. I'm gonna be juicing because I'm gonna start doing my heavy metal detox, and you know, I have to open up my pathways for my kidneys and liver because on July 15 I'm also gonna be doing a parasite cleanse, which is a full moon. So, you know, I found out that I'm loaded with parasites because one of my blood work came back high eosinophils, which indicates parasites. So I'm gonna do all that. So I'm gonna do some shots for my son and me, and you know, cucumber juice and heavy metal detox. Yeah, that's what I use. Pampalinis ng katawan. Maglilinis ako ng katawan.
Cucumber juice, that's a new one for me. How do you turn the sound off of this damn thing? Oh, there we go. Calaria tablets, barley grass, charcoal, activated charcoal. There you go. Wild berries, Duluth, and cucumber juice. Okay. Turmeric and ginger and orange juice. All right. Interesting. Not much going on here at all. Doctor exposes parasite cleanse scam. Let's check this out.
So I blocked all my exes and then decided to do another parasite cleanse. So this time I got apple cider vinegar, clay, and Epsom salt. So I laid in there, put my feet in there in the hot water, And I'm not gonna lie, that is a parasite, guys. And that's another parasite, guys.
You have parasites. In fact, at this very moment, around your eyelids, you have Demodex, a type of arachnid. This feeds off dead skin cells, a biological exfoliant. If you're living somewhere like the US or any non-tropical or subtropical country, it's very unlikely you have asymptomatic harmful parasites just hanging around your body, waiting to be flushed out. This is assuming, of course, you don't drink well water, regularly consumed undercooked meats, or eat shit. Also, most parasites are microscopic. You won't be able to see them with the naked human eye. The ones you can see, the helminths or classic parasitic worms, usually cause symptoms depending on the body part they affected. Assuming you had them in your feet, you could expect symptoms like redness, itching, or pain. You certainly wouldn't pamper your parasites with a spa day.
So I blocked all my
See what this guy does.
You probably have parasitic worms. Just take a look at this video real quick.
When I came out of my illness, I released hundreds of worms. Some of them look like earthworms from the fucking ground.
The photos are wild. There's roundworms, ropeworms, tapeworms, all different kinds of parasitic worms.
Today, I'm gonna show you a Sri Lankan all-natural Ayurvedic fix for this, and you're only gonna need one secret ingredient. You ready for the great reveal? All you're gonna need is, drum roll, papaya. And now, to be more specific, we don't need the entire papaya. What we need are the gold that's inside of it. Let me show you how to make it. And I'm gonna teach you how to take it properly, because if you take it wrong, you're gonna do more harm than good. Let's get into it. Now, Sri Lankans know that worms are one of our greatest enemies, especially when growing up. Now, you're probably thinking, oh, I live in America, none of my food has parasites. You're completely wrong. Common symptoms of having these worms is the person would feel lethargic all the time. They would have brain fog. No matter what type of food they eat, they would start to bloat. They might have unexplained weight loss or weight gain. Overall, you feel shitty in general. So one all-natural thing that we do here is we eat papaya seeds. I'm gonna show you how to get them out. It's very simple. Now, papaya is one of the most versatile fruits in general. It is great to help control your sugar levels. So if you eat the meat of the papaya, the fruit of the papaya, right, it's gonna help you become more regular, go to the bathroom, and it's high fiber, so it's gonna make sure it controls your blood sugar levels as well. Also, if you eat it in the morning, it's gonna keep you fuller for longer, so you tend not to snack on things in between meals. This right here is the seeds of the papaya. It looks crazy, but trust me, this is gonna help you get rid of those parasites. What you do is you get the seeds out, okay? And one thing about this is everybody's like, oh, it probably tastes disgusting. It's probably terrible. But, that's not completely true. Dried papaya seeds actually taste very similar to pepper. Now, you get the seeds out. Make sure that you don't waste anything extra, because you do want to eventually eat this papaya, okay? You want to eat it. Now, there are several different ways to consume these papaya seeds. The most effective, and what's mostly traditionally used in Sri Lanka, is you eat the raw seeds, okay? You don't start with a full tablespoon, right? If you start with the full tablespoon and you actually eat the full tablespoon, you'll start to feel kind of dizzy and kind of nauseous, because your body is not used to it, and it's just too much of a load. So we usually start out with 1 teaspoon of this parasite killing compound. You take it just like this, like that, and now it's important that you chew it thoroughly, okay? It's not gonna be the best tasting thing in the world, but you need to understand, the more bitter the medicine, the better the medicine, all right? So let me get into it. Oh yeah, it's kind of spicy. That's why I say it's similar to pepper, black pepper. So I've thrown that, but you guys already chewed it. And then you swallow it, right? It's very spicy, something you would never expect from a fruit, but yeah, it literally tastes like peppercorn. Now, what you wanna do is, after you take the seeds out and you have yourself that teaspoon, you wanna make sure you put this in a glass jar and store it in your fridge so that you can consume this for the rest of the week. 1 papaya will usually have enough seeds for the parasite detox and will last you about 2 weeks, which is the recommended duration for this parasite detox. Another thing that you can do, if you can't really palate the taste of chewing raw papaya seeds, what you could do is you could take these seeds, you can wash them thoroughly and then place them on something like a paper towel and let them air dry. What I like to really do is I like to take them, I like to put them on a clean paper towel, and then I like to put it out in the sun. Inside the house, of course, you don't want it outside where like insects and bugs and birds will come and peck at it. Instead, you want to keep it inside by a window and let the air plus the sun dry out the seeds. After the seeds are fully dried, you can put them in a blender and then turn them into a fine powder and add them into your smoothies or even your salads, cooking. So if you make like chicken curries and stuff, this would be great. This would be a great pepper alternative. So whatever foods you can add pepper to, you can usually add dried papaya seeds to. Very similar taste profile. All right, gang. So I taught you guys the importance of papaya and papaya seeds in your parasite cleansing journey. You'll immediately start to feel better around week 1, but I still recommend that you finish the full 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, you should be good, and then you should repeat this.
I like that. That's a good one to do during a full moon. Just buy a few dollar papaya and do what he's saying. That's a great one. I never even seen. I like that better actually than what I did. There's what's her name again?
So I sent my GI mapping to Laura, and right away she saw like the whole problem. What did you see when you saw my?
Well, number one, you had a parasite on your test, and here's
which is rare, by the way.
It's rare to see them, and I'll explain why. So the test that we ran on you has 14 parasites, 14 or 16. I have to go back and count, but 14 or 16 parasites are identified. You can have 100 different species of parasites in your body, and they don't just stay in the gut. So it's a myth that parasites only live in the gut. Parasites actually migrate very easily out of the gut and into the bloodstream, where they can then travel all over your body. So parasites really love to live in your lungs, in your sinuses, in your urinary system.
Your pancreas, apparently.
In your pancreas, in your liver.
Cucumber juice is another one. I haven't heard that one.
I have a long form video talking about intestinal parasites. I really encourage you to take a look at this video from beginning to end, because I talk about what a parasite is. I talk about how common they are. By the way, yes, intestinal parasites do happen in people, absolutely, but they may not be as common as many social media videos may make us think or make us feel, okay? But take a look at that video, because it's going to give you a lot of background for this video. Now, a lot of videos in social media talk about also homeopathic or sort of natural cures for intestinal parasites, papaya seeds being one. So do papaya seeds work? Now, interestingly enough, I have to say, there are actually a couple of studies that do suggest that papaya seeds may work or may have worked in some for intestinal parasites. I thought that was really interesting. When I looked them up myself, I was like, oh my gosh, this does exist. However, you must know that these studies are just a few. They're not the strongest studies, the most robust studies. We need more studies in larger people.
Yeah, good luck with that. Get out of my face.
Peace and blessings. Welcome back to the Get Rid of Those Parasites, and it will absolutely take care of a lot of conditions that people are unfortunately suffering with. Now, I'll start by saying this. This video probably won't get seen by most people. A lot of people who are my colleagues, my peers, who do what I do, teach in a holistic and natural way, give holistic approaches to how they address health problems. A lot of them, once they started talking about parasites in this way, unfortunately, they either got kicked off the platform or what have you. But this is important, and I think I got to have the conversation. So it's been on my mind for a while. I've had the conversation before in the past, but I haven't had it at this depth. And so here it goes. If you see it, you see it. All right, so this video, again, is how to get rid of parasites naturally, and some of the key herbs to help you do that, and some other things as well, too. But before we get into that, I think it's important to know a little bit about parasites, because when you hear about it, you think about these alien movies, and you think about the fungus that gets inside of an ant and starts to control the ant's brain. But in a lot of senses, human intestinal parasites and parasites in general in the body, they do a lot of the same things. They can control our taste buds. They can control us in ways that are very similar to a lot of the sci-fi movies that we watch. And when they get into our bodies, and they get into our bodies various ways, through physical exposure, through what we eat, also through, other types of exposures too. I won't go into that depth. But when parasites are in the body, it's important to know that the reason why they call them parasites is because you're in a parasitic relationship, meaning there's only one person or thing benefiting from this relationship, and that is the parasite. And so they take, okay? They not only take in the sense of they can steal your minerals, your vitamins, etc., and create deficiencies, but they're also very toxic because a lot of these parasites will actually create their own waste. That's right, they poop and pee inside of you and increase ammonia in the body, which could actually cause you to be very fatigued, tired, and have sleep issues as well too. This is why I always say the freaks come out at night, okay? It's not just the parasites that wake up, okay, in the nighttime, okay, and cause you to have that sweet tooth at nighttime, cause you to want something that's sweet, cause you to want something that is bread-like, pasta-like, etc., okay? Those cues aren't coming just from you, okay? Your adoration for those foods isn't coming just from you. So it's really important to know that and understand that, when they get into the body, they're not only wreaking havoc in terms of like causing tissue damage and causing issues among deficiency, but also toxicity as well too, in the form of creating waste and other things as well too. The other thing that's important is that the diet that is the standard American diet feeds it, okay? And even some plant-based diets where people are overindulging in white flour and refined carbohydrates is feeding it as well too. So sugar feeds it, refined foods, processed foods feeds these parasites. Refined carbohydrates, as I just mentioned, meat, dairy, all feed parasites, okay? And some of them, the parasites actually come from the meat as well too. And it's really important to understand that as anything decomposes and starts to break down, it will start to manifest, certain things. We know that when food starts to break down, it creates a fungus, okay? When meat starts to break down, it starts to create critters like parasites as well too. And nothing can stop that process. I think that's the most important thing that people need to know and understand. Nothing can stop that process. That is a natural process that is very important to the cycle of life. If we didn't decompose and break down, we would have bodies that are still essentially flesh from hundreds of millions of years ago. So everything is made to come from the earth and then go back into the earth, okay? Hugely important. And part of how nature, and as the divine perfection, has set it up to make this cycle complete for us is that we come into life, we form from nature, and then we decompose, everything that nature gives us breaks down and goes back into nature. But those parasites, the fungus, all of those critters are a part of that cycle, okay? And sometimes we speed up the process by eating certain things and allowing these certain critters like parasites to get into our body. So hugely important. And understanding also that your environment will determine whether a parasite will flourish, your internal environment, whether it will flourish or flee. Okay, because if your body isn't set up to make sure that these parasites are being fed and nourished, and you're eating things that are actually not only something that they don't want to eat, but something that will actually kill them, foods that I'll talk about in just a second, herbs that I'll talk about in just a second, then again, you have to understand that you play a key role in this. And I'll tell you this before we get started, you will rarely see go into a doctor, and when I name some of these symptoms, you will rarely have a doctor who will test you for a parasite. Okay, and I've even had gone to the lab in the hospital and asked after they, spun the sample and asked like, well, did you see any parasites? And they were like, well, yeah. And I'm like, well, why didn't you tell the doctor? And they're like, well, I did. But then when I saw the test, it was removed off of it. So it's really important to understand that. And I don't think any malice. I just think this is something we were not taught in school. They don't teach us about parasites and their impact on not only the degeneration of our health, but the impact and how they're directly correlated with a lot of chronic illnesses, high blood pressure, heart disease, okay? The big C word, okay? It's really important to understand. And even in other countries, they're using things to kill parasites. Like there was a drug that cost like 5 cents a tablet, very safe, ivermectin, that is used for parasites. But during that whole period of 2 to 3 years, where we were being isolated and told to stay at home. In other countries, they were using this and was very effective. But here they outlawed it. They banned it and we could not get access to it. Like 5 cents a tablet, hugely important, okay? Now, with that being said, we're gonna go over some types of parasites. And the reason why I'm gonna give you the types is because I did this in a previous video. So if you wanna go back and look at that video, I go in more depth about the different types because they do different things to the body, the different types of parasites. Then I highly recommend going back, looking at that video. I'm just gonna fly through this. We're gonna get to the symptoms and then we're gonna get to the solutions, okay? So different types, you have a horsehair worm. That horsehair worm will live in the kidneys. It will cause back issues, and it also will come out in the urine, okay? And a lot of us don't check our stools, don't check our urine, so even if it did come out, you probably wouldn't see it. Some of them are very small. Some of them, like tapeworms could be up to 3 feet long, okay? Which I've seen come out. I've seen people do my detox, and it comes out in the stool sometimes as well, too, okay? Other types of parasite, pinworms. Pinworms commonly are associated with an itchy anus, okay? Especially at night, because again, the freaks come out at night, okay? So, and sometimes these pinworms can create a vaginal discharge with women. And sometimes that vaginal discharge could be confused as either candida or yeast infection or, BV. But sometimes it's a parasite. And this particular parasite pinworms can cause this, okay? Another type is hookworms, which could cause anemia. And hookworms hook to the lining, the inner lining of your bowels, okay? And they essentially are like vampires, just feeding off of the blood, okay? You also have toxoplasmosis, which I'll talk about a little bit later. There's another type of parasite. You have tapeworms, Giardia, which is commonly found in our, tap water, okay? Flukes, roundworms, which could be found in both the liver and the pancreas, and they affect the liver and the pancreas. So again, you got a liver issue, you got a pancreas issue. It could be associated with this particular type of parasite. And roundworms could also cause abdominal pain. So if you got abdominal pain, you really don't know where it's coming from, it could be coming from that. And roundworms commonly come from our pets. So if you got dogs, cats, it definitely can come from them as well too. And that's a whole nother video that I definitely need to do in the future. You got homeless and protozoa. So you got many different types of parasites. What are some of the symptoms? I'll blaze through these as well, because again, I did a whole video on this. So if you want to kind of dive deep in there, and be bloated belly, okay? It could be with roundworms, but when you have that, if you're suffering with conditions like endometriosis, fibroids, your breast has very dense tissue in them, or infertility, these things are associated with the parasite Giardia, okay? Or it could be pinworms, okay? And I know you're thinking to yourself, how could this be? Trust me, do the research, look it up. That definitely could be one of the things as well, among other complicating factors, okay? So it could be the parasite in combination with the fact that you're eating the things that I was telling you earlier that are feeding the parasites, if that makes sense to you. So one thing could be feeding the parasites, and the parasites are making the issue even more complicated, hugely important. So endometriosis, fibroids, PCOS, dense tissue in the breasts, or infertility, Giardia or pinworms, okay? Anxiety, depression, mood changes, flushing out because they wake up at night, and that ammonia wakes you up, okay? So now that we've gone over the symptoms, we've gone over the types of parasites, let's get into what are some parasite killers. What are some things you could do? What are some herbs you could take to start to address this issue? Even foods, all right? One of the things you could do is you can start using an infrared sauna. It's been shown that infrared sauna helps to kill certain parasites, okay? So you can start incorporating that into your routine. You could do it before or after your workout. You can just do it at home as well too. You can get portable infrared light as well too. So there's a combination of things you could do, but infrared sauna can help with that, all right? Papaya seeds, okay? Papaya seeds are anti-parasitic. Okay, so a lot of times when I eat my papaya, I will take some of those seeds. Just make sure you get organic, because there's a lot of GMO papaya, okay? So papaya seeds can be very anti-parasitic as well too, okay? So I usually get them, clean them off, let them dry out, and then I'll crush them up. I'll put them in my smoothies, or I'll just put it in a small teaspoon or half a teaspoon in water. Now, here's the thing. I use those same papaya seeds crushed up as a black pepper substitute. Okay, so they do have a little kick to them, so you don't want to take too much. Just a little tip for you. Pumpkin seeds. Okay, pumpkin seeds, parasites do not like pumpkin seeds. Okay, so you can eat those first thing in the morning to be helpful as well too. Bentonite clay. You can use the bentonite clay to catch the actual parasites in your gut. Okay, so they'll actually bind up these parasites to pull them out of the gut when you have a bowel movement, which we'll talk about in a minute because most people are constipated. So you could be eating these things. The bentonite clay could be binding them up. You could be using the infrared sauna, but if you don't actually open up your bowels and your elimination pathways, they'll stay in the body. And guess what? They lay eggs. They're laying these larvae all the time. So you may kill the actual parasite, but then the larva hatches and then boom, the whole cycle begins again. Okay, so that's why that's hugely important. We'll talk about that in just a second. You also can use sound frequency. Okay, now this is one that is not often talked about. Okay, you can use sound frequency for a lot of different things. If you go back and look at a lot of the hieroglyphics and go online and check out a lot of the paintings in Egypt, what you'll notice is that a lot of the gods and also some of the pharaohs would have a tuning fork in one hand and a little hammer in the other. And they would use that tuning fork and hammer to create certain frequencies for healing as a method of healing. Okay, and that hertz or sound frequency that you can use for parasites is 1150 hertz. Okay, you can go on YouTube, check out 1150 hertz parasite healing. You'll find it in abundance. Okay, what I did during that time was I found one on YouTube. I would play it at night when I was asleep. Okay, because again, the freaks come out at night. All right, now let's get into some herbs. One of my favorite things, being a herbalist and being a naturalist. Okay, one of the herbs that I use, and I use this in my detox, we'll talk about this in just a second, is cloves. Okay, now you'll probably remember, if you're anything like me, your family during the holidays would either make a turkey or make a ham. And when they would make a turkey or a ham, they would put a ring of pineapple, and then they would put like a toothpick and then put like a cherry in it. And then they would put cloves in there. Okay, they will put cloves in it to kill the parasites that are coming from the meat. Most people don't know that. They just thought that they would put that in there as a seasoning, but our ancestors were actually using herbs to protect themselves, especially during those times when they realized that, you know, like for us as Africans and those who are part of the diaspora, when we came here against our will, we only could eat what was made available to us. And so we understood herbology, we understood how to use herbs. And so quite often what will happen is when they would have to eat pork or eat ham, they know that these animals create a lot of parasites. And so as a result, they would use the cloves in there to get rid of and kill, to help kill the parasites, okay? And the really good thing about cloves is they help to eradicate parasitic eggs. So the eggs that the parasites are laying, the cloves are really good for actually helping to kill those eggs, which is hugely important, because if you kill the parasite but you don't kill the eggs, the process is just going to repeat itself. Hugely important. Wormwood, okay? Wormwood, which is a herb that was used by Egyptians, okay, to expel intestinal worms, okay? Remember I was telling you, those intestinal worms is what's causing all that bloat, okay? That discomfort, that pain in the gut, okay? And so wormwood is a really good herb to actually help to expel some of those intestinal parasites, okay? Black walnut hull. Now, if you're allergic to any kind of nuts, then I would have caution with this one, okay? I have had people who were allergic to nuts, and they asked if they could do my detox, and I told them, hey, I don't recommend it. They went to their doctor, they got tested to see if they had absolutely any allergies to black walnut hull. They didn't. They did the detox with success, but I would highly recommend you do exactly that. Follow up with your doctor, get an allergy test just to make sure, okay? Because we don't need anybody having any issues, okay? The next, and wait, let me say this about black walnut hull, which is one that I really like, is one of the herbs that is actually in my parasite candida cleanse. What I love about black walnut hull, and what you'll notice is that I'm using different herbs for different reasons, okay? To address the parasite directly, and then to also address the eggs. So I got a herb specifically in there to address the eggs that are being laid. And then I got a herb like black walnut hull, which oxygenates the blood to kill parasites. Now, this is important too. All right. So, because here's the thing, parasites aren't just in our gut. I've seen under a light where I put a light to someone's eye because they thought they would be seeing something. They were like, when I'm looking, I feel like I'm seeing something, but I don't see anything in front of me. So I put a light to their eye, and when I looked into the pupil, you could see the parasite moving around in their eye. Okay? So that's why I'm saying it's important to understand that you have to kill this on a total level. It can't be targeted just for the gut. Parasites can get anywhere in the body, okay? So it's hugely important, especially once they get in the blood. So this is why I use black walnut whole, because it oxygenates the body and that kills the parasites, okay? Another herb that I use in my detox as well is oregano, okay? Yeah, look, that same oregano that you sprinkle on there, I use a form of oregano that helps to reduce the parasitic infectivity. So the level in which it affects, it reduces that level of infectivity. So you see the multiple levels. A herb that directly impacts the parasite, a herb that kills the worms, a herb that oxygenates the blood to kill parasites, and then a herb in there to reduce the infectivity level of the parasite. Okay, and so that is my parasite candida cleanse. Now, the thing about mine, you can see in there, you can see the herbs, the black walnut whole, the cloves, the wormwood, also Paul d'Arco is also another herb as well too. And I also use neem because I not only want to get rid of the parasites, I also want to get rid of the yeast. So this is why it's called a parasite candida cleanse. Okay, this could be, again, parasites could be the reason why you got inflammation all over your body. Parasites can be the reason why you're always fatigued and you have brain fog all the time. Parasites can be the reason you're so bloated. Parasites can be the cause of a lot of different things because most people are infected with parasites. Now, the difference with my detox, as always, you not only get the parasite candida cleanse, but you also get the Tummy Detox, which is going to open up those elimination pathways, including the bowels, to expel out those parasites, which is hugely important. All right, so it's also really important to have a system not only to target the parasites, but also to open up those elimination pathways to get them out of the body. Because again, when you see somebody who's constantly breaking out their acne, they've changed their diet, they exercise, they change their lifestyle, nothing has worked. A lot of times it could be the yeast. It could even be parasites as well too. Okay, so now you got to specifically target those. And to target those, again, the skin is just another elimination pathway. And part of what the detox does is it opens up all 7 of those elimination pathways, which is hugely important because by any means necessary, you need to get them out of the body. You can't just kill them and they remain in the body. So I hope this has been helpful. Please share this video with anybody out there because a lot of times you're going through a struggle with your health and you're doing this and you're doing that and nothing's working. And it could be because of parasites and yeast in your body. Hit that subscribe button, hit that notification button. That's how you guys show me love. That's how you show me appreciation. And I'm so thankful for you guys sharing your experiences with everybody out there. This is what keeps the message, the movement going. Okay. Comment below if you've done my detox. Talk about some of the benefits. Share that with the audience.
Let's see what this frequency is talking about. You say 1150 hertz? $741. I'd be careful with these. A lot of these sound videos online, I believe a lot of them have been infected with different, they throw in counter frequency stuff in these. So 1150. Science steer worms with sound waves. What's this? Hold on a minute. That's a little frightening, I ain't gonna lie. I don't see anything that says... So 741 is the one that keeps popping up. I don't know about 1150. $741. Yeah, I'd be careful with these guys. I'd be careful with these, especially the ones that pop up first. Am I gonna turn these on?
Peace and
that was pretty good though, and he's a doctor. I don't know. That was more helpful than most of these videos, that's for sure. You don't need a parasite cleanse. Oh, here's another one I heard about, Scram. You can buy that on Amazon too. There's one right now. It's, oh, there it is. Yeah, 1150 parasite cleansing. I don't know if I trust this stuff. It's live right now. What? Let's click on this for a second. I don't think I trust it. I don't trust that. Spiritual, the fools of for Christ. Okay. Anyways. Let's see what we got here. Let's play your video. Let's check this out. Oh, we saw this actually. Parasites in our air, yeah.
One of the reasons for depleted uranium in aerosols that are being sprayed by the military are to fuse living and non-living, animate and inanimate, organic and inorganic particulates together to make a new species, fusing them together to make a cyborg organism. And we are actually able to view this process in this military application SNOW. Here we can see obvious depleted uranium. It is most definitely depleted uranium. We can see the depleted uranium fusion that was produced into a renucleated new species This is a mecha organism. Okay, it's a mechanical organism or a cybernetic organism. It is a single cell cyborg. There are polymer producing nanites. The depleted uranium is being used as a catalyst to create this mecha-orga fusion process. And as it happens, these holes are being created in this polymer sheet because methane gases are released. That's part of the reason for the green color in the sky when this is going on. Another reason is for the other organisms that are being aerosoled into the sky. This is what you get when you fuse a single-celled organism with a polymer-producing nanoparticle, a nanocyborg, which is a polymer fiber 3D printer. Using those 3D printers, you can actually program it to print out anything. It's the forerunner. That's what these are. These are nanocyborg polymer fiber 3D printers. They are programmed to print. It's called Pseudomonas.
And that is what these are. These, oh my gosh, these are the 3D printers of the parasite, the matrix system, which we're exposing as usual. These are the 3D printers right here, people.
And what it does is it creates freezing at low temperatures, thus destroying crops. Desiccated human red blood cells by themselves, having broken from the strand. And we have activated human red blood cells that are dividing. So they're not waiting until they fall down on the ground. They're not waiting to activate these for a specific moment in time. They're activating them on the way down. This is for plague purposes. It is for the purposes of an epidemic. These desiccated human red blood cells have been opened up, the outer shell is opened up, and the nucleus is taken out. It is renucleated with a disease, a replicating disease, and it uses this shell of this blood cell to protect it until it can be injected into whatever host and destroy or debilitate whatever host.
Interesting. Let me check my playlist, make sure we're actually, make sure there's no other video I had in here for today. Nope. Let's check out while we're here, let's check out what's his name new video. I haven't watched it yet. We'll watch this together. Let's check it out. It's only 30 minutes.
All right, greetings and welcome back everybody to the Matrix Unveiled School of Mysticism. Welcome back to our weekly live mystery school occult builds. Today we are here once again inside of the School of Mysticism, and we have a very powerful and instructive lecture for you today on shamanic mysticism, the mystical initiate's path of wizardry and more. So today's conversation is going to be powerful for all mystical initiates, all of those that are finding themselves drawn to this message and aligning with these words and aligning with the frequency and the resonance of everything that we've been doing inside of the Matrix Unveiled School of Mysticism. Today, we're going to talk to you about shamanic mysticism. And first of all, we want to say thank you to all of our mystical initiates, those of you that are watching within our live curriculum. We appreciate you. And, you're going to be getting a very in-depth lecture here today on how to walk the mystical initiate's path, how to walk the path of fearlessness, of true spirituality, of sovereignty, of dharmic life purpose creation, and shamanism.
Fembendazole? Hold on, we'll come. Is a broad spectrum used against gastrointestinal parasites. Oh yeah, this is one of those. Actually, I'm glad you said that. Let's look at the ingredients real quick. Let's look at the ingredients real quick. Methyl 5, benzoyl carbonate. Now let's see what this stuff is. Physical chemical properties class. Okay, wait, let's back up here. Let's see what this is. Carbamic acid. Wait, so it says it's granules 22.2% contains the active ingredient fembendazole. Is a broad spectrum used against gastrointestinal parasites. Highly safety margin and mostly species tolerate it very well. Has been a low degree of toxicity and decrease. Is a benzimol that represents a wide spectrum of aromatic organic compound, may be viewed as a fused rings of aromatic compounds. Benzene. It is a solid white that appears to be the form of crystals. In printed circuit board manufacturing, can be used as an organics. Whoa. That's what I'm seeing with a lot of these parasite cleanses and these different ingredients. Like with, when you look at it, they use it for circuit board printing, circuit boards, and the black mirrors and the internet. A lot of these compounds that they have in these parasite cleanses, look, it's used in printed circuit board manufacturing. That's just printing wiring board is a medium used to connect wire components to one another in a circuit. It takes the form of laminated sandwich structure of conductive and insulating layers. This is where I'm just like trying to. This is where it always leads me to something they use for a computer in these parasite cleanses. Like in ivermectin. They use like quartz crystal, what they find in quartz crystals. And what do they use that for? Computers, people. That's crazy. If I'm understanding this correctly, I don't know. I don't know. I might be wrong about what I'm saying. This is crazy. Much love. If anybody wants to I want a parasite to come up here. I want to confront a parasite. Come on up. Any parasites out there? Let's watch this. Let's check this out.
And mysticism. So we're going to break it down for you today. This very unique occult path that we've been sharing within our community and within our YouTube channel and all of the videos and lessons that we've been sharing with you all. This is really about you finding your own inner strength, your own spiritual will, and carving through the Maya, carving through the BS, carving through the illusion, how to move forward in your life, how to actually create a higher consciousness experience, how to be the governor of your own reality, and how to ensure that outside external forces are not controlling or manipulating you. So if these words resonate with you, then there is a chance that you could be a potential mystical initiate, one who is endowed with the creator spirit, with the divine spark, and with the ability to manifest and create whatever you are seeing within your mind's eye and within your heart's resonance. There is these deeper instructions within your spirit that are unfolding now. And as a mystical initiate, let me tell you that the path is not something that is laid out for you. It's not an easy cookie cutter type of trajectory. So this path, this mission, this trajectory of life is about being the rebel of society. It's about being the true, we don't call it the black sheep, because if you're a sheep, that means you're still asleep, but the black wolf or the black lion or the black tiger, right? You are the one that's walking fearlessly into the jungle, away from society, away from the herds of the sheeple, the people that are asleep, and you're walking into your own truth, into your own reality, and you are facing whatever comes in your way, whatever obstacles, internal or quote unquote external, right? Any sort of energetic, mystical, spiritual, or physical obstacle. The goal here as a mystical initiate is to learn how to utilize your innate spiritual powers, your gifts, your divine abilities, your ability to be claircognizant, clairvoyant, clairsentient, and to utilize the energies that you wield and that you're going to learn how to connect into to move yourself as a metaphysical or spiritual warrior through these currents, through these tides. And so this is quite an expansive and in-depth curriculum here, that's for sure. So once again, the entire curriculum is inside of the School of Mysticism, and you will find step-by-step instructions on how to really navigate these ethereal waters, how to navigate the complexities and the distractions and the deceptions of the Matrix. Right now in 2024, the Matrix is on overdrive, which means that more and more people have been assimilated and controlled and manipulated than ever before. This is just simply a fact. You can see it even in the so-called spiritual communities. You can see people are getting distracted left and right, talking about things that don't matter, people that don't matter.
Exactly. There's only a few of us, people. Wow, spot on. We can see all of them being distracted by dumb shit that doesn't matter. Being wowed by the Matrix. Concerned about the shape of the earth. You know what I mean? Concerned about things that are just like, come on, people. We are on the cusp of understanding what's really going on in this parasitic system, like right in our face. And most people are looping and by this, they're just, I don't get it. It's weird, but you know what? Let's keep going here.
Situations that don't matter. All of these things, these are occurring in this day and age. What we need to remember and what we need to keep ourselves attuned towards is the higher spiritual planes, the higher spiritual truths, the knowledge that we are infinite creators and we have the ability to cut through, to carve through, and to basically reprogram the reality, our dream. And this is your dream, believe it or not. And don't be mistaken by the ideas that others can influence your dream unless you allow them to. So we have to learn how to control our spiritual energy, our spiritual attention. When we can master our attention.
Oh, wow. What's up, man? Good to see you. Thanks for popping in. That is what's up. He's in the chat right now. Appreciate you, bro. Thanks for popping in here. I appreciate that. And you're right, bro. There's only a few of us really on this truth, man. But thanks for popping in here, buddy. Wow. Honored.
Our attention is like a laser. Okay? A laser can be it can either be supremely focused in one direction and emitting a very powerful beam of light, or it can be a beam of light that is basically being spread out like a rainbow or being spread out like a waveform, okay? And a waveform, you can see it's literally like in choppy waves. So it's not coming out in a focused beam. But when we're talking about spirituality and energy work and magic and understanding how to concentrate energy, it's so important we learn how to focus our attention and truly direct it in a continuous fashion. That there is a skill to mystical mastery here. There is a skill to learning about the spiritual currents and learning about how we can utilize magic, how we can utilize shamanism, how we can utilize the currents of the mystical initiate. The mystical initiate is one who is initiating themselves into mysticism, into shamanism, into spirituality, into magic, into magical practices. This is the light warrior who is chosen by the Earth Mother and the Cosmic Father, okay? The Shiva and the Shakti, the powers, the divine powers that rule over the cosmos and over the multiverse, essentially. And so as a child...
Big shout out to the Matrix Unveiled. Everyone subscribe over there. Love your videos. Thanks again for popping in here. Shout out to Eternal Activation. Yeah, I found him about a year ago. Everyone, big shout out. Much love.
Or as a spark of this infinite power, you have a duty to attune yourself to these energies, to uplift yourself and to break free from the Maya, because for sure, the Maya is controlling most of humanity. Okay, we've talked about this in previous lectures. The entities, these energies that are controlling humanity are steering them down a path of confusion, chaos, war, basically.
That's what we're pointing out. The manifestation of the, what do you call it, the Mayan? Hold on.
The Shiva and the Shakti, the powers, the divine powers that rule over the cosmos and over the multiverse, essentially. And so as a child or as a spark of this infinite power, you have a duty to attune yourself to these energies, to uplift yourself and to break free from the Maya. Because for sure, the Maya is controlling most of humanity. Okay, we've talked about this in previous lectures. The entities, these energies that are controlling humanity are steering them down a path of confusion, chaos, war, basically controlled parties of war. So it's not real war where we're fighting against, there's a revolution against a certain powers, but it's actually war amongst each other, war, controlled parties, controlled factions, right? And you also have.
And this is the physical manifestation of that in our realm, people. But what he's talking about, like that spiritual game, I don't know what that's infested our reality, or this is their reality and we're just visiting. I have no idea. Or they're these invaders. What we're talking about, these parasites, is a physical manifestation of these entities in the realm that we reside in, people. This is what it looks like while we're in this realm from our, meat suits that we reside in. This is what we see. But this is the physical manifestation. These are the culprits, people, right here. It's deep stuff, man. On point.
Biological engineering, biotechnological manipulation of human consciousness and of human bodies. And so there's so much manipulation going on within the astral plane and within the physical planes. But as a spiritual spark, you must remember that your only mission here in this lifetime is to fulfill your spiritual purpose or your dharma, and to continue living that dharmic purpose, that mission, and transitioning and transcending across the various planes of existence. So we are multiversal. We are multidimensional in that aspect. We are existing in many timelines, many realities. But we have to learn to concentrate our power back into a singular timeline or a singular reality. If we cannot control our.
That's the key, people. And that's why this isn't just like being a health nut and getting rid of these bugs and stuff. This is a spiritual battle here. These are spiritual parasites, and this is their physical form. And doing these cleanses and cleansing ourselves of these things, people, that's controlling our mind, is a spiritual thing. It's an internal thing. This is like mental health is like key to this realm, people. And it's not the mental health that we think of. We're talking about internal health. Those inner effed up thoughts people get and they act on them, all this stuff. This is where it's coming from. And so cleansing yourself is cleansing like your internal spirit, people. I mean, this is much more than people think. People just look at the surface. They're like, whatever, let's go back to gossiping and talking about what we think the shape of the earth is and government agendas and stuff like that, people. But they're victims of this parasitic system too. They're here to just distract us into paying attention to nonsense. So this is the true spiritual war right here we're focusing on. Okay, let's
ourselves and control our minds from the external manipulation. Will never be true spellcasters, because true wizardry, true magic and spellcasting and shamanism comes down to being able to control one's own mind, learning how to put aside the distractions and the distractions of the matrix and the Maya. All of the distractions can include what your neighbors are wanting you to do, what your friends are wanting you to do, what your family is wanting you to do, what the internet is wanting you to do. This is basically what most people's lives consist of. Those 4 distractions: people in their immediate circumstances, in their vicinity, and then their family members, and then the internet or the social media networks. Every single thing has an agenda, and that agenda is to basically take you away from your own conscious power, your own ability to create, and to insert a narrative of confusion or chaos or misdirection or anything but remembrance of what this message is teaching you. So do you see what I'm talking about? This entire world has been designed by the controllers, by these lower vibrational beings, to be a recycling process of your consciousness. So you're just experiencing the same thing.
Well, I'm gonna rewind that part.
Your own ability to create and to insert a narrative of confusion or chaos or misdirection or anything but remembrance of what this message is teaching you. So do you see what I'm talking about? This entire world has been designed by the controllers, by these lower vibrational beings, to be a recycling process of your consciousness. So you're just experiencing the same thing over and over again. You're never doing anything new in the spiritual plane. It's not just about the physical plane, it's about the energetic planes. However, when you come at this from the conversation or the angle of the mystical initiate, the mystical being, the magical being, one who is learning how to control their attention, their energy, their ability to create reality, and to basically understand multidimensional chess. Because it is chess on these various planes of existence. When you understand that spell casting and weaving magic is weaving these grids of light and energy that are then rotating and spinning and transforming into different objects, into different realities and different possibilities, we have to sit back in our power and really allow the power to build, number one. Number two, learn how to focus the power. Number three, learn how to demonstrate the power in consistent manners where we can train the power. Okay, so that comes down to our conversation of elemental wizardry. Okay, where we teach you about aerokinesis or air bending, learning how to harness the wind currents, learning how to harness the elemental currents of the air, the earth, the fire, the akash, the electrical, the magnetic, learning how to tune them with these frequencies, but not just from an intellectual perspective, but for real, showing you how to work with those energies, with your body, with your mind, with your consciousness. Okay, so nothing we're teaching you here is conjecture. It's all 100% demonstrated examples and in real time. Okay, so for those mystical initiates, go ahead and check out our most recent subtle energy training mastery quantum fields videos, where we show you the training exercises you need to do to build up your spiritual field of energy. Once you can build up your own spiritual field of energy, you can be the discerner of everything in your reality. You can become the discerner, which means that you no longer have to listen to what I'm saying or what anyone else is telling you about the world. You will see it for yourself. You will see the matrix and the Maya and the illusions and the deceptions that have been placed over your consciousness, the spells, basically, the magic. And it's not all magic is good magic. The magic that we're sharing with you here today is benevolent light magic. And this is the only magic that we practice inside the School of Mysticism, is that magic filled with truth. Okay. But the powers that were, or the so-called controllers of the matrix and their hierarchies, their minions, their agents, their an extensive list of basically circles, let's put it that way. They're networks, right? These beings practice maleficent magic, maleficent witchcraft. And so it is definitely a battle in the spiritual planes. However, what I can tell you is that we outnumber or outpower them 1,000 to 1. When we really turn on, we may not outnumber them, but we outpower them, which means that the truth will always hold a higher regard than any lies or blasphemousness, nature, and any sort of corruption. It's just simply the fact that most people don't have the spiritual authority or the ranking or the determination or the authenticity to uphold that truth, that pillar of gnosis. Ultimately, it comes down to practice, training, discipline, consistency, and then having the correct curriculum. A lot of times, there's a lot of bad information going on in the internet, And you know, a lot of people are now not really training their own consciousness in the same way. They're not focusing on, hey, what can I do as a creator? They're not relying on the AI or artificial intelligence or technology to create for them. Okay. What I want to say is we're coming into an age in reality, which is known as the age of Aquarius. Okay. The age of Aquarius is the age of information. It is the age of disclosure. It is the age of transference of information. So information is going to play a huge part in our coming sectors of existence. But if we as human beings are not providing the world or not providing the reality with something unique, something creative, something ingenuitive, we are going to get left behind in society. We're going to get left behind.
I see what you're saying, Basmic, but that might be also another programming that we think that we are just these rag dolls and we agreed. That could be another matrix programming that we agreed to all these life scripts, and maybe we did, but maybe it's not 100%. You know what I mean? Maybe we can break this while we're here as well, and that's how we really get out. When we're in the spirit realm, that's where they really get us. Maybe as we're living these lives, we have to break the script here. You know, so I'm not set on one thing or the other. Like, I'm staying neutral in it, trying to figure out, you know what I mean? Not coming really to any conclusion. But I'm not going to give the system that much power over me to where it's controlling every move I make, and it made me agree to every event in my life. Although that could be the case, but I'm not like totally set on that necessarily. But there's a lot of truth to that, but there's also a fraud to that. So
behind in the world as quote unquote machines begin to start to replace humans. The only humans that are really going to thrive are those that are doing something unique, that have found a unique way of living, a unique way of being.
Because
So
if
when
you
you're
really
talking
look at what we're discovering now here, and like what I've discovered, that definitely the parasitic system isn't going to have in my life script that I discover this parasitic system and wake up to it and spread the information. Even though there's not that many people, but still, like, I couldn't imagine that being a life script given to me by the parasites. That's something that I rose above and became my own self on my own mission without any agreements. So you can see things going on in people's life that obviously they're not going to script that. That's outside. There's things going on that's outside the script. And so that's where we want to be. So I can see both sides really. If you don't embrace your power in this reality, how can you expect to go beyond it? Impossible. I've heard many people with your thoughts. They do not work, unfortunately. See, yeah. We break the life script here, then it carries over to the astral realm or the spirit world. And I spoke a lot about that too, where I thought it was the script, and I've had events happen recently that was like very parasitic scripted event. But I think that that's my fault that I fell into these scripts. Instead of being a victim, they want you to have that victim mentality, so then that brings you on that on those lower energies, and now you're food for the parasites. So
about being a mystical initiate, it extends beyond just your spiritual path. Your spiritual path ends up being grounded in your physical path. So this includes where you live, how you live, what type of work you do for a living, okay? What type of food you eat, how you look at the world, how you see the world. Do you still see the world from this materialistic, 3D perspective, you're inside of a ball, a spinning ball on the earth, and you're in space and you're flying around. Do you still see that as your perspective of reality, or do you understand you're inside of a dream reality, a quantum reality, a reality that cannot be explained through conventional means? It's an observer effect. It's something beyond what we've thought it was. Do you see the illusion for what it is, or are you still tied to the illusion? Those of you that are, basically like, oh, well, I got to pay the bills. I got to take care of my family. See, that's all part of the illusion. That's all part of the illusion. It's just that you're so deep under the illusion that you cannot see from beyond the illusion. So when we come at it with that type of mindset, oh, I just need to make money to survive, we're again operating in the root chakra, and that is not the highest mode of being. So what we need to do is we need to do a correction on the spiritual plane, which is, what am I here for? What is my purpose? What is my true intention of being? My true intention is evolution, spiritual evolution. My true intention is know thyself. Know thyself to be a conduit of the universe. So therefore, if one is a conduit of all that there is, how could there ever be lack? Because the universe is not lacking anything. It is an infinite flow of energy, and it's just a question of whether or not you're able to tap into that flow and let that flow through you and beyond, or whether you're going to be kind of like a greedy, scarce river. The ocean is here. The ocean is infinite. You can connect to the infinite ocean, which is really what you are. We are all part of this infinite ocean of consciousness. But we are also the spark. We're the totality and the singularity at the same time. So, when you awaken to these deeper truths, life becomes a creative project, a creative endeavor, like a canvas. And some may say, well, what about suffering? What about misery? Yes, these are emotions that have to be learned to be transcended. And even though we may still fall into suffering and misery, this is all ultimately our teacher. Ultimately, all suffering and pain that we go through is an obstacle to our true self. Because we are not the body, we are not the emotions, we're not the mind. When we identify with the mind, the body, and the emotions, we suffer. So when your body is in pain, you feel pain. But you're not your body. You are the spirit, and the spirit doesn't feel pain. So how can we reach a level of consciousness where we can stop being so affected by the material plane? This is what true spirituality is all about. It's about understanding the Maya. And as we talked about in the last lecture, this entire world, the good, the bad, the pleasure, the pain, the suffering, all of it is Maya. When you want to really tap in, you have to be beyond the fluctuations of the ocean. So it's like you go to the beach and you check out the waves of the ocean, and one day it's really, really rough. The waves are really tough. They're really bad. So you go out on the boat and you are just getting slammed around the boat. The boat's almost going to capsize. So you start cursing at the ocean, getting really, really, really angry, really upset with the ocean. The ocean doesn't really care what you say. It just ignores you. It's like, well, I'm an ocean. I'm going to do what I want. I'm not going to be contained by your little puniness of a human being, right? It doesn't apply to me. But then you have another day, you go out with that same boat and you go to the same ocean. But this time, the ocean is very calm and very peaceful. Everything is real tranquil. There's no problems happening. There's nothing happening.
So for me, I see exactly what you guys are saying in the chat from all your guys' perspectives. But I'm still trying to see it for what it is, and is it just whatever I think it is? You know what I mean? That's the thing. Is whatever conclusion we came to, is that exactly what it is for us? You know what I mean? That's why I like to just see it from all the perspectives and then try to see it for what it is. But maybe whatever conclusion I come to, that's what it's going to be. Or it already is what it is. It's a complicated thing, people. But I understand where people are coming from.
Happening. This time you're in love with the ocean. You're like, wow, it's the most beautiful ocean ever. The water is beautiful. I love it. So you're basically responding and you're reacting to the conditions of your environment. So it's like a hamster on a wheel. When the hamster gets fed, it's really happy. When the hamster is hungry, it's miserable. Sure, that's fine if you're a hamster or if you're just a physical being, but if you're actually a spiritual being, you must rise above these conditions. Now, of course, all humans require certain things to survive. They require adequate food, adequate water, adequate shelter, adequate, resources to provide for themselves. So I'm not saying to not, create that in your life. In fact, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying you want to create that and then more and have an overflowing of energy. An overflow. So the energy is always flowing in your current, in your direction, and you know how to give to others as well, and you're a beacon of light. So we can very, very clearly see that wizardry and spirituality is all about alchemical mastery. It's alchemy. Alchemy in all things. Alchemy with the elements. Alchemy with your finances. Alchemy with your health. Okay, if you have bad health, then you need to alchemize your body. For example, if you're someone that's very dense or very you're always getting sick, there's literally a process that needs to go on through the body, which is alchemy, which is, maybe I need to switch from an acidic diet to more an alkaline diet, eating more of the nature foods and getting a higher pH. So that way you can really balance out the acidity within your being. Okay. Learning how to control your impulses and your desires is also key to mystical shamanism. So not letting the root chakra, the sacral chakra, and the solar plexus rule your governance, but coming from a higher perspective and ensuring, of course, those lower centers are always fed and nurtured and flowing properly, okay? And there's things where we can teach, there's things that we teach in the School of Mysticism, like Dantian breathing, okay? So you're literally expanding the sacral chakra, expanding the lower Dantian, and feeding it with energy. And then you can even feed the center Dantian and the upper Dantian. You can feed these energy centers and rejuvenate your field. This is a process. This is mystical alchemy. And the other thing I want to talk about is that when you are on this process, there's going to be a lot of resistance from the outside world. And this is all a test. This is all a test that it is giving you. Are you really going to stick with your guns? Are you going to stick with your guts? Are you going to stick with your intuition? Or are you going to back down and assimilate into the matrix reality? Far too many people assimilate back. And I know this because I can see the activity. I can see the change in behavior or the lack of congruence in certain individuals' paths. But it's not for me to judge. Everybody ultimately is the judge of their own path and their own trajectory. Well, what I'm simply saying is that you owe it to yourself to be the best version of yourself. And this is what I've come to the conclusion in my own self as well. If you have true self-love, you owe it to yourself to be the healthiest, happiest, most spiritual, most aligned, and most prosperous being that you can possibly become. And while you may say, okay, well, I can become the most prosperous if I take a little shortcut here, if I do this job, or if I do that job, or if I just, kind of sign on the dotted line here, and I'll get this. I'm not talking about you basically, you take an easier position in order to acquire something. Because this is an element of selling your soul. So people, remember that celebrities are not the only people that sell their souls, okay? Everybody that works for the Matrix has sold their soul in a way because they've accepted. What is selling your soul? Well, it's exactly what it sounds like. Selling your soul involves you taking a paycheck or taking some sort of compensation for an aspect of your energy when you're feeding it to the Matrix, when you're giving it to the Matrix in a way that is not benefiting you or anybody else. So when you sell your soul, it means you're taking that 40 an hour a job per week. And it's like, that's what you're doing to make your ends meet. The problem with this is that in the end, it bites you and everybody else in the ass. Why? Because you are simply conforming to be a battery. You're conforming to be a battery. You're conforming to fall into a lower position than you really are. And so not everybody's going to be able to have the courage or the spiritual willpower to actually find it within themselves to say, hey, I need to rise up to a higher level. I need to tap into my creativity. I need to come up with some sort of idea. I need to make something of myself. I need to be moving forward in my spirituality. Okay? This can happen too in religious structures as well. You know, you could be coming into a spiritual path and you think that the religion is going to help you, and then you get caught up in that, and you've sold your soul to the religion now in a different way. And so then you were not able to progress in the path that you were supposed to go. So as a spiritual warrior, as a mystical initiate, you need.
I think it's a very positive message. I mean, on one hand, you're recognizing the matrix. You're recognizing the parasitic system. You're seeing it for what it is, and you're realizing it's operating on a spiritual, physical, and physical level. And we're seeing it, we're calling it out, but also not being a victim of it and trying to do what you can here. Because if you just think it's a parasitic system, there's nothing I can do, there's nothing, and that's all I'm facing, I just want to get out of here, that's all I want to do, then I don't know, you could be doing a disservice to yourself. That's why people have this misconception of myself and think that that's like what I do here is I talk about this parasitic system a lot and I expose it. But outside of here, I'm trying to live my life to the fullest. I'm trying different things with my life to, you know, and putting the parasitic system aside, having the awareness, but not letting it control me or me feel helpless with it. That's what it wants to. See, it's like this, there's so many, even the people that are aware of it are still a victim to it. It works in mysterious ways, people. So I try not to come to any hardcore conclusion on this.
Need to be able to fight for your truth. You need to be able to fight for what you are believing in your heart to be true. So when certain people will say certain things on, you know, on this channel or whatever, and it's not in alignment with what I believe or what I know to be true, I know that this is basically a battle of wills here. People are casting whatever they want. Okay? You can see most people are very heavily programmed by the types of comments that they leave or the types of thoughts that go on in their head. But the only time that we can really deprogram is when we silence the mind, when we silence the being, and we start to tap into the energy field. So a little bit less of the matrix propaganda and the nonsense that's going on. So it's like, you're still talking about like the election, or you're still talking about politics, or you're still talking about anything that's in those controlled sectors. We already know you're a controlled agent. It's like you're either being paid to do it or you're a clown or a little bit of both. Those that are on this path for real don't have time to waste like that. We have a serious duty here. Okay? We understand this is the power. And so if you wish to join and become an elemental wizard, to become a warrior of truth, now is your best opportunity to do so. So we also have our special offer, and the special offer is on our yearly curriculum. So you can save $161 off on our annual tuition price, which is normally $499. This is what it's going to be for the rest of July or so until we end it. And so right now you can save a whole $160 off of the yearly price. The curriculum is being adapted. We have a lot more courses and teachings coming through. Once again, we will be live in the School of Mysticism weekly. So stay tuned.
And nice, we got Josh Penn in there yesterday. That's what's up. So some people went over there and subbed. I understand where everybody's coming from on this. I really do. I haven't watched that one yet. Man, those are really, when we did watch these videos and one of the last ones, that was like really good too. Let me check this one out.
All right, greetings and welcome back everyone to the Matrix Unveiled School of Mysticism. Welcome back once again to our live esoteric occult builds within our mystery school every Monday. So today's class, we want to say welcome back once again to the session. And we're going to be continuing off with our conversation on diving deep and really investigating into the mystical powers and origins of our reality. What is the true power that is animating this reality? And we're going to look at different ancient texts and ancient knowledge which has encoded this information for us to really glean and to develop. Now, once again, all of these lessons can be found within the School of Mysticism. So whether you're watching inside of our private platform and app, or whether you're watching live on YouTube, the full lesson will be available for all mystical initiates within inside of the School of Mysticism. So that's going to be very important here. Now, today's lesson is going to be on Devi, and Devi is a very important concept and understanding that we need.
And I understand where Basmic MK is coming from. I'm in that space myself sometimes. I really am, you know. And I've learned to try to stay neutral and not set on it, and then see all these perspectives, but not necessarily. Well, with certain ones, I definitely push back, but not really push back, but just kind of take it in and just have my own discernment, you know? Instead of just sitting in one perspective that I feel at that time I want to sit in and then view everything from that perspective, I try to really have that next level thinking of thinking in all these perspectives that people are having and have that understanding. And just kind of sit there. That's the best place for me to be, kind of where I'm like right now. And sometimes looking at this place and different things that we're talking about here, it's hard to like be on that positive vibe sometimes, but I'm there more and more. So I'm not really trying to put people there. I'm just trying to, you know, see what the hell's going on. And this is my place to do it. When I'm not here, I'm not talking about this stuff. I'm really not. I'm trying to live my life, you know, trying to make things happen. So anyways,
to realize that the reality around us, this entire Maya, this entire existence, oftentimes our world is referred to as an illusion or a matrix or a Maya. The word Maya means illusion. It means a great play, a grand tapestry, a grand weaving. And so within these cosmos, we understand that the cosmos are in a way an illusion, a tapestry, a weaving, a cosmic play that's being created all around us within our world. And everything we see, everything we experience, everything we touch, we feel, all of the energies that we perceive, whether they be in the physical or in the astral plane, these are Maya of our reality. And so when we understand what Maya truly is, which is a manifestation of Devi, the grand cosmic mother, okay? The cosmic mother, which is Devi or Mahadevi. This is the supreme Shakti, the supreme spiritual force, which animates all things, all living things, all of consciousness is being animated by the grand Devi. So the Maya here is our illusory world. It is your name. It is your life. It is your house. It is your neighborhood. It is the environment, the trees, the landscape, the hills, the countryside, whatever, you know, the plants, everything, the weather, the ecosystem, all of this is the illusion, the Maya. Now, when we say it is the illusion or the Maya, we don't mean that it's not necessarily really happening. It just means that it is the story, it is the setting, it is the environment, it is the dream. And so the Maya and reality is very significant within the Vedic scriptures and the Vedic teachings, where we understand that Maya and reality is actually a goddess, is actually a grand goddess. And this is known as the many forms of Devi, the many forms of the cosmic mother. And so the first name is, of course, Devi, which means power or grandmother, right? And then we have Prithvi, which means earth. So this is literally speaking of the very earth. We have Aditi, which means cosmic moral order. So this is what is truly righteous and what's really proper in the universe. We have Vak, which means sound. We have Nriti, which means destruction. Ratri, which means night. Aranya, which means forest. And then we also have these different types of incarnations or experiences or different types of forms of Devi, which is what we're going to talk about today. And the many different forms of Devi and her manifestations, her avatars, or her incarnations. Okay? Now, there's also a quote here from the Rig Veda. And the Rig Veda is one of the most powerful hymns and teachings. It's really invocations. It's really deep. And when you study it, you can see that their vernacular, their way of understanding reality was so multifaceted. It was far deeper than anything we see in the West and we see in modern society. So that's why we really are looking back at the Vedic scriptures and the Vedic knowledge, the ancient knowledge, which is encoded with layers and layers of mystical insight. So the Rig Veda talks about one of the most studied hymns, declaring that the ultimate reality is a goddess. It says, I have created all worlds at my will without being urged by any higher being and dwell within them. I permeate the earth and heaven and all created entities with my greatness and dwell in them as eternal and infinite consciousness. Devi Sukta Rig Veda.
Isn't that a Kali Yuga cycle thing, right? Isn't there the Kali Yuga cycle? Four yugas is a yuga cycle preceded by yuga and following the next cycles is believed to be the present age. Four yugas, world ages, is believed to be the present age, which is full of conflict and sin. When virtues are at their worst, a cataclysm and the re-establish the Dara occur in the usher of the next cycles. Great Yuga. Yuga means an age of the world. Archaic spelling is Yug.
So this is literally a passage where they're talking, where Devi is instructing the disciples and the scholars and the rishis, the seers, to write this down. And she says, I've created all worlds. I've created all beings. I've created the earths and the heavens, and all entities are a part of me. All of these forces are literally my imagination. Now, when we look at Gnosticism and we look at what Gnosticism has taught us about the aeons and Sophia, this is exactly the same information that we find, which is so alarming. This is how we can really verify the truth here, is because of the corroboration between different cultures and different studies. We see Sophia descended and created the earth plane, and then she basically incarnated her life spark into all things. And the Rig Veda and these scriptures, these hymns say very similar things, where they talk about Prithvi being the earth, but another portion of Devi, also the different manifestations that she formed. She is even there is even the goddess of Maya, which is another form of Devi. And so Devi, which is portrayed here on the left side, is not just a being that looks like this, because this would be on her highest form, on her, most primordial form. This would be the energy, which is far greater, more encompassing than what we can imagine here. These are gigantic energy signatures. These are in the spirit world. These are in the realms that are beyond the physicality. Okay, so Devi's manifestation is Shakti, which is spiritual life force. Spiritual life force and energy is what allows things to grow. It's what allows things to increase in potential, increase in ability. It is the opposite force of entropy. So whereas entropy is decay and destruction, Devi's power, Shakti, Prithvi, is spiritual upliftment. It is cosmic upliftment. It is physical upliftment. It is the process by which energies rise. So trees grow taller, humans grow taller, animals grow taller, plants rise towards the sun. All of these things, this is the Kundalini life force, which is ascending through life forms and basically reaching a higher state, but also simply surviving and existing. So all things within the illusion, within the Maya, are seen as manifestations of Devi, and she states, which is not really a she, this is a primordial force. This is an aeon we're talking about. So we're not talking about a he or a she, or that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the supremely animating force that governs all realities and all existences, that has given life. So now we want to talk about the 4 arrows of Kali Yuga, how basically Kali Yuga is determined to be in action, and how we know that Kali Yuga is happening. And so this basically is at the end of the Mahabharata war, according to Krishna, in the Bhagavad Gita and the Pandavas. There is a situation that happens right before Krishna leaves his body, and he basically goes back to Vaikuntha or Vakunta, which is the abode of Vishnu. He tells a story. He shows the Pandavas after they are victorious in the war in the Mahabharata, and they've defeated their nemesises, or the other family. The Pandavas ask Krishna what will happen during the Kali Yuga. And so Krishna, being the infinite consciousness, the infinite awareness, simply says, bring me 4 arrows and I will shoot these 4 arrows and I will show you what happens in Kali Yuga. Now, Kali Yuga means the age of darkness, or the age of Kali. Okay? And again, we just talked about Kali. And so you may say, well, how can, if it's the age of darkness, or if it's the age of Kali, isn't that a good thing if she's supposed to be a protector deity? Of course. This protector deity, Kali, is the destroyer of evil. But they're also talking about another Kali, which is the Kali Purush entity. Okay, so they actually name it after this entity, Kali Purush, which is the entity of destruction. It's basically what they have as the Christian God. They have as the demiurge. Okay, or this lower form, not the true God, not the true creator, not the true source. Okay, it is the imitator. And so this is Kali Purush. And so in this time period, Krishna explains to the Pandavas what happens during the Kali Yuga. Okay, so I'm going to share with you. And so it's the age of darkness for humanity. There's Satya Yuga, which is the greatest Yugya, which is basically, in Satya Yuga, they say the people are so spiritual, they're so moral, they're so enlightened, they no longer need any religious practices, they no longer need to do any offerings, nothing. They don't need to do anything. They're already in a state of enlightenment. They're already in this perfect state of consciousness. They've already achieved nirvana. So they have no need to do any sort of ritual or anything. They don't need to do it. They've already achieved nirvana. In the first arrow, Arjuna rode up behind the first arrow. He found the first arrow, and as soon as he picked it up, he heard a sweet song. In searching for the source, he found that the sweet song was that of a cuckoo, considering it an auspicious bird. The voice of the cuckoo was spellbinding, but it had a live rabbit under its claws. In between the song, the cuckoo would rip flesh off the rabbit and eat it. The rabbit, still alive, was in terrible pain. Arjuna was taken aback at the sight and returned to Lord Krishna. The first arrow means, in Kali Yuga, the pious men and saints will be like the cuckoo. They will all have sweet words, but will exploit and inflict pain on their followers, like the cuckoo was doing to the poor rabbit. So basically, Krishna says that in the Kali Yuga, those that are claiming to be the saints and the spiritual people, they will be having sweet words, but they will be actually very cruel, very abusive to their followers. And this is very true. We see this in mainstream religion. We see this very much so in these supposed cults, really, is what they are, where, you have stories of pastors and, people that are heads of churches or whatever doing all kinds of physical and sexual abuse, all kinds of stuff. So it's like they say that they're so spiritual, they say that they're so wonderful, but then behind the scenes, they're doing horrible, horrible things, the worst of the worst. Okay. So this is the truth. This is what they're saying in Kali Yuga. They claim that they're saints. They claim that they're mystics. They claim that they're teachers of,
Hey, Son Kiss, much love.
Hey, Aaron, much love to you. And much love to the chat. I just really wanted to come up here really fast and just give you your flowers. I've been in, and like so much of the information, especially from the last few streams, have really just blown me away. And I just want to say, and that you're touching on topics that need to be discussed. And I'm not really hearing this. I'm not saying that nobody is talking about this. I have not seen anybody talking about this. It seems to be the same thing. And it's like you're hungry for more. And I just appreciate this platform and this community where we can come here and ask these questions without being mocked. I notice, and I know that a lot of people, when we talk about parasites and cleansing and all that other stuff, they either think it's BS or they think it's funny, and then they laugh at us and they mock us for us talking about poop and wanting to better ourselves and be well, which I totally don't understand. It might be the parasites within them. And like you said, and like we've seen in these studies, we all have parasites. And so I just wanted to just say thank you once again, just for this community and you coming here and giving of your time and energy, and from so many different people from across the world, across the plane, with different perspectives and different levels of understanding, but we're able to come here still together. So that's all I really wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate what you said. Thank you very much. Actually, there was someone that came in here and mocked us. I'm trying to find this comment here. Scrolling back a little bit. There was a lot of points where I was not seeing the chat. Oh. I think I found it.
I've been in and out, like cooking and doing hair and stuff. So trying to be in the chat and stuff, but
yeah, I can't find it.
well, let them laugh. That's all I say. If anybody wants to laugh at people who are really getting to the core of what this place is, and it's you cannot not see that these parasites are like the foundation of this place, and it's micro, macro, on into the spiritual realm. If you don't want to better yourself physically, emotionally, energetically, prepare yourself for after this life, because there's more there. This matrix system is not just in this life. It continues on and then continue. To me, it's just like me going to someone who just eats McDonald's all the time and is unhealthy, overweight, and they're complaining about, I'm having a heart attack, I'm having chest pains, and you're telling them what to do, and the answer is right there, but they mock you and continue to shove a Big Mac down their throat. So it's everybody's walk, and let them laugh. If you think, let them laugh. Like, if you think us talking about healthy bowel movements as part of pooping out parasites is funny, then continue to worship your parasites. That's all I have to say.
So my old friend Access, thanks Ian. Now I'm snorting. There might have been other things in there. Snorting papyrus seeds and taking a pure bleach enema. I was probably just joking around. I'm not going to take it serious. It didn't bother me.
Maybe he is just joking, but I do know that there are people that laugh. So,
it's okay.
I didn't see that. That must have been when I was out of the chat. But
I expect that. I expect that with people. For sure, yeah. It's okay.
maybe he was just goofing around. It was all fun and everything else. But just keep doing what you're doing. It's very powerful. It has empowered me. I put in the chat that you really helped me really understand and become more neutral in things and see all these different perspectives over the past 2.5 years or whatever I've been a part of the community and growing, and I just appreciate it because it's so if we just stand in our own, like just stand and say this is this and this is the way it is, and you don't look at people's perspectives and you expect people to be and understand the way you understand, it doesn't work like that because we all come from different places. I know I'm a little all over the place, but I'm just saying that's why I appreciate this channel.
Yeah, the whole point is to point out this parasitic system that's operating physically, mentally, spiritually is by us giving up our purpose, free will, and power, for lack of a better word right now. And so it's like being like what we see before as the enemy is like the power that we've given up. It's like what we've given up of ourselves being used against us. Essentially, I don't want to say to find ourselves again, but I don't want to say that the purpose of this whole system is for us to whatever, but that's the way we can use it as. But we just take it back, and like this thing is weak is what I'm saying. It's showing that it's so weak. I'm showing how abundant it is. It's even operating on all these levels, and it's right here, right now, in our bodies, in our minds, and in the spirit realm, operating. But I'm also showing how weak it is. It's extremely weak. It's nothing without you giving up your energy. So that's why we don't want to give it too much power. We want to have the awareness, but the awareness can actually give it more power and make you more powerless. That's why I'm trying to be on that fine line in between seeing it, discernment, seeing it for what it is, but also not giving it any more power, because just the awareness can actually get you in a spot where you're actually continuing to give it your power.
I like how you said
so
that. Yep.
That's what I've learned, and I'm trying to. So I see where people are coming from both spectrums.
Yeah.
And so like the Kali Yuga, I see where he's coming with that, but my worry with these different cycles is it could be matrixy too. So I'm kind of sitting in that fine line where I see what he's saying about the Kali Yuga, and I'm still learning. But there's a part of it that's also matrixy, but I could be wrong, where it's kind of a loop thing that's a part of this matrix system too. So that would be my worry with it, but I see both sides. I'm not trying to sit in one or the other. Then I'm missing a lot more information, or you know what I mean? So I'm trying to sit on that fine line the best I can with things, but it's not an easy thing to do when we're talking about these subjects.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. Yeah. But anyway, I'm gonna get off of here. I'm actually gonna get off of here for a little while. Are you gonna be on for a few more hours?
I doubt a few more hours.
Oh, okay.
I really want to end this probably soon, and then I want to get ready for. I really want to do a stream on mental health tomorrow
Oh, yes,
in the
yes, yes, yes.
morning. I want to do it early in the morning before it gets to 112 degrees out here.
Oh my gosh, I saw that.
So yeah.
Yeah, no, that'll be okay. Well, if I don't, I'm gonna get off, and I got to put some kiddos to bed and read our night stories and stuff. So I'm gonna tune out. So I'll try here in a little while, and if you're not on, then hopefully I'll be able to join tomorrow. So thank you once again. Much love, everybody in the chat. Y'all are just really wonderful, and y'all everybody just brings so many different. I learned so much from the chat. From everybody in the chat. Somebody will drop something, and I just want to say, give y'all's flowers as well, because man, it's a beautiful thing, and I'm glad to be a part of this. So much love, Ian.
Thank you.
Good night, and good night, y'all. Much love. Mwah.
Much love. The forecast is crazy out here. It's actually saying something different again. It's 109 right now out here. 109 degrees, people. I really appreciate everybody. It was nice to see the Matrix Unveiled School of Mysticism pop in here. That was pretty cool. I really like his channel. Okay, let's go to let's do a little channel review here. I'm gonna go to one of his. I think it's his live streams. Oh no, it's his videos. Oh, he has a Q&A. I want to check out his Q&A. Hold on a minute. Was that a live stream? Yeah. A live Q&A. I want to check this out. Let's fast forward.
One thing I can say, that there is definitely a shift in the power dynamic that is occurring here. So we are gaining power, and the controllers are losing power rapidly. This is like a minute by minute update, okay? And if you're connected into these realms, you basically get minute by minute update of the power struggle between these forces. You've ever seen like someone playing not tightrope, but what is that game where you're like each pulling string and one person's pulling this way and the other person's pulling this way? That's basically what you got going on in this reality. Tug of war. Yeah, thank you. So tug of war. If you've ever seen like two dogs do that, they tug at each other like crazy. They're willing to break their teeth. They're willing to fight at each other like vicious animals. So it is the end of the Kali Yuga, and we've recently been going more into Hinduism and the truths behind Hinduism in the school, and we've been sharing that. And we really understand that there was already a blueprint left behind for us, and most people are just too ignorant to be able to even see the information that is in front of them. And the problem is that everything is just so well manipulated that it's so hard to decipher fact from fiction, truth from illusion. So we got to become more discerning with our awareness. We got to become more intelligent. Someone's asking what's going to happen to the NPCs? Well, what I've been telling you is happening to the NPCs for a while now. They are being assimilated. They're being collected. They're being harvested. And really, there's only a few beings left in this game that are actually here and sentient and are playing this game for real. and are actually able to play the game and able to understand what they're doing. And so if you want to know more about that, we teach you how to play the game and succeed in this reality. For sure how to succeed, how to win, how to break beyond the control system. And that's
It makes you wonder about these NPCs. And when we talk about NPCs, it's not an ego thing like we're better than or anything like that. But I don't say believe, but I really think that a lot of these humans were created by the Matrix. Like the essence, like I said, there's multiple sources. There's more than one source of if something created our essence that occupies the avatar, there's more than one. So I wonder if this matrix system, well, I don't wonder anymore. I've thoroughly convinced many of these humans were created by the matrix system, and that's not an ego thing or I'm not coming from that perspective. It's just like it is what it is. And sometimes when you describe what things are, people might think it's some type of ego, but it's not. It's just like seeing things for what it is. I mean, it's just, you have matrix beings and you have beings within the matrix that's just trying to, I guess, like you said, play the game if you want to use those terms. And so there's ones that's being programmed to not know what they're really doing or just be, an NPC, but they're really not. So it's a big clusterfuck of situations we got here. And we don't know if something created our essence. And I agree with that too. Maybe we weren't. I don't know.
That's why, so as you can learn to succeed and win, you have to let go of certain things. You have to let go of certain energies, certain people, certain collectives. You have to let go of the collective. You're not going to be shining as a star, as a unique being, as a unique divine spirit, if you are an individual and everybody else is in the hive. So if they're in the hive, you have to detach yourself from them in order to free yourself. That's what it really comes down to is, are you willing to make the sacrifices to reach freedom? Are you willing to do the work, continuously do the work, even when you are just reaching victory or when you've achieved victory, there could be still some other battles because everything is a battle in a certain sense. So the war is long, but there are many battles. This is one thing I want you to recognize, that there's a difference between the war and the battle. The war is a long process. The war is not done yet. The battle, however, comes to a conclusion. Each chapter, there's a new battle. There's many battles. There's many battles. So as we become more proficient in our battle magic, in our magical warfare, in our ability to strategically maneuver around these currents, we become, this is the definition of enlightenment. This is the true definition of enlightenment. When you become a warrior on the battlefield, a mystical warrior, because you're no longer afraid of the darkness, you're able to strike the darkness in the heart of evil they contain, and look them dead in the eye and shine your light and make them feel fear, because you are purity and their fear basically reflects back to them. So this is the power of reflective magic. So all those people that, let's just say, if you're not on the team of the School of Mysticism and you're not on the team of Gaia Sophia and you are, trying to do something against this energy, everything will come back to you and hit you hard. and you will experience negative repercussions. So that is my only warning. And it's really more like a disclaimer, is like, hey, you attack a divine being, you will be attacked. And they're not going to just go for, a small attack. It's going to be at the throat. So let's not get into too much of that, because I'm going to save that for battle magic. Guardianship is all about standing in your power. For too long, the earth has been trampled over. For too long, people have not stood in their power. For too long, have we allowed this dark force to rule over us. And no longer. Now, when you're taking back your power and your sovereignty, you don't need to confront the enemy in the way that you would think. So when you go out and you are trying to fight against the enemy in this way, where you're basically trying to protest and stay with their system, this is how you lose the battle. Because their system is designed to keep you enslaved. That's why, for example, a lot of content creators utilize YouTube as a source of income. However, what I would say is YouTube is going to pay you peons. It's going to pay you crumbs if you're not a mainstream creator. And so what I would say to that is, if you're willing to, put yourself in that low position where you're barely being compensated for what you're doing because of YouTube and because of these platforms that are really just milking and stealing from creators, true authentic creators, right? Where they push the advertisers and the people that are basically serving you garbage. So whether this be in the spiritual community, because there's spiritual deceptions everywhere. There's so many. Since I have begun my channel, the amount of channels that have surfaced and that have started to talk about similar things has become exponential. And so I knew this intuitively. I knew that this was going to happen, and that, there could be people trying to steal your work. There could be people trying to copy you or just jealous of you. All these things. But we have to take it up on ourselves. When the system disrespects us, when you're in a toxic relationship, you got to step away, cut the cord, and then walk on your own and know that you're better and that you are worth more. So this is very important to recognize, is that we must have higher standards of self-love and self-respect. And as we carry these higher standards of self-love and self-respect, we begin to create sovereign energy fields for our freedom. That is really what I've been working on, and what we've been teaching in the school, and what my whole message has become. So my message is not to tell you, hey, the elite are destroying the world and we're all fucked. That is not what I'm here to say. I'm actually here to say that, yes, the elite and the NPCs are going down. And if you want to stay on that sinking ship, that's fine, but we have our own ship. We have our own ship, we have our own island, we have our own place. And there's nothing much you can do for them. You see? There's nothing much you can do. I want to make something very clear right now. So if you are going to bother me about questions about people that I don't care about, like if you ask me a question about somebody that's in the mainstream, I'm almost 100% going to ignore your question. Now, this does not mean that I feel offended by you or something. It's simply because I keep my energy lane clear. So I don't talk about people that do not matter to my existence. For example, I don't talk about mainstream rappers. I don't talk about mainstream artists or those kinds of people. Anyone that's in the public eye, I do not care about. So therefore, if you ask me my opinion, about like the election or something, I will not give you an answer because it does not matter to me. And that is part of the simulatrix. So don't feel offended if I disregard your question. It's simply a way of protecting my energy and the energy of the school. Because we are building something multidimensional here. This is far beyond this realm and this world and this construct and the way these humans think. We are channeling something and bringing something from the highest of highest realms of celestial gateways and beings and levels of information and power, and this is a pure spirit. So we do not contaminate this pure spirit with demonic forces. When demonic forces show up, I kick them out and I slay their heads. That's the way I handle things. Because we have to be guardians of our new world. We have to protect against these Wetiko-filled beings. So, what I recommend is for people to do the serious cleansing and clearings in themselves if you actually possess a divine spark. If you do not possess a divine spark, well, then I understand why you're asking that question. However, if you do, I need you to shift your consciousness and your thought process away from irrelevant people in your life, irrelevant concepts, like what's happening in the political sphere, what's happening in the mainstream. Why does that matter? Don't you know it's already hijacked? So this is where the truth community is actually stuck chasing their own tail, okay? All the people that come on to YouTube and will give you an update on how the world is going to shit every week or so. They come on live, they tell you about all these things that the government's doing, and then you leave and you're like, man, what the fuck? This is terrible. Like, the world is done. Now, that is not going to help anybody. There's one thing about being aware of what's happening in the world, and that's kind of important in some aspects, but at the same time, this is the end of the days, bruh. This is the end. So it's like things are collapsing. And again, there was plenty warning given. Now, you can see right now we have 10 people on here. I have a channel of almost like 8,000 followers now. Right? So you can see clear as day that some people don't want this message getting out because they know I'm the real deal. And there's not very many people that are the real deal. That's why they watch our moves like vultures, basically. I would say that they're hawks, but they're not hawks. We're the hawks. They're the vultures. So the hawk is the one that has a bird's eye vision, that can see the entire chessboard and is able to be the magical being that's flying up above, versus the vulture is picking at garbage. They only have garbage to sift through. They are garbage. That's all they receive. That's the type of energy most people have in this matrix. So how do you actually stop being garbage? Well, you got to, number one, do the inner work. Number two, you got to cut yourself away from this toxic society that we are brainwashed into. And then number three, you got to connect with your true, authentic spiritual self and the true, authentic spiritual powers that exist within you and that are installed within creation and beyond creation, and that are also connected to your true bloodline, so your true ancestral lineages. And this is the difficult part of being a true mystical being, or a true mystical initiate, or as we call, real wizard, a real magical being. So as you can see, that there's been plenty of movies and things like that have talked about this path, but very few people are willing to really walk it and really do that hard work. Just check something. Okay. So somebody asked, like, are we going to be the only ones, like, in this planet? Maybe. I'm not going to go ahead and speculate too much, because I don't like to speculate on certain things. I like to give you definitive answers. So what I can tell you is you should be moving towards sovereignty now. In 2024, you should be building up your sovereignty. You should be building up your lanes of sovereignty. You should be figuring out how to keep your...
What's up, Sugar Seeds? This is from, he was just in here, actually. The Matrix Unveiled. School of Mysticism. I'll put the link in the chat.
Your energy flowing in all elements, whether that be, your wind, your water, your fire, your earth, your air, your energetic flow needs to be flowing. You need to be able to rejuvenate and build energy and then actually have enough energy to be able to build and construct things in your reality. This is the only way you're going to reach freedom. This is the only way you're going to reach true higher state of consciousness. You must do the diligent work. So right now we are working on overtime. Okay? We are producing content like crazy because what happened was we were a little bit set back with our internet connection. That was like a problem that we were having. Now we fixed it. So now we are going overdrive because we have so much energy stored up. Now we're pushing out more content. We're pushing out more information, more. And I'm going to be doing this more and more and more because our energy is just building. And I know that if you're watching this, that you're probably resonating with the message. So, number one, I want to say, if you're enjoying the message, be sure to hit the like button. It does help with our algorithm and our energy. And no, I don't really consider myself to be a guru. I consider myself to be a teacher. So, just like if you've ever played basketball, you have a coach. Coach's job is to instruct you, to sharpen you up, and to make you as powerful and intelligent as possible. But we're not interested in you looking up to us. I have no interest in that. In fact, I would rather be left alone. In all honesty, I'm a very private, personal type of person. I do not enjoy being around too many people very often. So I like to be by myself or my girlfriend and my dog, my family, really. So, but I appreciate that. And I want you guys to be inspired by this message. I want you to feel that there is a spark here, that there is something to be able to be created. We are able to assist and show you some things that may have been lost in translation within the magical realms. I'm very excited to be releasing the Mortal Mage Chronicles, Book 1. This is going to be an incredible, incredible book. Like, truly, the story is coming in my mind and it's just weaving itself and so magical. Those of you that are really interested in the magical warfare story of how this battle is unfolding and how we are going to reach sovereignty, I highly suggest you check out my book when it's launched and actually get the pre-order because it's going to be incredible. And this would be my third book, so you would know that I'm already somewhat of an accomplished author. Yeah. I know that IZ was complimenting me. No hard feelings. I understand what you're saying. I understood. So don't worry about that. So yeah, this book is going to be incredible because we're really going to talk about so many things. Like the reason why this book is going to be incredible is because of the things that I'm going to unveil to you that are hidden. Things that are hidden in your life or in the reality that you don't know that are right under your nose. And the reason why you don't know that they're right under your nose is because there is magic being cast to block your ability to see beyond illusions. This is the truth. There is actually true magic that people utilize. Now, these people, these dark magicians, they hate when I call them out. They hate it. They get so pissed. Because we are the opposite. As a light magician, you are the complete opposite of what they do. They do the sacrificial magic and we do the beneficial magic. And that is basically all I have to say about that. So if you want to know more, check out the Mortal Mage Chronicles, which you can actually get now, and you can pre-order it, and you don't have to pay anything until it's released. So you can just kind of put it in your reserve and know that it's coming out in November. And the reason why I'm pushing the book is because I'm really proud of the story. And I don't say that too often, but when I mean it, I really do mean it, And I think that a lot of people are going to be able to be. Oh, thank you, Leslie. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to share like the first chapter or two live on YouTube or something. Like I'll do like an audiobook narration or something. Maybe I'll share more in the school or something.
We're going to continue this. At this point, well, let me continue what I was about to say. 1 second. Let's continue this.
But we're definitely going to give you guys some like pieces of it so you can kind of feel if it's your vibe or not. Yes, I did get a robe. This is one of my robes. We're going to have a whole collection of robes at this point. So the robes are something special. We also want to have those. We want to have those available for the students as well. So that's something in the future. You know, we have a lot of physical products in the future that we'll eventually sell. Right now, it's not that phase. Right now, we have another phase coming up, which I'm not going to talk about on here. Yeah. But you really have to stay focused on your purpose and your mission in this world, because this world is designed. So, in 2024, we plan on refining our curriculum. We plan on improving and increasing our amount of content. We plan on upgrading the live streams. We plan on increasing the amount of engagement and community. We really want this to be a community. But in order to do so, we actually need your guys' support. I know, it sounds crazy, right? We need your support. So you can support by watching our live streams, by actually being present here, by talking in the chat, by sharing your thoughts, by leaving comments, by sending a donation if you feel called to, by joining the school if you feel called to, by doing those kinds of things, right? But actually practicing the methods is probably the most important thing for us to really bring out that energy, because what you can see in the reality is the NPCs heavily outweigh the divine sparks. Heavily. So for every divine spark, there's like 10,000 NPCs, or even 100,000 NPCs. There's very few. And we were kind of talking about this yesterday, Leslie and I, when we were talking about Tauruses and like, well, does everybody have a Taurus, or does some people only have a Taurus, or how does that work? And I could see where that question could kind of get misconstrued, or people would get confused on that. So that's a whole nother concept there, you know. But really, we have to recognize these things. Okay, hold on. So I will kind of take a look at the chat and see if there's any good questions or anything. Yeah, there's a lot to discuss here. A lot of questions. Have I seen entities in my house when I've astral projected? Yes, I have. Have I been outside of the dome of the earth when you astral project? Well, yes and no. It's kind of a tricky question, because when you get beyond the dome, it doesn't look like a dome. It looks like energetic code. But it's also it's kind of like this experience sometimes where an experience going beyond what you would call the matrix, will forget. And then you will only remember it later on if you've done, like, it'll come to you randomly. Or even if you do go beyond, you can kind of forget what is there. Or you can't really process it because there's a firewall. So it's like you go to a dream realm and you're in a different realm. The physics and the gravity and the whole way of the construct works differently. And then you're existing in that realm. And then if you try to interpret that level of understanding here, when you come back here, everything is misinterpreted. So that's kind of like a tricky situation there. You know, it's not easy to really recognize what is what in certain aspects. Have I been to other places? Yes, absolutely. Many times. Constantly. Are most of the people on the internet bots or real? They're probably bots. Now, am I real? Yes. Are my subscribers real? Yes. Does YouTube change algorithms and numbers? Yes, absolutely. Am I going to actually care No. Message is the same. Okay? Since the beginning, my message has been the same. Of course, it's evolved. But since the beginning, I've been speaking this way, freely, talking about the truth, declaring sovereignty and freedom for the earth, telling the bastards of evil that they are doomed and that they will burn, they will be destroyed. It's always been my message. My message has always been never, ever, 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 ever bow to your oppressor. You should die first instead of bowing, because it would be better to die than to be enslaved. That comes straight from my ancestral lineage. Those of you that know what I'm talking about, know. And those of you that don't, well, maybe I'll unveil it eventually. But let's just say here that there were beings that were very, very powerful and very strong that lived on this earth, that were connected to the divine realms, that were warriors that did fight, that did stand up against opposition, and that did fight against them. They were willing to give their lives. They had no problem with that. But most of the time, they actually became victorious in their battles. They were victorious because they understood the divine principles. They understood bravery. They understood that evil cannot remain. If evil remains, we are all doomed. So we'd rather fight and die and let evil rule. There's no problem with death, because when we die, we actually are free. So this physical realm is just like a video game in a certain aspect. We're only here for as long as we want to be here. Then when we're done, we're done. In fact, there was even like one kind of semi-famous, metaphysician speaker that had passed away a few months ago. So interesting, he kind of just passed away abruptly, and people were kind of shocked about it. Well, most of the people kind of recognized, hey, he was done. He was done his mission. Like, not only that, but the quote-unquote elite, quote-unquote controllers, they were just going crazier and crazier and crazier. So he's like, nah. Personally, I don't plan on leaving anytime soon. Not for a long time. Not until we've really made a change. Not until we've really made them suffer. Not until we've really kicked their ass a little bit. And then, maybe perhaps. So yeah, if you like this fire, like battle magic will be for you. This will be the course for you. We will really talk about it. There's a lot of things that I'm holding back here that I'm not going to deploy. Not in this space. Not yet. People need to have a strong foundation. And part of that foundation is really understanding the connection between the mother and the divine masculine, divine feminine, and that there is a true God, there's a true source, there's a true infinite spirit, and there's the masculine principle of that, and there's the feminine principle of that. And when we're talking about that, these principles of masculine, divine feminine, these are the divine polarities of the true source, the true realm, which the Gnostics called pleroma. What we have down here is not the same. So you have, the Abraxas god, or the god of Freemasonry, okay? This is the false god. This is the demiurge. And this is the creator of this realm, but this realm is not the true realm. So we can evolve beyond this realm. And this realm is like a staging realm. So the war is not necessarily physical. The war is energetic. When the war becomes physical, well, then you know that the construct is basically done, or the dream is done. And you'll wake up somewhere else in another form. So there's nothing really to actually be afraid of. Now, I'll kind of talk on soul trap theory. That's only going to apply to you if you're really a weak soul. Okay? If you're really a weak soul and you've not learned how to navigate the other planes, well, then you could be trapped. You'd be trapped. But it's only because you're ignorant and because you were afraid that you got trapped. Because when you learn to navigate these interdimensional realms, there's nothing that can trap you. Anything that will come to you is coming to be destroyed. Especially when you get brighter and you get stronger and you become more powerful. Please. That's not how it works. The second you allow fear into your mind, you've already lost. So I will tell you right now, get rid of all fear in your mind. If that means you need to stand outside and let lightning hit you, get over the fear, then you need to let lightning hit you, get over the fear. You understand what I'm saying? You need to go towards your fear. If that means you need to go swim with sharks, go swim with sharks. Because a man that can go swim with sharks, who the hell is going to fight against that? A man that can wrestle against a lion, who the hell is going to fight against him? Nobody. Only an AI bot. Only a literal artificial intelligence. So the only thing that you would really have to worry about, quote unquote, is the artificial intelligence. Which that's a whole other concept. Should we tie it into there? Are humans going to be like totally extinct? Yes, probably the ones that are not using their divine sparks or that contain no divine spark. So controllers want to just replace humans with AI. So far, they seem to be doing a pretty good job of it because people, humans, as we saw in 2020, the sheep are willing to give themselves over control of the Archon. And so if you're willing to give your control over, you're willing to give your power over, you're willing to give your creative abilities over, what do you expect? If you're willing to give your assimilation over, like your sovereignty over, well, then you're not going to be free. You can only become free when you have really faced the darkness within yourself and outside of yourself. Okay, so let's switch it up here. Switch from this, and we're gonna just. So let's just kind of put up some images on the screen. First, we'll kind of show off the Mortal Mage Chronicles. So here we go, the Mortal Mage Chronicles. See, this is the third book coming out soon, so definitely check that out. The link is in the description below. It's going to be really, really powerful, and really going to talk about this war, okay? The balance between the light and the dark. Again, have battle magic coming out in the future as well. This is not available to anyone that is outside of the school. So this is only for members that are inside the School of Mysticism. Right now, it's basically in the pre-release edition. So this is for the members that are in the school. You can kind of get a look and a sneak peek. And if you're someone that's wanting to purchase this course or wanting to enroll in this course, I highly, highly suggest you message me first inside of the school or send me an email at support@thematrixunveiled.com. Do not send me an email to any other email, as I will disregard it. All emails must be sent to support@thematrixunveiled.com if you want a percentage. Okay? So you can go ahead and send me an email about this course, and I will kind of ask you a few questions because we are doing a poll, a survey, for your allowed access. That is that course. Now, the next thing I want to share and talk about is in the school. Well, before we even get to that, I want to say thank you to our channel members, those of you that are supporting the School of Mysticism. Thank you to those of you that are channel members. Thank you to those of you that are school members. We very much appreciate you. Also, I want to say thank you to those that are donating and participating in that. It's important that you do donate to help assist us. Also, I've created a Bitcoin address link. So now if you want to donate through Bitcoin, you can donate through Bitcoin. Okay. So here's our donation for Bitcoin. And there's our donation for Cash App, and those are donation for PayPal. So I'm just going to put that there. If you feel inclined to, go ahead and do that. But I wanted to make it available because we really are. It's really necessary that we actually include the Bitcoin link. And I was kind of slacking on that, so I just put that in there recently. So that's one thing. Next, we'll go into our membership plans. So much garbage, as you can see. There's garbage on the mainstream platforms. So don't even look at this stuff. Like my way of understanding and navigating is like, don't even look at this stuff. It's all crap. It's all crap. You don't want to look at any of that toxic information. All right, so we did change a little bit of our curriculum, and we are updating a lot of the courses. So Spiritual Awakening 2024 is basically here and done. There's going to be a couple more lessons that we're going to launch. That is like, really important for the beginners that are coming in. Definitely check that out. Number 2, we changed our...
Yeah, everyone definitely join us. I used to donate to a lot of channels and stuff. If anyone I'm going to donate to, it'd be this guy, honestly, or these days. I wanted to hear it really get to the questions. I think it's over here. Let's see right here.
Now, this is our offer. So our offer is there, and I recommend you check it out. Okay. So some people are talking about more advanced abilities. Now, what I would say is there's a stepping stone process to this process. So, you have to learn various abilities. Like we talk about fighting and training, but how many of you are actually skilled in wielding a sword or wielding a staff or wielding a bow? How many of you actually train that on a daily basis? How many of you actually train your energy on a daily basis? Very few. Probably the people that I'm talking to right now, but maybe you don't do the physical training. Okay? So we are giving you a curriculum that's going to teach you exactly how to train your sword, train your dominant and non-dominant arm, and then learn how to actually wield the energy flowing through your weapon and able to fight. And as you go up level by level by level by level, this will give you more power, more energetic current, which will teach you about harnessing the current. So, right, so Crypto Lion said something about, the decoders of this reality, they only tell you what's happening, but they never give you any solutions, like ever. Exactly, and that's how you know they're part of the controlled operation. So they're most likely Masons, they're most likely Freemasons, they're most likely part of the Brotherhood. I can tell you for sure that if they're still in the United States, they're not being targeted, and they're definitely part of the agenda. You don't go to the most satanic corporation of the entire world, live there, and think that you're going to get scot-free without their quote-unquote secret agents following you, harassing you. Not like we give a shit, though. Right? Because America is a satanic corporation. Satanic corporation. So nothing else. And at this point, you're still holding on to the satanic corporation. You're going down with the satanic. So learn to build up your skills. There's many skills that are needed here. Another skill that we work on every day is growing food. So there's lots of food that we are growing, that we work on growing, like all kinds of things. This is something I recommend you work on. Now, it's winter time in the Northern Hemisphere right now, so there's pretty much nothing that's growing there. However, if you're not in the Northern Hemisphere, you may have the ability to grow certain things. So even just growing food is a way of becoming sovereign because you're breaking yourself out of their food net. However, if you're still eating their food, think about how much poison you're putting in your body. Then you wonder why your magic isn't working. Well, how could your magic be working if you're eating rotten, dead flesh? Or if you're eating decaying matter that has all kinds of feces and, dead people, soil. That's what they use to grow your food. And then they spray, and then on top of that, they also spray it with like infinite amount of pesticides. So what are you even eating? Right? What are you even eating? You're not even eating real food. That's why the food actually tastes funny in the States. When you leave the States and you go somewhere else and you try the food. Worse than plastic. You're eating AI technology. You're eating black goo. So that's why the people, their minds are so polluted. So we really got to make a change here, folks. And I've already made the change in my life, and I'm already living the change. We are living the change. So we're walking the change today. As you live and walk and breathe the change, you become the change, and the change starts to ripple out into your reality. So I have a different dream for this world. I do not dream the same dream that I dream of a realm that is free, of an earth that is free, of a people that are free, and of divine beings that come together and build. Come together and build. Right now, I'm giving the opportunity to build with me. So this is the dream that we have. And we will protect that dream. So if we find out that you're actually like an insider, that you're working against us, you will be gone faster than you can even blink. Okay? I have my ways and abilities of knowing what you're doing. If you're not doing the right thing, I have my ways. No. We're able to see. Don't be a fool. Okay? Don't be a fool. Don't think that you're going to get away with it. You're not. Nobody's going to get away with anything. If you actually are deluded enough to think that you're going to get away with anything, you have no idea who you're messing with. And I actually feel sorry for you. Because when the comeuppance comes, not going to leave. Like, I actually, in a way, I feel bad for my enemy. Because I know that they're so doomed. But then again, I also have to blame it on them, because it's like, hey, you knew the consequences of your actions. You knew the consequences of your actions. But you still tried anyways. And so because of that, the divine's going to smack you so hard, you're probably going to lose all your teeth. Am I in the United States? Do I eat their food? No, I'm not in the United States. So yeah. This reality is not controlled by the archons. It's not. Like, it's not fully. They only have a part of the say. The rest of the say goes to something higher, something that most people can't comprehend. I've seen it firsthand. So that way, I have no fear. Nor do I have any care about anything else other than my mission. I just recognize, like, hey, it's like what does a tree do? A tree grows. What do we do? Fight. There's nothing else to do. There's nothing else to do. There's nothing else I would rather do. So that's why in 2024, we're going to show up about 10 times more than we showed up in 2023. How can one join you in this mission as we are far geographically? Well, let me put it this way. If you're in the United States and you feel like you're supposed to be there, well then, stay there. but start creating some sovereignty within your life. So just because you're in the United States doesn't mean that everything is bad. Because if you have your own plot of land, let's say, and you're somewhere far out in the neck of the woods, and you got your own food, and you got your own shelter, and you got your own place, and you got your own altar, well then you're technically okay in some aspects. However, we have a massive digital platform at this moment, which is our School of Mysticism platform. We have a YouTube platform as well. These platforms allow you to connect with the streams of energy. So even if you're not where we are, I'm not telling you to come to where I'm at. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is hold the line. Hold the line. Stay in your zone. If you're feeling that you're there. Now, if the Spirit is telling you, hey, you need to get the hell out of there, well then, by all means, follow the Spirit. Don't stay there just because somebody else is saying you need to stay there. No. But what I'm saying is you can actually achieve the sovereignty wherever you're at. And just by creating that field of energy, we've had many people. In fact, most of our people are from the States. So we still have great respect for our people. We have respect for our people, not the country. We have respect for our people, not the government, not the corrupt ones. We don't have any respect for you. I'll see you on the battlefield. Okay? I'll see you on the battlefield. I have nothing else to say to you other than that. To my people, I open my arms. I welcome you. I offer my aid and my assistance and my knowledge. And we also hope that you would offer something to us and to continue our mission so that way we can persevere. That's what it's all about. Now, we're actually getting ready to move into a big new chapter. So that's very exciting as well. This is our victory. And I declare victory in the spiritual realms, and we actually manifest victory. So this is how it is. When I declare victory in the spiritual realms, we declare victory. Jaya. Sanskrit. So as we build more and more and more, and we're constantly expanding. We have a strong team. We're looking to strengthen. We're looking to evolve more. We're looking to grow more. So I'll take a couple more questions or something. And yes, we have a mystery school. So the mystery school is still active and online. Founded it in, I believe, 2021. So this is coming up on its third year. It's almost going to be 3. Very cool. It's like a little toddler. It has a lot of potential to grow. A lot of space.
I'll briefly respond. We went from, we've had hundreds of people in here. I think the most I had was like 190 when we did the Mandela Effect streams. That's super easy. Talking about the Mandela Effect, we'd have tons of people in here. Talking about all the gossip stuff we got into, all the drama we got into on the channel, tons of people in here. That's what's easy. You know what I mean? So, like I've said, you go back on the channel, you'll see when I did the scriptures, the word of God or word of the man streams, I knew that at that point, once I made that decision to really expose this parasitic system, I knew everything would change on the channel. I'm not out here for viewers. So I like where the channel's at. I'm extremely happy with. We have some great people in here, and it's like, what more do I want? So that is easy, my friend. I could fire up a stream right now and we could have tons of people in here. How easy is that? So but that's not important to me anymore. I've been there and done that. So you're not going to see me do that again. I can easily do a Beta Boys Part 3 exposed. All these people jump in here, you know? So I would rather lose I get more excited losing subscribers and viewers than gaining them. I don't get a high off that anymore. That is an empty digital high that serves no purpose in my life anymore. So people with that perspective, they've just left the channel. So you came in here just to troll it. It doesn't affect me, dude. So I get more out of the people that are here and we vibe on the same topics and energy than a bunch of people here. They're parasites. All those people that were in here talking about those same topics, the same thing. How many times do we have to remind ourselves about the government lies, these systems, even the parasite thing? It's like, pretty much at this point, what more is there to talk about it? Except on other platforms, I like to talk about it. But here, it's like I'm still trying to go a different direction. And it's like, what more do we have to talk about it? What more do we have to talk about the Mandela effect? What more do we need to talk about with the dumb flat earth topic? That shit's stupid. It's a loop of reminding yourselves about these things. It's interesting, don't get me wrong, but I'm over that shit. Been there, done that. So it's easy to go with the herd and have that hive mind mentality of these different topics that really don't serve any true purpose. So that's all I'll say about that.
It's for it to grow. Let's see.
It's an internet digital dopamine that you keep wanting more and more. I've been in that state where it was like feeding out the energy of getting more subscribers, more views, paying attention to the views and things like that. I've been there and done that. It serves no purpose. It's a digital facade of a high that serves no true purpose. It really doesn't.
How did I make the website? Well, it's my server, so I own a server. Basically, run it through a company that I have a deal with or whatever, and you know they it's a platform that we own. So, and then we basically built everything from scratch. So that was where the hard work came in. Now we're constantly always adding to the school. So we've added in about 3.5 years of work in this school. So there's a huge repertoire there. So it's not like you come in there and there's nothing to do. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of lectures. There's lectures from 3 years ago that can still apply to you. So if you want to know about stuff like the Saturn Moon Matrix, we got the Saturn Moon Matrix on there. If you want to know about Gnosticism, we got Gnosticism. If you want to know about magical warfare, we got magical warfare. If you want to know about getting your currency up and financial abundance, we got that. If you need to learn about meditation, we got that. You learn about cryptocurrency, we got that. You need to learn about airbending, we got that. You need to do whatever or this or that, like there's a lot of things. Will I pay a lot to make it? No. I made it myself. We definitely do invest funds into the company, that's for sure. We definitely do invest a good amount of money in School of Mysticism. So everything we have, we invest a lot. So I put in a lot of energy to keep this current moving. A lot. And I'm going to continue doing that for the rest of my life because it's my purpose. So I don't really care how much it costs me. That never goes in my mind. I don't care. I'm infinite. So I always am creative. That's my philosophy on money. That we are infinite beings. Do not allow yourself to be limited. Money is only as illusory as you think it is. So while it does have a value or a currency exchange, you know, the dollar is not nearly what it was. So we don't really value our money in dollars. Dollars is a corrupt currency. Something like gold is far more valuable. Something like special gems, those are far more valuable. Something like family is far more valuable. Something like sovereignty. Sovereignty, there's no price. There's no price. So if someone said, I'll give you $1 million, but you have to live inside an apartment, you can't be free, you can't be sovereign, would you take it or no? I would say no, of course not, because I don't want to be stuck around. That $1 million could be holding me back. move forward. Welcome, the invigorating Ivan. Thanks for being here. Yeah, personally, I don't really invest in Ethereum anymore. I don't really like it because it's controlled. It's a controlled asset, so I don't own any Ethereum. That's my personal thing. I liquidated all my Ethereum a while ago, but I do. All right, so we're gonna probably end this soon, the next 5 minutes or so. If there's any other final questions, I will end it. I appreciate you all being here. Are we gonna have seminars in the future? Probably. Are we gonna do water bending duels? Probably. Probably. You know, I've actually done a water bending duel. There was only one person that I've actually been able to do a successful water bending duel good enough to be able to keep up with me. And that was really fun. He knows who he is. It was a great time. And that was really, really fun. He's another teacher though, so it kind of made sense why he'd been practicing just as long as I, or maybe about the same. That was yeah. Anytime we are at the beach, yes, it was him. Anytime we're at the beach, we're always. Anytime I'm at the beach, I'm always water bending. So it's my favorite thing to do. Yeah, it was Jesus. Yeah, not Jesus, my friend. not somebody that you think like some religious person. No, like a guy that I know. Am I gonna post this live? Yeah, it's live, so you can replay it. Once it's on, you can go ahead and replay the whole thing. Yep. Whoever back in the States, I will be sure to hang out with them. And we were kind of throwing out the idea that maybe if we ever go back, we will go to we will do a seminar in the States, in the East Coast, but I don't know. I'm not feeling it right now. So first, maybe Costa Rica. You're gonna have to see. Was there a video of us waterbending together? Because I don't remember that. Or I do remember. I didn't think we ever posted it. I thought we lost it and then we just like forgot about it. Oh, my stories. Yeah, that was so fun. We spent like probably must have been like 12 hours. And then by the time we had finished, there was a massive storm in the sky. And then we were like, well, shit, I think we did that. Kind of had to cool off, calm down, and then it just like dispersed. We went to go get a pizza. And by the time we were eating the pizza, the whole storm was gone, so. What was the first goal? This is a good question. Thank you for the question. What was your first goal that came to mind when you started all of these videos of your train of thought, train of energy? Question. Very first thought that I had in my mind was, for one, I need to share this information. This information is overwhelming and needing to be shared. Like I could feel like the state that I was at a while ago. It's been 4 or 5 years ago, or even longer than that. I felt this urge of like the surplus of energy that I was holding on to. I don't know what to do with this energy. So I said, well, I think I should probably start recording videos. At first, it was just me doing a little bit of energy work and stuff. And then I started to speak and talk and share my message. And, if you go back to some of my older videos, which a lot of them are private now, but we were talking about spiritual awakening. We were talking about the Matrix. We were talking about backlash. We were talking about all kinds of things. Yeah. Basically, we were at the beach recently with my family, and it was really funny because we would go to the waves. The waves, like when you're an energy practitioner or a magical practitioner, the currents will automatically respond to you, even if you haven't, even if you're not using your power. They know who you are. So they're going to respond to you. So it's like, if I just go to the beach, the waves will just increase like dramatically. So from being like an inch or a foot, they'll go from like a foot to like 6 feet. So I remember my family was like, what the hell's going on? Like they were just like, they came, the waves were so tiny. As soon as we get to the water, massive waves coming in. And then I like pull back and I know what's happening. So I'm like, okay, I'll just kind of chill over here. And then as soon as I leave and I stop thinking about it, they just go back to being 1 foot. Now, if you don't believe me, go to the channel and watch the hydrokinesis video where I show the same thing happening. That was like almost 2 years ago. So you can see that yourself. And it's very funny. So yeah, we were just basically, I was creating videos, and how did it impact my journey in life? It impacted it very much. Whole course of trajectory from a lot of things. Can't even really get into all that. Yup. Yeah, we know about the wind too. I'm not even gonna talk about all the experiences I've had with the wind because at this point it's just crazy. Trees have fallen down. Let's put it that way. Massive trees. So that's just really part of being a guardian. It's not really something that, no, it's not really about power. Stupid. We are a protector, so we only use force as needed. That's really what I would have to say about that. Well, they're one and the same, Crypto Alliance. They're one and the same. It's just that your mind is seeing. They are the same. You have to remember that you have to tap into the subtle nature of what you are tuning into. Don't just think about the waves. Think about the very ether, right? That's what I talk about in the school a lot. We have a whole breakdown. So, I suggest when you have the funds available for yourself or when you're able to join the school, but when you're able to join the school, take a look at our actual hydrokinesis. I think it will help you and other things that you've gone. How many students we have in training? I have no idea, to be honest, because it's always fluctuating. Now, we have about 60 plus members in the school. How many of them are training? Hard to say. I know Leslie's training every day. She's working hard. I'm training. There's many on YouTube that are training. They probably don't talk. So we have, I would say, at least 30 or 40 within the school that are working consistently, my guess. And on YouTube, it's probably hundreds or thousands. Because there's a lot of people that watch the videos, they don't comment, they don't really talk too much, but then they'll send me an email. They'll say thank you, or they'll join the school, and they'll say thank you. And we also get a lot of people that join the school, that come for like a month or two, stop. And what I'll say to that is that's fine, it's great, you got a taste, but recognize you did not go through the. So I understand if you're not able to stay for as long as you'd like to or whatever. People have their different obligations, their different abilities, different financial statuses and stuff. But if you're serious about this, I recommend you invest in yourself. And also another thing we talk about in the school is Dharma. Dharma is so important. And I think I'm going to have to do more videos on Dharma because people just don't seem to get what Dharma is. Dharma is not something that you have a choice. The sun doesn't have a choice. It shines regardless of whether or not it wants to. Dharma is like your mission. It is everything. There's nothing else other than Dharma. There's nothing else. Cool. That's good to hear, Ivan. Let me give a real quick shout out to my members, channel members. Also, another thing is, if you guys want specific topics or conversations, like please put them in the chat below, put them in the description below, box, put them in the comment section. Like I saw somebody wanted me to talk about non-duality. I think that was Lalo. Lalo, right? Shout out to you. I know you were a School of Mysticism member.
Somebody mentioned that today, actually. Non-duality something. What was it? Non-duality. Let's check this out.
Non-duality is like a message of good news. The good news is, all this time you've been thinking and believing that you're just a person, that you're just this body and mind in this world. But luckily, the real you is so much more than that. And all of your worries and fears cannot ultimately harm you and are not ultimately real. Non-duality addresses three things. Number one, how to stop suffering. Number two, how to find lasting peace and happiness. And number three, what is the true nature of reality? But that's for those who want to go a bit deeper. With non-duality, you don't actually have to learn anything new that you don't already know deep down in your heart. It's that non-duality is trying to make you remember who or what you really are. Here's a couple of technical things that you don't really need to remember. At its core, non-duality points beyond all words and all meaning and all concepts to the unspeakable. Non-duality literally means not two. This means, although reality may appear as one, two, or many things, the true nature of reality is an infinite field of indivisible oneness, which we are all one with. This means me, you, all other people, and all animals are all one. Now on to something relatively important. Non-duality as a concept has its roots thousands of years back into history, all over the world in many spiritual, religious and mystical traditions. But we could say there are two main types of messages or teachings about non-duality trending on YouTube. The first we could call absolutist non-duality, and it basically says, this is it. All there is what is appearing. And this is what's most deeply desired. The sense of being a personal self is an illusion. There's no one here. All there is this, and it's the end of all seeking. And I believe this message has value and truth on some level, but it doesn't feel complete. Those who espouse it don't seem to have any deep wisdom about the human psyche or emotions and tend to negate the journey of the individual. After all, there is this human experience too, right? A more useful and complete understanding is the second type, which says, you're not just a person with personal problems and personal suffering. Those are real on one level, of course, but there is a higher truth. The real you is awareness. You are awareness. You are this awareness with which you are experiencing reality right now. Its other names include true self, higher self, or infinite creative consciousness. You are infinite, you are love, you are one with everything and everyone, and peace and love and happiness are your true nature. You don't feel one with everything and feel peace and love and happiness all the time because your true nature can get covered up with dark clouds.
It's a little 5D Earth-ish.
of thoughts and emotions, and reality is often seen through a lens of thinking which chops everything up into two, and the experience of oneness is lost. Non-duality offers a pathless path, by which to remember your true nature, remember that you are infinite peace and love, and free yourself from disturbing thoughts and feelings by seeing clearly that they do not harm who you really are. This is called a non-dual awakening. The illusion of being a separate self is seen through, and a deeper truth is revealed. A non-dual awakening can happen when you listen to non-duality messages, teachings or meditations, or by a prescribed method called self-inquiry, which is a process of discriminating your true nature from the rest of the illusion. It can also happen at any time, completely spontaneously, because there's nothing between you and your true self. And to be honest, awakening does sound a bit fancy, right? Like light explosions in the head or some psychedelic experience. But really, awakening is simply the clear seeing of reality. The late great Indian sage and influencer of modern non-duality, Sri Ramana Maharshi, said, "Peace is the inner nature of humankind. If you find it within yourself, then you find it everywhere."
Okay.
So shout out to you for being that. Someone wants me to talk about non-duality. My thoughts on non-duality are complex. Non-duality is not something that you can explain in like 5 minutes, okay? Non-duality is more complex than you would think. And just even saying that is complex in of itself. So how do you understand non-duality? Well, everything is a dream. We're in a dream, right? But you can be lucid in the dream. Shout out to Liz Madden. Shout out to Desert Nebula. Shout out to Achat. Shout out to Bobby Socks. Shout out to Ethereal Aeons Activation. And shout out to Ali Berry. Thank you for being. So, Liz Madden, thank you for being a Magi Warrior for 21 months. Wow, that's a long time. So, it's almost 2 years. Thank you very much. That's our Tier 2 membership. Let me go ahead and... Actually, I don't want to show this, so... Right. Actually, it doesn't matter. This is something that's public. You can see it, so I will show it. All right, shout out to Desert Nebula for being a Awakened Spirit for 2 months. Appreciate you. Shout out to Achat for being a Magi Warrior, which is our Tier 2 membership, for being a member for 3 months. Shout out Bobby Socks for being an Awakened Spirit for 10 months. Shout out Ethereal Aeons Activation, 10 months, Awakened Spirit. And shout out Ali Berry, Awakened Spirit, 31 months. And also, double shout out to Ethereal Aeons Activation and Ali Berry for both being inside the School of Mysticism. So thank you very much. Very much appreciate you and your support. All right, so I'm going to get in the habit of doing that every time I'm live here. I will make sure that we give them a shout out because they deserve it. And for privacy's sakes, we won't go through our School of Mysticism curriculum, School of Mysticism members, because that's supposed to be private. Huh. Interesting. So somebody says, I thought I was making things up, imagining it, but those subtle realms are very real, and I'm only at the beginning of this journey. Absolutely, my friend. So welcome to the journey. Huh? Right? And pa? Exactly. So that's literally the truth, is that you think you're just imagining it. You think it's just your imagination, and then you realize that your imagination is everything. There you go. That's what non-duality is. Okay? We are in the imagination of Brahma. But we are also Brahma and Vishnu and Shiva. We are the Trinity. We are the God and the Goddess. We are the Shiva and the Shakti. We are the Divine Masculine and the Divine Feminine. What you're inside of is like God's hologram. But you are God. But you're not the simulation. Simulation is like a refraction. Artificial intelligence, or the governing body that governs this realm, it wants to trick you. And so it will. But at the same time, you're able to break beyond the trick. Very tricky here. Very tricky. Ooh, very cool. So you got the Hawaiian waves, huh? That's awesome. So yeah, guys, if you have the beach, like go to the beach and just be in the water. Like that is the most healing thing in the world. You can get rid of all the EMF, all the nanotech, all that stuff. Like salt water is the key. That's the reason why they use the salt water in all magical rituals. And then you can even take some bottles or some glass jars and bottles and just scoop up some ocean water and keep that and then charge that on your altar. Keep that ocean water. And anytime you need a splash of real mystical current, you can splash it on your face or splash it on your altar, or splash it on your floor, or splash it on anything you want. You know, we are able to utilize so many of the elements. You know, collect the sand from the beach. Go pick up the shells. Now, obviously, if your beach is under attack and there's like airstrike drones and there's like all kinds of pollution frequencies, then don't go collect that because that's gonna bring the energy down. But you're able to like harness so much energy when you actually utilize right. And you also talked about, and Pa, you talked about like spinal fluid, you know, so being a brahmacharya, being basically on semen retention is very important, even if you have a partner. Okay, you can learn to work with your sexual energy. In fact, how is secret love? I have thousands of all of them behind me, but hundreds and thousands of PDFs, not hundreds of thousands, but hundreds or thousands. Sorry. Taoist secrets of love, cultivating sexual contact, Chia. Find it on M95. So, no, people don't really like purchase books that much anymore. We'll try to do maybe within 2024. 5 is our books in printed version because we really want them to be soon. So I'm going to be working on that. That's on the list of projects to work with. You know, that book in particular is very useful because it talks about your sexual energy and your sacred kundalini and the chrism or the Christ oil, right? And how you can raise this energy and keep it anointed. And so this is what it means to be an anointed. Working with that takes a lot of practice. And you might mess up a few times. So you might lose the fluid. You might lose the sexual energy. That's fine. Learn to rebuild it. Now, the older you are, the more your body's going to take a hit. So if you're like 60 and you're losing sexual fluid every day, you're going to definitely be suffering. However, if you're 24 or you're 20 or you're like 15 or you're like 30 or something, right? Your body will generate a little bit faster. But you shouldn't be wasting any of your sexual energy. Your sexual energy is very, very important. And you need to learn how to circulate the energy. By the way, just there are breathing techniques in that video, or not in the video, in that book, and there's also the techniques I share with in the school. Like I implement my own techniques as well. So if you go into the DMT pineal gland activation course, we talk about spinal breathing. We talk about pumping the diaphragm to bring the energy from the body and from the stomach region, and then bring that energy up the spine and get it into the pineal gland, and then start to squeeze the dimethyltryptamine. Now, personally, I don't even need to do this anymore for myself, for my own system. I don't need to do the breathing technique. Only when I want more DMT. I can just concentrate and send my energy up there because it's already been loosened. You see, the wire already flowing, so you can just move the energy with a thought. That's how you're supposed to control your Shakti or your spiritual energy. You basically are able to channel your energy with a thought. This is what it means to be a divine being. So I also recommend you check out like the Goku series. You know, that's
So again, I'm not a medical professional. What I began today was pull it up real quick. Where is her PDF here? That's it. Yep. Dr. Daniels Turpentine Protocol. Right here. I began my thing this morning. I took my first, I've done it before once, but I'm actually doing the whole regimen. Even Google says the basics of the cleanse is to take one, not medical advice or anything. This is what I'm doing, but I'm not giving anybody any type of advice or nothing. But you can just Google it. It's right here. This is what Google says. The basics of the cleanse, and there's much more than this to it. It's not just doing this and you're good. 1 teaspoon of turpentine along with sugar cubes in the morning 2 times a week. Along with this, Dr. Jones recommends you eat blah, blah, blah. Anyways, I began my turpentine thing this morning. So I'll be sharing. But I'm not going to put this in the chat. But you can look it up and you just search Dr. Daniels Turpentine Protocol. Right here. Right there. This was, remember, this was listed as a cure for all diseases in 1899. And we know what happened to our medical system, so just want to point that out. Culpeper Book of Herbs, no. It feels alright. It's only the first day, so I'm gonna wait till I get through like a few weeks of it before I start sharing what, we'll see what happens.
That's one of my favorite shows. I actually just found it within this last year or two. Like, even though people.
But the point of this, which we've already obviously talked about here, but still, I mean, there might be one person out there, or maybe. The point of this is like, it's a 32-page report, but all of a sudden she started giving all of her patients turpentine, no matter what they had. A serious disease, arthritis, I mean, anything going on. Psoriasis, cancer, I mean, and all of them improved on our health rapidly with this, basically, pine needle. The trees, and it has exactly what we need, people. So you can, it's a great read. I would read it. I've read it a few times. I would definitely say people go out there and read it. And then she talks about exactly what she does and what you should do. Not medical advice. And yeah. Nothing else to really say about it right now. But why not? What do we have to lose? You know what I mean? Like, come on, guys. We have to do something about this.
People have been watching that since like, what, 5 years old? I never watched that, so I just found that recently, and I think that it's not only is it hilariously entertaining, but it's so accurate. Actually, like, this reality is a joke, bro. Like you watch Dragon Ball Z and you'll be like, this reality is a fucking okay. It's a joke. It's a joke, bro. Like everything's a joke. Like it's just a joke. I can't. We're an interdimensional comedy, okay? But also we can also take back our power. So, topic ideas: the idea of patience, detecting the difference between true patience and patience being used as a weapon from the simulation. Question: true exit powers. I don't think I've seen you on my channel before, so welcome. But you're obviously familiar with my work because you know what the word simulatrix is. Thank you for being a subscriber/viewer. Appreciate you. And that is a cool topic. Yeah. Very interesting concept. So patience being weapon against simulatrix. Absolutely. Because let's say, for example, you're so patient in your manifestations that you just keep waiting for your time to achieve your success, achieve your fruition, achieve your dream, and it just never happens. And it just never happens, right? Well, that is basically the situation if you are being tricked by the simulatrix. Whereas true patience would be to know when to be in tune with the force, when to be in tune with the energy streams, and when to take action. So it's very important that we learn to take action. Okay? So for example, with this live stream today, I knew I needed to do a live stream. I had it in my mind. I was like, I'm going to do a live stream. Like, I just did a video, but I'm going to do a live stream. And I had this intuition. And so if I waited, that live stream would have slipped out of my consciousness. And I even didn't have any notes in front of me today. I had no images, nothing. I was like, well, whatever. I'm just going to freestyle it. But sometimes we don't need patience. Sometimes we need to take action. And sometimes when things are not working in our favor, we need to learn about patience. So I recommend everybody, and especially if you're going to take battle magic, especially if you're going to become a mystical warrior, everybody learns to play chess. Every single person, learn to play chess. Chess will teach you everything about patience that you need to know. Meditation will also teach you about patience, but chess will really teach you this because you have to learn how to be strategic. You have to learn how to be really analyzing. You can't just throw a move out there. Just like when you're doing magic, you can't just throw a magical spell out there and hope that it works. That's not how it works. You have to be very strategic with your maneuver. Okay? And that's a tricky situation there. So discipline is another skill that is tied with patience. Discipline means you know what you have to do to succeed. You know you got to get up and you got to do push-ups. You got to go for a run. You got to do your workout. Well, I've been playing chess since I was 6 or 7. I've been playing it for most of my life, almost 20 years now. But very good that you are playing it because you're connected to the TMU stream of energy, so you probably intuitively felt that. Now, we actually have like a master in our community in chess. I'm not going to say his name. He might get embarrassed or something, but he's very skilled. We have like a real professional player. Like I saw his rating. He mentioned it in school, and I was like, "Damn, bro," because I know like it takes a while to get good, man. So he's been playing competitively for like 11, 12 years, so it makes sense. Now I don't have that kind of time. Well, I love to improve my rating to like maybe like a 1500 for sure. Is it going to get there overnight? Definitely. Do I need to spend a lot of time? Yes. Just like with magic, I mean, this is a study, guys. Like, so when you're talking about patience, right? Becoming a mystical warrior and becoming a true magical guardian takes immense patience because you do not see results right away. In fact, what you will see is the opposite. You'll see everybody leave you. All your friends probably will leave you. Your family will probably not really be like that close to you. And you're just like an outcast. And you're like, what the hell, man? Did I do something wrong in my life? No. What you did was you stood up for truth. And everybody else, crazy. They are stuck in the simulatrix. So when you break out of the simulatrix, you're so different that it creates this like...
Look at this. Where was I here? Hold on. Oh. Cancer is a parasite, right? Not medical advice or nothing. Cancer is a parasite. Cancer is not a parasite, but it can be caused by parasitic organisms that infect the host and induce abnormal cell growth. Some researchers also compare cancer to a parasite because it depends on the host for sustenance and can grow uncontrollably. However, it's a metaphor. Okay, let me put cancer linked to parasites. Parasitic organisms that enter a host can cause harm. Parasites may cause cancer by producing toxic and carcinogenic substances that damage the DNA in host cells. For example, these parasites are found in freshwater fish and are linked to cancer in bile ducts. You know what I'm saying? Like these guys, parasitic worms cause cancer. So it doesn't cause cancer, it causes cancer. What is it? It is cancer, people. Parasite-derived cancer. Prove cancer is caused by parasites. What is this? Check this out for a second. Oh yeah, this is
by Dr. Weber and some other scientists from the Max von Pettenkofer Institute. A very research has also shown microbes. This is the blood of a patient suffering from a lip carcinoma. And here cells of a lung carcinoma. In the lower left part you can clearly see red blood cells in whose innards there are lively microparasites. Here a tumor cell from a bladder carcinoma. You can clearly see the vacuoles. String-shaped structures.
And you can see the blood of the cancer patients, and you can see the parasites in their blood going to work.
All recordings have one thing in common. You can see certain reoccurring types of microbes in all of them. There is no tumor tissue without these microbes.
There's no, yeah, there you go, people. What more proof do you need?
There is no blood of a cancer patient without those microparasites.
No blood of cancer patients doesn't have these parasites within their blood. Yeah, people.
The microparasites that have not yet been acknowledged by mainstream medicine as the cause of cancer have been comprehensively shown by Dr. Weber. They belong to two species. A. String shape, grown up. Their length is 2 times that of a red blood cell. B. Stick shaped. This is the most commonly found shape. The length of this gamete is about the diameter of a red blood cell. The youth form of both species are round or oval shaped. In normal blood tests, those parasites normally remain undetected, as they are hiding inside of the red blood cells. They are perfectly camouflaged by the exterior of the blood cell. The inner of the blood cell also offers plenty of food in the shape of oxygen and hemoglobin.
It's a classification issue. We all have cancer cells. What's up, Dom? And when they are activated, they are there to serve the red and white blood cells. Maybe things like frequency, yeah, all kinds. There's all kinds of things that activates these things. We all have it floating within us. We all have these things on a micro level for the most part, but most of us end up dying of a car accident. We didn't live long enough for this thing to grow. It might just go crazy right now on us. We really don't know how these things are going to activate. But the point is that it's all parasites that's waiting for your immune system to give it an inch so it could take the inch, give it another inch, take another inch. So it's all based on your immune system, really. So you could see the matrix system just trying to bring down our immune system in so many ways so these things can thrive. It's that simple to me.
The parasite enters as a so-called merocyte, the youth form, into the cell and fattens up and grows to its full size. Two gametes inside of the blood cell can be seen here. When the cell has been eaten empty, the sexually mature gamete leaves the cell and looks for a partner to exchange DNA with.
And how is that any different than the phages? It's not much different than these things, how these things operate. These little machines. I'm gonna figure this out. I'm gonna figure out these damn things right here. The nanobots. Oh, I don't want to go there. Hold on. Where were we at? Oh, there we were.
Let's have a closer look at the parasites. We can see the stick-shaped A and the string-shaped microbes. Both species start off as tiny oocytes or merocytes. The youth form is called a tropocyte, which grows up to become a sexually mature gamete. A gamete can be seen here inside of a red blood cell. It excretes one merocyte after the other into the blood plasma. And here you see the string-shaped type B. Stick and string shape start off as so-called merocytes or oocytes. Here the trophocyte of the string-shaped type. This is the mature string-shaped parasite, a so-called gamete.
This is a good video. He has 2 of them on his channel. Hold on, let me pull this up, show you guys where to find this.
Can be.
This is the channel. If you search video proves cancer is caused by parasites, this will pop up. There's 2 parts.
Wrapped in digestive vacuoles without a problem by the mother cell. Or the fantasy of Dr. Weber. Today, not even mainstream cancer research denies their existence. However, they are called differently. What Dr. Weber calls, for example, a gamete, the mainstream cancer researchers call cell-intrinsic organelles. And what Dr. Weber calls the youth form, the mainstream calls apoptotic vesicles. Active movement. We can see here moving corpuscles inside of an immune cell. The mainstream cancer research believes those are the organelles of the cell and they move because this is part of the life process of the cell itself. Let's accept this theory for a moment. That would mean that if the cell dies, the organelles have to die as well. But exactly that does not happen. We let the cell burst. She's dead now. The supposed organelles would have to be dead as well. But the opposite happens. The corpuscles now jump to life even more, and they even thrive. We can see how they swim lively and very actively in all directions away from the cell. Let's have a closer look at this. We can clearly see a flow direction in this image from the top right to the bottom left. This movement is an evaporation wave. In and with it, all the components of the preparation flow passively in the same direction. Right here, an immune cell has burst. Its content is set free. The supposed cell organelles spread in all directions. We can see this clearly. Some of them swim actively against the flow of the current, and there is only one explanation for
That's the... He made a great point based on this, the lying scientist, that if this is a part of our cell growth and these little bugs inside of it, then when the cell bursts, then all of these things should die too when the cell dies. This is video proof that actually when the cell bursts, they all disperse and go to the next cell to destroy.
that.
Think about
They are
it,
individual life forms with astonishing energy reserves, by the way. That cell material could not behave like this. And now a nice example. Here we see a theropocyte, the youth form of a gamete, which has been caught. The vacuole receives the parasite, and we can clearly see its attempts to escape. We see the active movements of a life form. The assumption that this microbe is part of a dead cell is absurd. The parasitical microbes eat erythrocytes, red blood cells. Here we see a swarm of microbes. They have started eating up the hemoglobin of the cells. Now they have already eaten up half of the erythrocyte, and here only the empty membrane of the cell has been left over. The parasites have swarmed out and searched for new victims. The empty shell is the proof that the hemoglobin has been eaten up, meaning that the corpuscles have a metabolism. But even the grown-up parasites have a healthy appetite, as we can see. Here we see parasitical string-shaped microbes, and here we see stick-shaped ones in an emptied membrane of a red blood cell. Here we can see a stick-form parasite eating away at an erythrocyte. And here a string-shaped form pulls an erythrocyte behind it. A good example for active movement capabilities. The parasites eat, that's very clear. The damages to the blood tissue and the increasing number of the corpuscles is proportional. Blood tissue becomes corpuscle tissue. Multiplication. Like most single-cell organisms, the corpuscles can either proliferate through cell division or sexual interaction. Here we can see conjugating gametes which press against each other tightly. This leads to oocytes developing from the fertilized gametes. This proliferation is difficult to detect under a light microscope. Easier to see is the cell division process. This takes place especially when the gamete is endangered, for example, when it is being radiated or poisoned. This is comparable to a ship sinking and everybody reaching for the lifeboats. The microbe packs its genetic material into many small, very resistant entities called the merocytes. Some gametes are not panicking. This one here takes its good time and releases piece by piece merocytes into the blood plasma. Let's hear what Dr. Weber had to say about this. Now we see how the cell material is being constricted while it fidgets around, and stretches very clearly visible here. Now it is finally free and swims at the 1 o'clock position away, while the other one continues its task while remaining docked to the erythrocyte. I hope this is enough to convince you of what we wanted to illustrate here. A confusion with cell-owned organelles is a pure joke. This statement can only be made by somebody who has no clue of video microscopy. Experiment A. Thick drop of blood, temperature 37 degrees Celsius. We take a blood sample from the patient and follow Dr. Weber's instructions to prove his theory. With the capillary blood, we prepare a native blood spread. We pass the sample through the flame 3 to 4 times. The temperature reaches 140 to 160 degrees Celsius. The blood cells are now cooked and totally dried up. They are definitely dead with all of the existing organelles and vesicles. Then leave the sample to cool down to body temperature. We now use a sterile 1 ml syringe and fill it with 0.3 ml of natrium citrate solution, Fresenius, and 0.7 ml of sterile Ringer solution, Fresenius. We mix the contents of the syringe well by shaking it. We now drip a bigger drop of this solution onto our sample and cover our sample afterwards. We look at the sample through the microscope in an oil emulsion at an aperture of 2 to 2.5. The destroyed blood cells can be seen very nicely without any movement. After a short period of time, something starts to happen, however. The parasites inside of the dead blood cells come back to life. We can see them swimming around vividly and very actively. They are self-sufficient life forms and not apoptotic bodies. All human cell material is 100% dead in this sample. Experiment B is the same procedure as with A, but this time we use a very thin blood spread. Dr. Weber claims that so-called apoptotic bodies are independent life forms. To prove this, we destroy freshly taken blood by heating it up to 140 to 160 degrees Celsius again. But the parasitical microbes prove to be almost indestructible. Despite the heat, they remained unharmed and very alive, as you can see. Under the microscope, we can observe similar results to the ones in experiment A. We can see again the remains of the dead red blood cells and no movement. After the application of the Ringer solution, we can see again parasitical microbes that are clearly independent life forms. Amazing imagery, isn't it? And if that doesn't convince you that cancer really is a microparasitical infection, then I don't know what else will. Maybe that you replicate those experiments shown at the end of the video by yourself. It's very easy, as you have seen. You also don't need high-end special equipment, a dark field microscope with 500 times magnification, or a light microscope with 1000-fold magnification is sufficient. Just follow the instruction that you saw and you can replicate it by yourself and convince yourself that way. Also very compelling evidence for us is that this has been captured on film, as you have seen, and classic mainstream cancer research theories such as cancer being a viral infection or a genetic mutation have not been proven yet through video evidence. We all have those microparasites in us, as you have seen in the video. This is the bad news, but the good news is that if we maintain our organism in a balanced, healthy state, those parasites are kept in check by our immune system, and cancer is therefore truly avoidable. You can also track the success of...
That's some deep stuff right there. Yeah, what we were talking about, the wormwood And when we were going through this was my favorite part of today. When we went through this from the GnosticWarrior.com. That was pretty mind-blowing. I don't remember what we had to review, but the depictions of worms in the Bible and the all that stuff. I mean, that was. So this has got a few minutes left. Oh, so we've been okay. 1 second.
Deviance, or it creates this divergence consciousness. So that's why we're so different. That's why we are in a different reality. That's why everything's different. That's why we have a different mind. That's why life turns out different. Live free. Live sovereignly. Of course, they start to dislike you. Of course they're going to dislike you. They may even be casting spells at you. You don't know. No, it wouldn't surprise me. They could be casting spells at you to try to make you fail because they can't handle it. They can't handle the fact that you're doing something different. So instead of acknowledging the fact that you're different and that you are basically free, they'd rather try to pull you back into it. That's how you know that they're vengeful and vindictive, and that they're really an NPC and that they're really hijacked by the AI. So those kinds of people you got to be real careful about. Yeah. So in the School of Mysticism, we go heavy into protection and defensive magic. Okay, heavy into protective and defensive magic. So if you need protection against these kinds of spells, I highly recommend look into that in the school or also on our channel, because defensive magic, not only is it my forte, but it's also one of the most important skills I will have to teach in school. So we're going to keep continuing on. And just when you think like, I'm going to teach a lecture on defensive magic, then I'm going to teach another one, and then another one, then another one, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one. We're going to keep going over and over and over again. We're going to keep learning. We're going to keep strengthening our defenses. Just when you think that we've weakened, no, we become even stronger. I'll never back down from my Dharma. Never. It's going to take death. And even in death, when I transition, I'll be doing it the other realms. So this is the power of awakening. Once you're sure of your purpose, you're sure there's nothing anyone can do. Nobody can take it away from you. Nobody can do anything to you. They can only get in your way of yourself, and then you get tricked and you give up. That is how they operate. So we declare that all enemies, seen and unseen, against us face the highest consequences, the highest repercussions, and the highest forms of magical assault and mystical justice declared by the sovereign spiritual forces of magical energy and protection. And so it is. All enemies, seen and unseen, all spells are reversed, all curses are broken, all jinxes are lifted, and all enemies face the divine wrath of the sovereign spirits, those protector guardians. They face the divine wrath of Mother Sophia and the divine wrath of the true divine Father, which exists and lives within you. So remember, we're not talking about an external entity here. This is what is the blueprint inside of your being. This is the dragon energy. I am the dragon. So when you say, where did the dragons go? The dragons are in human form. And in human form, they look like a human, But on the astral plane, they look like a mighty dragon that breathes not fire, but lightning. We don't breathe fire, we breathe lightning. Do you understand? We expel lightning out of our mouths, not fire. Fire's for children. That's all I'm going to take it there. I'm not going to go too much. I'm prepared for war. I'm prepared for battle. I have no problem with that. That's where I'm actually the best. Where I'm the worst is in between. So battle is where we excel. That's why I say defensive magic is my forte. And the spells that are needing to be reversed can be reversed. And we seal and protect that spell. We seal and protect that energy. We seal and protect the construct. There's nothing that can pass through it. We are passable. Sanskrit is called Durg. D-U-R, impassable. Another word for it is a fort, English. So in English, you would call this a fort. They would build their forts and their palaces, which would create impassable fields. Now, this is what oligarchy can't stand. When a real warrior stands up, declares sovereignty, says, hey, not only am I going to kick your ass, but I'm going to make you suffer. I'm going to make you wish that you never stepped a foot on earth. We are delivering our punishment in the spiritual realms. So do not think you're going to get away with it. Again, I make these threats to these entities. I'm not talking about specific people. But if you fall into that category of that type of person, well, then just know you've been marked. Been marked by the true source. So it's over for you. Every time you attack an innocent life, you add more comeuppance to you. So it is, and so it is. And so I declare it to be. All right, so we're going to go ahead and wrap up here soon. Feeling that.
Okay, guys, that's pretty much today's broadcast at this point. I want to get to bed so I could get up early before it gets to 112, 115 degrees. And but thanks everyone for tuning in. It's been interesting. Big shout out to the Matrix Unveiled as well that popped in here. Big shout out. And everybody that joined. And I think there's some parts of this that I want to break down with the mythology and stuff, but I want to do it like in a really short thing. So maybe I'm going to try to do like short videos and stuff. Start maybe doing more uploads. That's my plan. But we might be live tomorrow. I can't guarantee it, but there's 2 more topics I want to discuss. That's been on my mind. And we might do one tomorrow, but maybe not. We'll see how tomorrow plays out, depending on a few things. But yeah, I mean, at this point, I mean, what more do we have to understand with the parasites? Maybe a little bit more, but I don't want to keep beating the dead horse with it as well. At this point, we've talked about all of it. I definitely want to get into the phases a little bit more, but there's a lot to understand with it and a lot of confusion. But hopefully in the future I could go on other platforms and discuss the parasites and spread awareness. But hey, whatever. Either way, I put the energy out there and I understand it now. But But nothing else to really say about it, really. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, everyone. Much love. And we will be back hopefully tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow or whenever. But I'm definitely going to be staying inside with the weather, how it is. I don't want to be outside when it's 112 degrees. It's just not, doesn't make sense. So I'll probably be here tomorrow morning and I want to go live. So, but much love. Appreciate you guys. And we will be back. It says, I was just looking. It's been changing all the time, but this is what it says right now. Check this out, people. Let's see what it says. Real quick. Well, different weather forecasts say different things. That's the weird thing. 108 tomorrow, 109, 109, 104, 106, 102, 103, 105, 107. So since it's only 69 degrees, or how much is it? Yeah, it's about probably like 75 right now. I'm going to definitely go for a long walk after this. But yeah, that's what I'm going to be in right there. I've never seen that in my life here, ever. But other forecasts say 115. Some say 117. Wait, hold on a second. I think it was the Weather Underground. Yeah, it was Weather Underground. Says, look at this. 109, 111, 110, 105. That's crazy. 109, 111, 110, 105. Whatever. Welcome to the Matrix, people. You know what I mean? Welcome to the Matrix. When I was looking at this last week, it was saying one day was 105 and one day was 104. That was it. And every other day was like 199. It's changed drastically. Like every day it's going higher and higher. It's kind of weird. So with that, people, much love. Appreciate your guys' time. I didn't expect you to be there this long, but it is what it is. It's been fun though. Everyone have a good night. I'll see you guys on the next one. Take care. Much love.